Good morning, everybody, and welcome back. We are here for Reading Sprints, and we're in for the long haul. Welcome to all those that have just jumped over from Brittany Sprints, because Brittany gave us a bit of a shout out this morning, so that was nice, or this evening, wherever you're watching from. We are here we're here for 8 hours plus. So let us know in the comments where you're watching from. We're going to endeavor to get to the end of the comments. Now, if you've been here before, you know that this is a hard task.
Somehow we managed to do it for 24-hour sprints in 20 minutes.
I know.
I feel like that was a fluke.
No, that was because we were both half asleep.
It had to have been, because here's the thing. I feel bad for people that get on 24-hour sprints for the first 4 hours, because I'm just like, okay, I have no friends and I have nothing to talk about. So it's very productive, the first 4 hours. It's very much like
heaps of friends.
Instead of like a 45-15, it's very much like 45-5. You know what I'm saying?
This 24-hour sprints, I actually was in the comments for yours, because we all know that my lovely neighbours decided to have a 24-hour party. I mean, really, it couldn't have happened at a better time. I had sprints for 24 hours to keep me company for 22 of those 24 hours. So it was good. It was good. I was hanging out with everybody and I was super productive because I got so much done, which has really paid off this week. So as much as it annoyed me, it turned out to be okay, silver lining and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. So what are you reading and working on today?
I am working on Nap Time.
It's so cute.
I have one row left, which I'm about to post my progress onto Instagram. I took the picture this morning. So I have one row left of this one. And you will get to see me work on this in my Whipping Chat, which I need to edit so that it can go up on time. Technically, the members were already supposed to have it. Y'all will have it here in a little bit. I need to stop saying that I'm going to upload it for y'all at 6 o'clock, because I don't think that's realistic for me, because I have a work meeting in the morning, so I'm missing sleep. So I come home and take a nap with Ari. So I think it's going to be more like members will get it at 9 p.m. Eastern the day before, and then the normal people, I don't know what to call them, the non-members will get it
my regular subscribers.
Yeah. The regular, the other
channel
subscribers, non-member people, the channel, the main channel, will get it at 9 or at 6 p.m. on Friday, because I can schedule it that way.
Yes.
But this week for that, it's like half kit up in chat, and then I realized that I only had 18 colors to kit up, so I was like, oh, I have time to place diamonds. Oh, hi, Sissy. Sorry.
So yeah, I struggle with that too, getting stuff up on time and all the rest of it. You have the best intentions with the extra content and all that sort of stuff. You always have best intentions, but life gets in the way, so it makes it really hard. And because I've got a Patreon for the craft channel, as some of the crafting people that are here might know about or may not know about. The links are all up down below, where I post extra content, and it's probably taking me, I'd say I'm just starting to get to the point where I am on time with stuff, although this week hasn't turned out that way. But I have the best of intentions, but I think with saying that it's going to go up at a certain time, sometimes for me, I think that puts a limit on me. It's like I've got to attain this goal. Yeah, and it puts added pressure onto me, and then I start to get I'm not anxious or anything. I just start to get a bit, I guess the word's overwhelmed, but it's not. At the same time, I'm not overwhelmed by it. I just feel a little bit of pressure, and while I work well under pressure, not always. As this week turned out, my phone kept switching off because it was so hot here. So I was recording and the phone would get hot, and I'd have to go and stand and hold it in front of the aircon for it to cool down so I could keep recording.
Yeah, well, see, I usually record my Whipping Chats on Tuesday into Wednesday. So I come over my Tuesday shift and I record them Wednesday morning. But Mr. Rita Waniva was sleeping on the couch, and I feel weird like doing vlogs is one thing, but doing a whole sit down video is very awkward if someone else is sitting there, because he tries not to, like he'll put headphones in or like play on his phone or whatever, but I feel like he's staring at me the whole time. And so I feel awkward. So I was like, okay, I'll just do it. I said, hopefully he'll be upstairs on Thursday morning when I get home, and I'll just do it then. So I did it this morning, which like was fine. But I have to clean my phone out again because I ran out of storage. So it's in like 5 clips, which is actually usually how it gets recorded anyway, because like Ari will walk downstairs or I'll hear something and I'll have to pause or like whatever.
Yeah.
But I'm also going to start doing time-lapse videos, I think, and put them like make reels and stuff. Because I was yesterday years old when I figured out that how to time-lapse record on my phone. We're not going to talk about it. But I was trying to figure out how people
later on behind the scenes you have to tell me because I don't know how to do it.
Okay, I will. But I didn't know how to. I've been trying to figure out. I'm like, how do people do the time lapse? Because like what I've been doing is I've just been recording footage,
yeah,
and then speeding it up in post production.
Yeah, that's all I do. That's all I've ever done.
There's an actual setting that you can use.
Well, hello. You're going to be teaching me something. I'm excited. I want to learn something.
And I found it by accident.
Even better.
But I was like, what is this? And then I clicked on it and I was like, oh, that's how
fancy. I hope it's on it because you've got Apple, don't you?
Yeah, you should have an Android setting too.
Yeah. I'd say so because I use Samsung, so it should be on there. All right, so today I am going to be finishing. Night, Ari.
Okay, I will.
Go, have a good sleep.
Go watch your TV until I come up.
I'm going to be reading. It's so good. I've got my granddaughter pops in from time to time when I'm doing stuff, so it's all good. It's all good. Children are welcome here. This is book 9. I don't know why I had to look at the spine for so long then. Obviously, I'm pretty tired after this week. So anyway, I'm going to be finishing off Wheel of Time before Monday. I don't know whether I'll get it finished today, but I'm up to chapter 25 because Coda and I pushed through on what's today? Friday? Okay, on Monday. My days are bleeding in because I've been working till midnight every night this week. So, yeah, I'm up to page 431 in this. So we will be starting, with any luck, on Monday. I'll be starting book 10. Look at us go, Coda. Look at us go. We are smashing through this. But between this week, I have not got much reading done because I haven't been able to listen to any books or really sit down. But the other night I started reading The Green Witch, The Complete Guide to the Natural Magic of Herbs, Flowers, Essential Oils, and More. So this is like a non-fiction, but it's got a lot of recipes in it and herbal blends and planning by the moon and all that sort of stuff and rituals and all that. And The Green Witch doesn't really follow any sort of doctrine or anything like that, more nature-based, listening to nature and the world around them, and they live their life to that sort of thing. So, yeah, and then if I finish that, and I finish up Wheel of Time, I'm planning on starting this and getting it off. I have no idea what it's about. It was nominated for the Edgar Award for Best First Novel, and I believe he's a Swedish author because Pushkin Vertigo is a Swedish publication house, as far as I'm aware. Don't quote me on that because I'm probably totally wrong. It looks like it's going to be a suspense, judging by the little sticker on the front. So, yeah, I have no idea what it's about. There's nothing really. It packs a violent, heartbreaking punch.
Wow.
That's what it's really got on the back. It's a crime story. There we go. We've got a crime story. Someone put a blurb on there and actually said what the book is. So this came in. I didn't buy this book. This book came in last year's Advent box, or the box just before Advent. So it came because I got 2 boxes. So yeah. So I'm hoping to get that off. The TBR. So you're probably all also wondering where I'm up to, and I have to move back for my diamond paintings because they're huge. I have been working on Serafina for the month. I am a day behind, but I'm going to get that done today. And this is where we're at. I've only got 5 sections to go, and then we're done. So yeah, that's what I'm sort of working on. And then I'm also working on a project that I can't actually show you because it's got it down the bottom there. I'm working on Down the Rabbit Hole magazine, which is my cross stitch and needlework magazine. That's what I'm working on today. I can show you the start that has nothing in it. It's only small, and that's what I'm going to be stitching on today. So you won't be able to see that until the magazine comes out on Wednesday. Is that the 1st? No, Tuesday. When's the 1st? I should know this because I'm doing.
It's the first. Okay, the 31st is a Tuesday. Because it for you. Okay, so for you right now, it's the 27th, right?
Yeah. So it's
it'll be Tuesday for you, yeah. So it'll be Monday for me.
Yeah. Cool. Well, that's when the magazine's supposed to come out. Do not hold me to that because I am under the pump for if you are on the craft channel. Which we do have a few people over on the craft channel. Oh, I should probably say we are actually streaming to 3 places at the moment. We are streaming to Divinely Designed Studio, Dusty Book Sniffers, and also Reading Whenever. And basically you can find all that information down below if I've done my job properly. So yeah. All right, let's say good morning to some people.
I am going to attempt to also read or listen to A Court of Mist and Fury. Is it going to happen? Your guess is as good as mine. But I'm going to attempt because I would like to get this done before the end of the month. So that it can stop staring me in the face.
That's what I feel like, that books actually stare at you if you don't complete them. They haunt you. They follow you around and all that sort of stuff. My TBR shelves have got out of control. I now have 2 6 shelves books and the ones I have in my studio. So I need to stop buying books. I'm not going to though. Hello, Christina. Thank you for joining. Welcome, Alex. It's nice to see you here. Hello, Tina, commenting from the Coles Book Channel. And from a new phone today. Woohoo! Awesome. We also have Giada here. Hello, Giada. Thank you for joining. And Jean has also joined us. Phone is dying. Going to continue with a Dragon Daddy's Nanny. 458 plus 30 pages. All right. You're going to be all right. Hello, Nana. Welcome. Tina is reading Fatal Fudge Swell by Mariana Allen, not Anna. It's the first. It's the first lot of chatty bit, okay, and reading for the day. Tina will be also working on a cross stitch and plans for November. Hopefully, eventually filming tonight because my new phone is awesome with storage. That is cool. I love it when you got storage. I have no storage. I'm to the point now where I can only film for 30 minutes and then I've got to stop, dump it off, and I cannot find where the problem is. Like, I've gone through and emptied everything out, so I have no idea where it is. Hello, Bronwyn. Thank you for joining. I'm going to be finishing up a book and then start to prepare dinner and watching from Yukon, Canada. Hello, Cool Gamer. Welcome. We also have Pam from Southern California. Thank you for joining. Giada is from Italy. Welcome. And it's currently 1 a.m. there. So hopefully you'll be able to stick around for a little while. If you're a night out, we'll be here for a while. We'll keep you company for sure. Author Nerd, A Major's Guide to Human Familiars by A.J. Sherwood is what they're reading. Awesome. Nana is from Switzerland, and it's also 1 a.m. there. Awesome. We've got a globe happening here today. We're going everywhere. That's awesome. Amy is in Pennsylvania, and we also have Chrissy. Chrissy is our lovely moderator here on Dusty Book Sniffers, and also in my Facebook group and Discord. So if you've got any questions, you can always ask, and Chrissy will do her best to answer those. But it looks like Christy is off for a mini weekend away. Awesome. I love a good retreat. Where's the retreat at? And who's going? Hello, ML. Welcome. We also have Zara here as well. Hello, Zara. Good morning. ML, I will be trying to write a quiz real fast here and then doing some grading. Chris is saying hello to both Neva and I. Hope we're well, I'm doing great, and Neva just has to pop off for a second, and she'll be back as soon as she can. We're both doing great. We're glad we're here, and I'm going to speak for Neva. So it's a lot of fun. I love Fridays. We get a lot of stuff done, and we could do a lot of chatting and all that sort of stuff. And I'm excited to hear my updates because I can't stream the channel, the shows that Neva watches, reality shows. So I'm living vicariously through Neva right now for Sister Wives and also 90 Day Fiancé. So yeah, I, however, started watching Bad Girls Club. I went right back to the beginning, and oh my god, that is a train wreck.
I'm sorry. When you text me,
I'm watching.
When you text me and said that you were watching Bad Girls Club, I literally laughed out loud, like because wow. Like, they didn't have really any, like, restriction back when they did that show, like, when they first did that show.
Yeah.
Because, like, reality TV was a new...
Well, it's a relatively new concept back then, yeah.
Thing.
Yeah.
Especially reality TV like that, you know what I'm saying? It's so...
Yeah. Hello, Kelly. Thank you for joining. Appreciate you being here. Nana is going to be finishing an audio book. I only have a few minutes left and then probably get ready for bed and watch some sort of series. That is awesome. But thank you so much for popping in, and I hope you have a restful sleep. When I'm reading, I'm still on my Halloween cozy. Have started another 3 novella binder. Awesome. Hello, Coda. Welcome. Shannon is also here. We've got all the usual suspects and a few names that I don't recognize. Has Neva decided what costumes will be for Halloween? Is there trick-or-treating in your neighborhood?
There is trick-or-treating in my neighborhood, but I have to work. So Austin is going to take Ari trick-or-treating. Ari is going to be a witch. I will probably post a picture like to the community tab and Instagram. But she's gonna be a witch. I bought her a costume. It came with like a collapsible broom. I don't know if that's a mistake, but it came with all the things that she needs. I am going to be a good guy Chucky. So, you know, before he became a bad guy. So I needed a costume that would work for the 2 Halloween parties that I am attending between now and November 4th, because there's one Halloween party that I'm going to that's on November 4th. And also it had to be work appropriate. So it's literally just I have a couple of pictures. I guess I could post to Instagram. My best friend had a Halloween party and she posted pictures. But I'm actually going to be taking my hair out during this also. So you're going to see me go from like a bun on top of my head to who knows what. Creature of the Black Lagoon, probably. But Mariah is going to redo my hair on Saturday. So we're bringing back the Ariel hair because I needed something that was like naturally red.
Oh, that was pretty.
Yeah, so we're bringing back the Ariel hair. And I'm going to put my hair up in pigtails, which for work I'll have to like wrap into buns, but that'll be fine. But I'm going to put my hair up in pigtails and then I have like a striped t-shirt and I have overalls. That's my costume.
That works.
It was cheaper. Well, it was about the same amount of money with the hair to do it that way as it was to buy like a Spirit Halloween costume. They wanted like $65. And I was like, this is going to last for 1 year, bro. No. Like, let me buy like the pieces and then at least like I'll wear, you know what I mean? Because like I got like a rainbow striped shirt. Like I could wear that for Pride or something. And those overalls are comfy. I might live in them, to be honest. They're very comfortable pants to wear. So.
That's good.
But yeah,
unless you'll be able to use them after Halloween, because there's nothing worse than just buying a costume and then it's
yeah. And I did that a couple years ago, because I like we went to Spirit Halloween and I was like, oh, they have a Beetlejuice costume. That's cute. I mean, I wore it 2 years in a row and like it's still in like fine condition, but you can't really wash those
Mm,
costumes because they'll fall
yeah,
apart. And
yeah.
so I'm like, what am I gonna do with this? Like, what do I do with it now? Because
It's
like,
just going to hang in my cupboard. That's sort of like Nerali's dance costumes. I'm like, maybe you should just give them to Mia, like, and she can just use them for dress ups and stuff like that.
yeah,
You
and
know?
like Ari, like I don't mind buying Ari like a whole costume because she can use it for dress up. That's what I would buy, like if she wanted
Mm,
dress up clothes anyway.
yeah.
But I'm like, sure, she can use those for dress up if they get dirty, like, and I can't like wash them or whatever. I'll just throw them out. But I'm like, what am I doing as an adult buying a whole costume that I'm gonna wear one time? I'll just
Oh,
piece it
dear.
together. It's fine.
Yeah, piece it together. It's a lot easier. At least then you can use the stuff. Mia actually has her birthday is Halloween, so 31st of October. A lovely little Scorpio that she is, and she's having a fancy dress party during the day down in the park, and they've gone all out. She's got 20 of her friends turning up. She's had like 20. She's so excited. Like I was talking to her the other day, and like I swear she was like beside herself. Like she was so excited.
I wish I had 20 friends. I'm
It's
sitting here
easy
like
when you're at school.
I'm about to have a birthday party here in like 2 weeks. We're not gonna talk about it. And I have like 6 people that are coming. And that does not include. Well, I have 4 people that are. Well, yeah, yeah, 4 people that are coming. If you don't count people in my house, so I couldn't
Yeah,
imagine.
just tell all the people that are coming, do a +1. Then you got heaps of friends there. A +2, bring 2. Depends how big you want to go, Neva. Katie Crafts has also joined us. I'm assuming you are over on Divinely Design Studio, so thank you very much for joining. And I probably should say there's probably a few people here from the craft channel that don't understand what's happening right now. Basically, we are doing productivity sprints. For the first chatty bit, we generally chat between 25 minutes and 40 minutes. It's more closer to the 40 minutes. We get to know everybody in the comments and whatnot, and then we'll go quiet. And there'll be a timer and we'll hyper focus on our crafts that we're doing. So it's a really good opportunity if you're used to going to lives and you're always in the comments and you're chit-chatting and you have the best of intentions and you don't get stuff done. This way you can actually get stuff done. So yeah, and then we'll come back, we'll have a bit of a chit chat, and we keep doing this over and over again until Neva and I go, you know what, we've had enough, we need to go. So it can be anywhere. It will definitely be 8 hours, definitely here for 8 hours. And then sometimes we get some bonus. So it just depends how much people can convince us in the comments and where the conversation goes. I know not all craft people are night owls for those in the Northern Hemisphere, but anyway, it is what it is, and this is where we're at. So if that's something that you like, don't forget, no matter what channel you're watching this on right now, because we are streaming to 3, make sure you hit that like button. And if you haven't subscribed to any of the channels, make sure that you subscribe as well. If you're looking for Neva's information, it is all down underneath this video, along with the Divinely Designs if you're watching from Dusty Book Sniffers. All right, so that is all out of the way. Let's continue on with saying hello to everybody. What are you working on today again, did you say, Neva? You're working on the nap time one from Randall Spangler, aren't you?
Yeah. So I finished Expecto Patronum, which there's a finished photo up on Instagram. I also posted to the community tab. I keep forgetting that not everybody is on Instagram, so I just post it there automatically, but I'll post it to the community tab, and then I can bring it downstairs here later, like after the first sprint. I can bring it downstairs. It's upstairs on my dresser because we got my dresser moved into the room today, so I actually have somewhere to like lay these freaking paintings other than underneath a shelf. Like I've been just like sliding them under the shelf by where I sit, and I'm like, this is not a place to put it. But this is what it looks like. This is a Amazon exclusive. So it is Diamond Art Club, but it's an Amazon exclusive. Okay. They don't have it on the actual website. So I had got 3 from there. I had got that one, and then another Randall Spangler one, and a unicorn, which all of them have high color count. What was I thinking? I don't know. And then I also do have potato down here. So Chip has been put on hold indefinitely because Ari bless her heart, lost a bunch of the diamonds trying, I guess, to do it herself. I'm not really sure what she was doing. So Chip has been put on hold indefinitely. I don't know if it's going to get done because I did tell her that I'm not going to replace it. And Miss Sharita when even told me I have to stick to that because otherwise I would look like a liar. So here we are.
Yeah.
I do have this one, which is Potato. I have Potato all kitted up. And of course, I mean, I did it on my Whippin' Chat, so it's all kitted up with the release papers. But I am going to have to remove some of these release papers because I forgot to cover this with washi. Like, to edge it with washi.
Yeah.
And the last couple that I did, like, Expecto Patronum didn't have any washi. And, like, you can see, like, where I got, like, dirt and stuff, like, in, like, not dirt, but, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's
it gets
stuff.
fluff
like,
and dust and everything from the environment. It does, like, attract it.
And I wear hoodies a lot, so like my sleeves, like the fuzz from my sleeves get in there. So yeah, I will be covering these with washi from now on, even though sometimes I don't really feel like it.
It's a learning process. So for those that don't know, Neva's only been diamond painting for a little over a month or just on a month.
Yeah, it'll be 2 months on, like, I think I started diamond painting on like the 1st of September. So we're almost at 2 months, but like I'm still out here just like flying by the seat of my pants, to be honest.
Because there's not a lot of information. Like there's not there are how to, let me rephrase that. There are how-to videos out there, but you do have to wade through a lot because most of the channels that, especially the big ones that have been diamond painting probably for as long as I have, we all started around the same time. That you've got to go a long way back to find the how-to videos and stuff like that. And not everybody talks about the washi tape around the outside.
And you have to know if you're trying to find them on YouTube. This is why I was trying to gauge if people wanted me to try to do like how to diamond paint for beginners by a beginner.
Well, there's not a lot of content out there because when I first started, I went looking and there was no content. There was one other girl.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, there was one other girl that she was doing it, but she was just doing unboxings. She wasn't really showing you how to do it. Like I did an unboxing when I did, because a few people asked me in the craft group what the diamonds look like. So I did an unboxing, showed what the diamonds look like. And then I did a couple of time-lapse ones. I don't know if I did how to diamond paint because it just wasn't something that people were looking for, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, and I didn't jump, like, a lot of, like, the craft of diamond painting really took off during 2020. And I had a 3-year-old in 2020. And I was like, absolutely not happening. It looked intriguing to me, but it wasn't something that I wanted. Like, it wasn't something that I looked at it and I was like, oh, I want to do this. It just looked like, oh my God, what happens when she gets these all over my house? Like, absolutely not. So I, like, now that she's like older, you know what I mean? I was like, well, I could try it, you know what I mean? And then I was like, oh, this is a thing that we're doing.
But
not a lot of, like, you have to know in order to find information, you have to know exactly what you're searching for. I was even having trouble finding I'm having trouble now finding review videos like on the alternatives for putty and wax. So like flying by the seat of my pants. Okay, like I have wax that doesn't work for me.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, so like I use the Randa's Crafty Corner putty, which this has been this company, I guess it's an Etsy shop, but Randa's Crafty Corner has been bought by someone else. So Randa sold it to her family member who also was working with her on Randa's Crafty Corner, and her name is Jessica. The formulas and stuff aren't supposed to have changed. But I really like the putty. The wax does not work well for me. I don't know why that is. I've tried both formulas, which one is like too soft and the other one is like almost too hard. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have this like sample of Patty Wax Super Sticky, which is fine and great, but it's $16 for a tin. which I understand that the tins last like a long time, but I'm worried that like I'm gonna order a tin and then realize it doesn't work, and I'm scared. So no.
Yeah.
I do have the like I don't remember who does them. The Uncrafty Crafter, I think that's who does them. But she does glue dots, but they're scented. Scented glue dots. Those will be here on Saturday, and I'm hoping that those will work well for me because one of the hosts, Dragon Wing Diamonds, I think might be her channel name. She's one of the hosts in November for the Night Court event, which I will be participating in, but I will not be participating with the Jaded Gem Shop. Jaded Gem Shop has like 2 artists that specifically do A Court of Thorns and Roses fan art.
Oh, okay, yep.
But the ones that I like are quite literally not safe for work. And where am I gonna hang those up? Like, no.
Yeah,
I look at the images and they're all really pretty, but the ones that I was like, my eye was like, oh, I love those. I looked at the unedited, because they have edited images on the website.
Yeah.
But you can look at unedited images, and I was like, they look really nice. They really do. I'll buy something else from her, but I'm going to be doing some of the Randall Spangler ones, maybe like an Alice in Wonderland one. They just has to be book themed. But I watched a whip and chat from her yesterday, and she uses the scented glue dots. So I commented, which I don't do a lot in the diamond painting community because I don't know people. Okay,
you're gonna have to, and we'll talk about that later.
So I commented, I am gonna have to, but I commented and I said, "Do you like these?" And she was like, "Oh yeah, they're my favorite things like to use," because she's a heavy presser, and I'm also a heavy presser. So
I am too. Hence the RS.
So I'm hoping that these will work well for me. Glue dots I have no interest in using regular glue dots. But I think it's because I'm a little obsessed with the fact that people have scented these things.
Yeah, you like the smell, the pretty smell and everything.
I don't want to use unscented anything, to be honest. Like, I do have pink wax in this pen for my ABs. But otherwise, like, I want everything to be scented. So I am... What is that?
I don't necessarily... This is a pretty placer.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can see it or not, but it's a pretty placer. And it is coconut calypso, so it reminds me of summer because I used to always use coconut oil. I know, before everybody freaks out at me, I know that's not the right thing to do, but anyway, I grew up in the 70s and the 80s, and that's when you laid the oil down.
Right.
So yeah, and I've been sun safe since the mid 80s. Okay. I'm all good. But this smells like coconut. It's called Coconut Calypso, and it reminds me of summer. And so I just use the normal wax, and then I sniff my crayons.
Yeah. So I have, like, my putty is scented. This one is vanilla cupcake, but the other one I have is called, like, vanilla spice. And then she had a seasonal scent that she's with me next week that's called Hermione's Cauldron. And I was like, I have to have Hermione's Cauldron. Like, what? So I have that coming, and then I do have 2 things of like regular patty wax. Somebody in one of the groups said that she uses it in a wax, like she puts her like the patty wax doesn't work for her. It doesn't really work for me either. It's a very it's like candle waxy. And she said she puts it in her candle warmer so she can smell it that way. And I am contemplating doing this.
That's such a good idea. I like
because
that idea.
I have 2 bricks of it. I have a butterbeer scent, and I also have Polyjuice Potion, and I love the scent of them. So I will like set them out and just smell them that way. But she said she puts them in her wax warmer, and I was like, I didn't even think to do that.
That is a good idea.
Now I want to try it.
Yeah, I want to try it too. I've got one in there. I'm going to try it. Cut a little bit off and put it in. Steph has finished Belladonna earlier this afternoon, and we'll be starting Monarchs this evening. Awesome. Chris also is here today. Hello, Chris. How are you? My goal is to read as many short books I got from the library. My goal is 5 from now to the next stream. Excellent. Good morning, Rolanda. How are you today? A nice, beautiful sleep in. Yay, Team Samsung. I know it seems like now we're out on the outers, but yeah, so exciting. I'm ready to smash this book. Excellent. No, haven't read it yet. Want to read it though. And I'm assuming you haven't read it either.
Read what?
Sorry, the Britney Spears book that's just come out.
Not yet. I don't know that I want to listen to the audiobook, and here's the reason why. I do have it on hold at my library for the ebook, because I don't like reading memoirs or like whatever autobiographies. I don't like reading them by people that are still alive if they're not narrated by that person. And as far as I'm aware, this is narrated. Yeah, it is narrated by an actress,
Michelle Williams.
I'm sure she does a great job. I just don't prefer that, so I would rather just read it myself.
That's fair enough.
But
sorry, go.
I plan to read it though.
Yeah. I probably will eyeball that one as opposed to, because I'm the same. I'd rather hear the voice of the actual person. But yeah. The Fragile Threads of Power, hoping to start Frankenstein. Awesome. Kylie has also joined us. Hello, Kylie. We'll be trying to finish a library ebook that will be returned later today. I tried to read Divine Rivals, but it wasn't for me. Is there a starter fantasy novel to get me used to things?
I mean, you could try Fourth Wing. I read 50% of it, and as an avid like fantasy person, it was not my favorite. I felt like the writing was clunky, but I don't know, it didn't hit for me. I do plan on finishing it, probably not in 2023. I'm gonna be real. Maybe in 2024. Okay. Maybe not though. Maybe I will finish it. It is actually, Fourth Wing is actually one of Kelsey, my friend Kelsey, is doing like the 10 and 10 or 10 before the end challenge, and she tagged me in that, which is basically just 10 books that you want to read before the end of the year. And I do have Fourth Wing slated for that video, because I'm going to film that video in November. So I do have that. I do have Fourth Wing slated for that. I may just do the audiobook. I have it in all 3 formats because I pre-ordered it like an idiot. Anyway, maybe try Fourth Wing. You might enjoy that. It's a fantasy written for people that don't enjoy fantasy, which I should have known. That was a red flag for me as a fantasy person.
I don't know why you would write a fantasy book for people that don't love fantasy, because people that don't love fantasy are not going to pick that book up.
Except a bunch of people did.
So yeah, I mean, like, logically speaking, that term does not work. But
logically speaking, it did not work. It should not work.
No,
Divine Rivals. I mean, I read Divine Rivals. It's still my entire personality. I read it a few months ago. It's still my entire personality. We're not gonna talk about it. I read it in like July, I'm pretty sure, and I'm still like best book of the year for me. But I think that you need to like the war parts to really enjoy Divine Rivals. If you don't like the politics of it, I don't think that you would like. You know what I mean? Like, is there's a fantasy element to it. There's like these supernatural creature things that are like at war. They're gods. They're not supernatural creatures. They're gods. Okay, but there are like 2 gods that are at war. But you follow a lot of the war because our 2 main characters are war correspondents.
Yeah.
So that's yeah. But I mean,
so
you could try like, well, I mean, you could do really any middle grade fantasy. You could do Aragon. You could do
Amari is fantasy.
Amari. Yeah, I mean, Amari is like a good jump off point if you've never read fantasy. Like if you're really trying to start like from the bottom and move your way up, I would say to do Amari and then to do like Legendborn, because while they are different, a lot of people, including me, think of Legendborn as like the big sister to the Amari books, even though because Amari is like middle grade Men in Black, and then Legendborn is a black retelling of King Arthur and the Round Table.
Okay.
So those would be my suggestions for you if you're trying to find something to start with. But really, you could start with any middle grade or true YA fantasy. Because I think Divine Rivals is marketed as a YA. I would consider it more new adult, I think.
Yeah.
But I just feel like we don't have enough categories for in the young adult category. Like it's just like middle grade, young adult, like, and then you just have like
there needs to be a little bit more like maybe graded. Like you got young adult, but then you've got you've got the new adult, but then that sort of goes in. You get you can get spice in that. And if you've got an advanced reader at home, you sort of need YA to be graded as beginner YA, intermediate, advanced YA. So advanced YA would have more, darker topics and all that sort of stuff. That just off the top of my head.
Or even if we gave generic age groups, like if you said like 13 to 16.
Yeah, and something along those lines.
18, because if you have an advanced reader, I mean, obviously it's also up to the parents' discretion, but it would at least give you an idea of the content that's going to be in the book.
Yeah, I would do something like that. For me, just off the top of my head, ones that I've read in the last, let's say, 18 months, I think it's Bridget Collins, The Binding. That is about where people want to get rid of their trauma that's happened to them, and they there's a magical element to it where that trauma gets bound into books. And yeah, that's a really, really shitty synopsis of it, but that's essentially the whole book. So yeah,
you could do what is that book called?
Legends and Lattes is another one I would.
Legends and Lattes.
Yeah,
I'm trying to think what that book is that I had. We didn't get through it. I'm gonna look. It's on my Kindle. We didn't get through it, but I started reading it to Mr. Reno and Eva, and then they eat books in that book, and
Eaters, isn't it called Book Eaters?
No, it's not Book Eaters. It's a different book.
Okay.
So Book Eaters, I think is horror. I think it's actually marketed as horror because it's supposed to be like they're vampires, but they eat books instead of drink blood.
Okay.
This book is a whole series. I'm looking right now in my Kindle. It's a whole series, and it's basically it's about like the Lost Library of Alexandria.
Yep.
And they eat books to get rid of the knowledge is basically what's happening. So like these rich people will buy books, and this literally happens in the first chapter. So like I'm not ruining anything, but this young boy is he's like a book runner, which is illegal. And so these rich people will buy books, and then he watches this rich man like ripping pages out and eating the pages. And Mr. Reno was like, absolutely not. We're not reading this. I'd already read it, and I was like, oh, I think you might like this book. But they started eating books, and he was not having it. He was like, Ink and Bone is what it's called.
Okay, cool. All right, this is a really good question for us. Now that you and Nicole have know how to stream to multiple channels, will you be doing something like that for 24-hour screens?
We could start doing that. Where the host, like me and the host stream. The main host, I don't know, because sometimes we have like co-hosts.
There are ways to do it where you can have your guests. They don't have to be a member, of the thing, but your
Yeah.
guests can actually stream to their destination. So yeah, there is a way to do it. You just got to flick a switch.
I would just have to talk to the rest of the people, including you, Tina, because I know you participate for participants. If we came to a consensus that was something that everybody wanted to do, then I'm open to doing it.
Because a lot of I mean, it comes down to watch time and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, it would help increase everybody's watch time, because then whoever is like, I mean, obviously I would get watch time the whole 24 hours, and then whoever is streaming, like on their channel, like whoever, so like if Rainy was hosting, then she would also have watch time on her channel. If we do it,
because it comes down to watch time. Because for those that don't know, YouTube is very much on watch time. If you can keep people on the platform, your channel will get pushed out. So yeah, that's what it comes down to, watch time. That's the nuts and bolts of it, and that's why, because Neva was kind enough to come onto the channel, which also brought subscribers to my channel, and that's why I looked into actually streaming to Neva's channel. So Neva got the watch time, so that means that Neva's channel starts to get pushed out to the algorithm, and whatnot. So as long as people are watching one or the other, you know, if you're wanting to help Neva out by getting her channel pushed out, then you can go over and watch there, or you can watch on Divinely Designs. You're still getting the same stream. It's not different. It's just that we're going to 3 locations. So basically, YouTube will now see this as an indication that people want to see our content. So it pushes us out into the algorithm, and it helps small channels grow. So hot tip for the day. And on that note, we are going to go to our first sprint, because we've been talking for 46 minutes, and that's not right. We need to sprint. We're supposed to stop it before 40. But anyway, everybody knows that Neva and I love a good conversation, and we're here for the chatty and also the productivity. All right, we're going to do 45 minutes. We have the cat timer. Let me just get everything into place. Where is it? There it is. There, I think it is. Diamonds and Books. There we go. All right, we will be back in 45 minutes, and we'll have another bit of a chit chat, and we'll try and keep it short and catch up on all the comments. Happy reading, everybody, and see you soon. Bye. Hello. I don't know what happened there, but the witch did not go off.
I was wondering. I was like, I did not hear it.
I just happened to be watching the timer, and then I looked up. I knew by the time I finished winding that last bobbin on that it would be finished. So, and I just happened to look up. I went, oh, I didn't even hear it. So I don't know what went on there. Oh, there you go. It's on YouTube. Yeah. Anyway, hopefully my voice didn't scare you and all the rest of it. I basically procrastinated. I didn't really. I got a lot of stuff done inside and just fixed up an area that I've got to, like, I just dumped a whole heap of stuff when we were clearing out Savannah's room because we're turning that into a library. So I've just cleaned up that area because I'm sick of looking at it. And I thought, you know what? I've got 5 minutes right now. Let me just clean this up. And plus I have to film in there and this is not pretty. So I made it a little bit pretty because it's all going to get pulled apart again in that section. So I've just sort of done a makeshift thing. And I listened to almost 2 chapters of Wheel of Time. And I just looked at my audio because I'm listening to this on audio on sprints and whatnot. I do immersive reading at night when I'm not busy. But, yeah, I just looked at my audio and I've only got 2.5 hours left. So I should finish it today. Am I reading it at a supersonic speed? Probably. Not really. Like, it's a little bit faster than what it was. And then I just broke a nail, which hurt like a bitch because I bent it backwards. We all know how that feels. So how'd you go?
Well, I had a thing that I'm not announcing right now. That I had to go do. So I did that. I also went and checked on Ari. She was asleep. So
that's good.
That's fine. She takes melatonin at night, so usually within half an hour she's down.
Yeah.
Also,
she looked sleepy though. Like even her eyes looked really sleepy when I was talking to her earlier.
Well, she didn't take a nap today.
That explains it.
And then I did kind of play around with the time lapse thing. I will say this: in order to get like a decent amount of time lapse, you have to do it for a while.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna.
So, are you saying that it's easier just to film and then time lapse it post production?
So here's the thing with the time lapse is I don't have to edit the time lapse.
Yeah.
And I feel like when the reason I wanted to try to do time lapse, which I don't mind, like I can set my phone up and just like, you know what I'm saying? So what I'm gonna do is this next sprint, I'm going to time lapse from the beginning of the sprint to the end.
Yeah.
And see if that gives me, a long enough, because it's sped up. So 45 minutes, it's probably at like 50 times speed or something. I don't know. Your hand moves like this. Like, so
can you slow the time lapse down in the settings maybe?
I don't know. I just discovered that I could time lapse. Also, I don't know how to zoom in.
I don't know all the information.
I'm just trying to like play with it at this point because I'm gonna have to shift. So like I put my laptop down on the floor while I'm diamond painting. This is just for convenience sake. At some point, I think I'm going to get some kind of maybe like a second lap desk or something to put my laptop on. Or I'll bring like a bucket down here. I might do that. Because, like, I don't really have an exorbitant amount of room.
Yeah.
Like, right now I'm in Mariah's office because they're in the living room. They're playing D&D. But I usually diamond paint in the living room.
Yeah.
In like a corner.
So is the corner big enough to put maybe a little table? Like a little fold-up table that you can move out of the way and slip beside a bookshelf or behind the couch? Because that's what I'm on. I'm actually on a little. It's a little over a yard in length, and it's about probably 3/4 of a yard wide. And that's what And so if I need to move it, I can just move it.
I have my book closet upstairs, which is going to be done by the end of the weekend.
Yeah.
The trap that I'm afraid of falling into is that my therapist suggested that I make this an activity that I don't do by myself. And I feel like if I
Mm.
move everything upstairs again,
Mm.
it won't come back downstairs. And so, like, I was like, well, maybe I could get like do a setup upstairs where there's just one diamond painting sitting there that doesn't necessarily have to be done. Like, it doesn't. It's not like themed or anything like that. It's just like a diamond painting that I work on.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and then like I can make a commitment. Like, okay, you can only work on this diamond painting during sprints, because I try to do sprints upstairs unless people aren't here. Like tomorrow, I have a thing. It's not live, but I have a thing I'm doing tomorrow, which I'll do in the living room because they're gonna be at D&D. So like it's just gonna be me and the kids here. So like cool.
Yeah.
But like Thursdays, I usually move in here. Well, every other Thursday I move in here, and then the other Thursdays I sit out there and whatever. But I also need to like talk to Mr. Reading with Neva about it because I don't. Because he, like, I tell him what the therapist says. Not all of what the therapist says. He doesn't need to know my whole life. But like when it comes to things where I'm supposed to be like interacting with other people, I self-isolate. So,
yeah, I do the same thing. See, I have the problem where I am super comfortable with my own company.
Yeah.
At the detriment of my friends. And I say this to any of my friends. If you don't hear from me for a while, just send me a message. I'll check in on that. I'm comfortable with my own company. So
my self-isolation gets really bad when I'm like depressed. Like I won't tell anybody I'm depressed. I'll just self-isolate and just not speak to anybody. And then everybody's like, why are you mad? And I'm like, I'm not. I'm depressed.
I'm going through some stuff.
But because of the fact that she wants me to craft in an area where there are people, which like is fair. Okay.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Because it is a very isolated, like crafting is very isolating because you tend to do it by yourself because no one else understands your madness.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Because truly, Mariah has been diamond painting longer than me, but I diamond paint more.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like and this
is why we've connected so well too, because we're both as crazy as each other.
And I'll say, like, I do get a good like 3 to 4 hours a day where I'm diamond painting downstairs, but I'm by myself. So like I come home from work and I diamond paint, you know? So I'm trying to figure out like a good medium space, but I've also acknowledged that I will have to have a full setup wherever I'm doing it. If I need to be doing diamond painting in more than one spot, it has to be a full setup. Because
so maybe if you got, those architect, so for those that are looking for things to use, the architect desks, they move. So they go flat and they go up. So they're only small. And they have spaces where you can sit stuff underneath and that. So if you can take up a small corner in the living room, you could possibly put the stuff there and then go from there.
I'm also going to take this hair out while we're talking because I won't do it while we're in a sprint because I'll be...
Yeah, cool, no worries. All right, you do that, and I'm going to go through some of these comments to catch up. No, Shannon, I haven't worked out what the problem is. I'm sending an email off to Amazon and going, hey, what the hell? Because I've done everything. I've done everything that I was supposed to do, and now I can't even log in because I factory reset it, and then I got to a certain point, and I was doing it on my phone, and I've also tried to do it on the Kindle itself, and it's saying that my password's not correct. And I'm like, well, yes, it is, because I'm in Kindle right now. I just logged in.
I'm everywhere else except here. Because it might be like an issue like with your Kindle itself.
Yeah, like I updated it and I've done all that sort of stuff, but I think it might be an issue with the Kindle. So I'm pretty sure it is still under warranty. So this weekend I've got a whole heap of paperwork to send out, and it's on the list. It's top of the list to send an email to them. So I'm doing a mass email thing this week. So I can get all that stuff out because I'll forget about it next week leading up to the retreat. And the Clue Readathon is starting this coming week as well. So if you haven't joined the Clue Readathon, why? Team White is the place to be because you have us. And I think the link is down below. I'm not 100% sure whether I put it on this one or not. But if you go to Ranny Blue Reads, that channel, actually 3-4 videos back is the announcement video. I can't direct you any more than that. Like I've even given you how many videos back it is. So
it's 2 videos back, and she has all of the information in her video. I'm going to attempt to make a white book. Listen, my content is so far behind after the months that were September, October. I'm going to attempt to make a white books suggestion thing. It's basically going to be like, hopefully these will fit. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, I'm doing a pile of possibilities. That's why I was cleaning up that area, and I fixed up my, my leaning tower. I walked past my leaning tower of hall the other day, and I'm like, oh, that's gonna fall. And even Nerily looked at it, and she's like, Mum, you need another bookshelf. You cannot stack this any higher. It's gonna go.
Most of mine, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Most of mine are probably gonna be on like either from books that I've bought on my Kindle or Kindle Unlimited. If this video manages to get made, I will be including a dramatic reading of the Door Smut because it's white.
It's white, yes.
And if I can fit it, I'm reading it. I do not even care.
Yeah, I reckon you should do that. Just to do a shop my Kindle, see what white books I've got.
Yeah, because I don't have time to do like a lot of people did. Like I think Meredith and Brittany, they like shopped for books for their team.
I have no bookshops here except for Big W, and they're all rainbow colored. So,
and I'm not going to the bookstore until my birthday, and so I feel like that's a little late in the game to do it. I mean, I guess I could do it. Maybe we'll see. I have a video that's planned for the bookstore, so.
Tina says, oh my gosh, I was watching your last Stitch with me and you're making me want to start watch Batgirls Club. I've never heard, but it sounds phenomenal. Oh, it's a train wreck. If you get triggered by violence and aggression and arguing and dumbass people, like, excuse my French, and I don't normally swear on my channels, but this is my famous, it is my favorite saying when I see a group of people that are just not great. It is a clusterfuck of dumbassery.
It's okay. Batgirls Club is one of those shows that you have to go into it knowing that it's going to be a train wreck. I feel like shows like 90 Day Fiancé, we occasionally get couples, which, by the way, this is just like a warning to anyone that doesn't care to watch this. The first half of my Whippin' Chat this week, while I'm kidding up, is going to be me talking about I took notes. Could I remember anyone's names? No, I'll have those for you in 2 weeks. But I took small notes. I was like, oh, we need to talk about this reality TV show and this reality TV show. It was I did it very last minute at work. I just trying out the whole taking notes thing. I do actually have notes now on my phone though, because I was watching one of the shows and I have actual notes. We're not going to talk about it, okay? You'll find out. But if you don't care to hear me talk about the social media part, you could skip the kid up part. But people have asked to see how I kid up. I will say that I keep making comments about how staticky my drills are. I think it has to do with my weather because
it'll be a lot to do with your weather.
The weather can't decide whether it wants to rain, be hot, or be cold. And so I've noticed that a lot of my drills are very staticky. So you do hear me be like, wow, these are so staticky. I keep making comments about it.
Yeah. And for people that don't diamond paint, it's a good thing to see anyway. Jean's saying that Amazon has screwed up the pages, so no idea how long it's supposed to be.
Bro. Because that is 1,000 you're reading a Stephen King smut. Like that's what that sounds like. It's
Pretty much.
Right. I would never be thinking, by the way,
Katie
honestly.
Craft says, I'm heading to class, but what a great idea. I'm heading to class, but I'll be back in a few hours. Nice to have company while I night owl sewing. Yeah, no, we do this every week. You've probably already left because we've chatted quite a bit. Lexi is also popped in to say hi. And Coda is also reminding everybody not only like this video where you're watching if you're on Dusty Booksniffers, but head over to Nevis for a little while during the sprints as well. And, maybe alternate between the two channels and make sure that you like over there. And if you're on the craft channel, make sure you beat the like and all that sort of stuff, because it's helping me get seen again, because I took 3 months off the craft channel, which is not optimum to do when you're trying to grow a channel.
And I uploaded, I think, one video maybe in September.
Yeah.
And then I just fell off sprints,
I had a case of the winter blues during this winter, and basically I just got, and I had a lot of people coming at me too as well, and I just felt like, you know what, I'm done. So I took some break, so I wasn't delete. Took some time to take stock and just, you know what, my channel is just, I am doing certain events and all that sort of stuff, and I'm doing what I normally do, which is stitch with me, diamond paint with me, slow stitching Saturday, the occasional tutorial, because, yeah, it's taking a lot of brain power. Emily is not in a great place right now. I got an unexpected 3 days off work, tested positive for COVID for the first time, 32 tests and 1 positive. Oh my goodness. I hope that you're getting lots of rest and just sleep.
Lots
the best.
Fluids.
Yeah, lots of fluids. Someone to take care of you. If no one's to take care of you, we're happy to be here, and and keep you company and all the things that go with COVID. But drink lots of fluids, whether it be soup, whatever, and get lots of rest. And
the test thing is real, because so everybody in our house except Ari, knocking on wood, bro, absolutely not. No, got COVID last year, and I'm pretty sure that I got it, but I could never get a positive test. But I was so ill, at first I chalked it up to oh, I just have a migraine, because that's how my illnesses start. And then I would just sleep all day, and then I literally could not get myself to get up. Mr. Anyone was like, bro, what is wrong with you? Because I am that person that will just as we saw a week and a half ago, when I was so sick I sounded like my voice dropped 6 octaves. I will just push through it. I will go to work. I will do all the things I need to do. I will push through the sickness. And so when I was down like that, he was like, you are actually sick.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I didn't have it the whole time we were restricted and all the rest of it. I got it last year, around my birthday last year. And I was the same. I was floored. I would hate to have thought how bad it would have been had I not been vaccinated.
Same. And I had my booster too. And that was the thing, is everybody else in the house, including Ari, because the crazy thing is right before everybody got COVID, I had taken her to the doctor. So Ari, for anyone who doesn't know, Ari started, I didn't talk about this a lot last year because I was embarrassed by it, but I don't care anymore. Ari started kindergarten very late. So Ari actually has only been in school for about a year at this point in time, because she started kindergarten in October of last year instead of in August like everybody else. Because we were having a debate over whether she was going to go straight to kindergarten or whether I was going to hold her back a year and put her in preschool. But I was advised to do kindergarten. She's doing fine. And so she started kindergarten late. So her physical and everything was also late. So she had just gotten her second COVID shot when everybody got sick last year.
Lucky.
And I was like, thank God. Because they're not, they might be now, but last year, at least here, they still weren't giving a COVID shot unless you were 5. So
I think it was the same here. You had to be 5 to get one.
Yeah, so I couldn't even get it for her until May.
Yeah, and if Nera Lee has had 2, she got the first and the second shot, but she hasn't had a booster because she had to be over 16 to get the booster.
Yeah, Ari hasn't had a booster because she's not old enough for that. But
Yeah.
she's had both. She's had both of her shots. And when I took her back to the doctor was like, has she had any signs of getting COVID? And I'm like, no.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Tina's saying that yes, Neva, How to Diamond Paint for beginners by a beginner would be great. Yeah.
My plan for this is to do it in November. We're going the day after my birthday because of the way that Mr. Reed when he was schedule is. I'm really trying not to be like salty about it because it's not his fault. It's the job. But anyway, we're going to the bookstore on my birthday. But then we're gonna go to like Joann's, I think, the day after because he'll be off the day after, and I'm going to see if I can find some like DAC beginner kits, like maybe some partials or something, like a partial, and do it that way because I'm gonna like show you how you can diamond paint. Basically, I'm gonna do a time lapse. I'm not gonna lie to you. And I'm gonna show you how you can diamond paint just with the stuff that's in the kit.
Yeah.
I did not start that way. I did upgrade like my pen and stuff like that.
But you had been watching diamond painting for a while, so that's why.
Yeah, and I've been watching like diamond painting videos. So I definitely didn't start. Mariah did though. I think Mariah started using only the stuff that came in the kit. Now I did use most of the stuff. Like the only thing I upgraded to begin with was my pen, which I upgraded to this pen, which is just a little bit more ergonomic and like fat, I guess. It's not as fat as this pen, which is my pen. But it wasn't until I really was like, okay, this is a craft I'm going to do that like I upgraded my tray or anything. Like I still sometimes will just use a DAC tray. So
yeah. So Rally's saying that you should always do videos about what you're passionate about. And my advice to you as well, being a craft channel, predominantly my bread and butter is in the craft sector. Don't worry if everybody else has done it because you bring something different to the table.
That's just like, honestly, that's like BookTube also because I watch a good handful of BookTube channels. They're not my friends, okay? I watch all of my friends' channels, okay? But the other people that I watch religiously, they don't know who I am. Gavin has no idea who I am. He's like, who is that? You know what I mean? But there are a handful, and a lot of them are women, and a lot of them do like the 24-hour reading challenge, or I read dark romance for a week, so you don't have to. And a lot of them read the same books, but everyone has a different opinion. So like,
and also a different interpretation because not everybody interprets a book equally.
Exactly. So Larissa from Larry Reads, she read The Predator, which is a dark romance, like Mafia. I think I want to read it now because she loved them. They look like horror books to me, and I didn't really want to read that the way that the covers look. But I guess it's Mafia. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's Mafia romance. But there's like, she just did a video where she read all the books. There was someone else that did one a couple months ago where they also read all the books. They didn't like them, but Larry did. So like, you're gonna get something different. So you can do the same, like the reading my friend's favorite books, that concept, I call it something different. But the concept is not different. Now, what I did was I added a challenge to each of them, which is how I made it like my own thing. But like, you can do similar things and it be different. Like everybody
brings something different. Their personality comes through. Some people are more flamboyant when they're talking about books. Other people are more subdued, and you get more from that information. And if you watch a whole, different, I on my craft channel, I often get a lot of people that are extreme beginners, and they like the fact that I talk my way through the video. I go through step by step. So if you are a non-sewer or a non-cross stitcher or whatever, you can go to my channel and find those videos where I'm starting out with cross stitch, and I show you how you can start and finish your cross stitches. I also do step by step patchworking as well. I've done videos where I explain about what's happening over on my Qbot and stuff like that. I often go step by step through stuff, and then you've got your whip and chats, which I've got a cross stitch one, and I have a diamond painting one and a slow stitching Saturday, where you're over the top. You're actually seeing what I'm seeing in the direction that I see it. So you can get a lot from that. And I used to do time lapse on diamond painting. I don't do that anymore, unless, of course, I'm doing a event where I am filming every second day my progress, and I'll talk for the first 40 minutes, and then the middle of it will be a time lapse, and then I'll, chit chat at the end of the month about how it's gone and all that sort of stuff. Jean saying that really enjoyed Neva's last whip and chat. Like the containers in the plates she uses with the cats. Oh yeah, the tray. Okay.
The tray. Oh yeah. Okay. So this is the other tray, which I do show in this week's whip and chat. This is the other tray that I bought. It's from the same company. So the one with the cat on it, you can't get anymore. Like, she doesn't have them in her shop. That one was specifically for drills and chills. But this one is the rose gold silk.
Yeah.
Filament, I think, because they're 3D printed, and you can get this tray still. Like, it's just, I just did like the custom order, because she doesn't do she does limited edition drops. So like, she did like a Barbie drop at one point, but she still has all that filament. So I'm actually thinking of just ordering a custom of one of the pink Barbie trays that she did, because I actually really liked it. But yeah, I did upgrade trays, but my thing is unless someone asks me, like right now I'm on like a putty hunt, okay? Like, or a wax alternative hunt, okay? So I'm buying a lot of wax alternatives. I've settled on putty, but I'm a person of habit. So like, once I find something that I enjoy, I don't tend to branch out unless people ask me to, which is why I've said, like, if there's somebody wants something specific you want me to try, like, I will. Also, you're gonna see me cut. I'm not cutting my hair. Don't worry. I'm cutting the fake.
People are like, oh my god, what you doing?
The last time I took my hair out, like on camera, it was in a vlog, and I freaked people out. Like, people made comments in the comments that were like, oh my god, are you chopping your hair? No, I promise I can feel the difference. But yeah, I did eventually upgrade trays, and obviously, like, I did upgrade pens just because I wanted to try it out. I might have another pen coming, but I can't talk about it because the other person who's getting one is out there. Okay. And so
it's a secret.
Yeah, and I don't think I'm gonna be a pen person. I'm like, to be honest, like, I don't think I'm gonna be that person that has like 1,200 pens. I like watching those videos, but I like their pen stash. But like, first of all, how are you going to use them all? No, I might have like 3 or 4.
Oh, look, yeah. See, I'm going to argue the point right there, Neva. Okay, diamond painting pens are like stationary pens. You can never have too many.
The collecting is different, but here's my thing. Okay. Pens are one of the most expensive thing that you're going to buy in diamond painting if you are buying custom pens. Also,
this little Aussie girl over here has to sell her soul many times over just to get
it. And that's what, like I choked when I saw how much this was, and then you told me how much it would cost you, and I was like, absolutely not. No. No.
I did the conversion, like, because when you go into Etsy, like, even though it's like, it's wherever you are in the world, it gives it to you in your currency,
right?
And that was, and the price was including postage as well. And I'm like, I think I typed, I have to sell my soul.
Yeah.
And then someone thought, and then someone commented on it in Discord and went,
yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, the tutorial on how to sell the soul. And Neva goes, people would watch that.
Right. I mean, truly. The thing is like, I feel in all the research that I've done, pens seem to be the most expensive thing.
I think they're made from resin, that's why. And resin is expensive.
I think I'm going to become a tray person. I like to switch up my trays, I found. Like, like the aesthetic of a beautiful tray. I also think I'm going to be a release paper person.
Yes, I think you are too.
I like because
I was gonna say you were a release paper person before a tray person.
Because I like to use release papers. I don't like the plastic covering. They're not like my favorite thing. But I've already added, we're not going to talk about how much money I have in release papers in my Etsy shop right now, like my Etsy cart. We're not going to talk about it because Crafts with Crashly, you can get all of her different ones in different sizes.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, okay, well, I need these like Harry Potter themed ones, but I need them in every size. The only size I don't get are the full size sheets because I don't feel that's necessary. Like unless I start doing like the random.
I mean, they're quite big, and like I know for myself, I don't use the full length of Diamond Art Club's release papers. I cut them in half.
That's about the size that hers are. Is the Diamond Art Club size, and even my bigger paintings that I've done, they take up too much. Yeah.
The reason where Anne's just popped in and you're reversed tonight. Normally Neva's on the right side, but you're on the left tonight. That was because Neva was first into the studio, so up on the screen, whereas I had my camera switched off. So whoever comes in, I was in the studio behind the scenes early, but I had my camera switched off. So yeah, that's why. And also Neva is able to control as a host as well. That she has the power, people.
The power. Do you want to see this? Do you want me to hold up this Expecto Patronum painting? I want to got it. Okay.
Yeah.
So
and then we'll go, and after that we'll go to a sprint. Okay, let me just make you bigger. That looks awesome. I don't know if you can still hear me or not, but it looks awesome.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So this is my first ever square. Don't look too closely. Okay.
It looks fabulous. You cannot see any gapping. Remember, we're away from it. We're not up close and personal with it. So
yeah, it's so sparkly. So the ABs are in. There's like a white AB in the dimension.
Oh yeah, you can see it there. Yeah.
And in the wand, you can really see it in the wand, like because of how I'm holding it. And then the other AB is somewhere over the rainbow. It's this blue AB is in there as well. And I will say this, I don't know if this is just diamond paintings in general, but for some reason they always look so much harsher to me. Like these blues in here, they looked a lot harsher before they were part of the painting.
Yeah, when you look at the colors, it's the same with cross stitch as well. Like when you look at the colors together, you think, gee, they're really bold, but it's not until you get them into the painting or into the cross stitch that they start to blend, and then they soften because other colors will soften it down. And it's the same with quilting as well. Like when you start putting colors together, that the other colors will take on a softer hue, or they'll come a little bit brighter. It just depends on the contrast in the drills as well. So contrast is a really big thing. But it looks amazing. I absolutely love it. And you can really see those AB drills. So the AB drills have a coating on it, and they're called Aurora Borealis, and so it looks like the Northern Lights. So you've got a lot of like rainbowy colors through them, but they really make things pop.
Yeah, they're my favorite, I think. Although this potato painting has a fairy dust diamond in it, and I don't remember if any of my other ones had a fairy dust diamond. I think my other one just had glow in the dark. So I'm intrigued to see the fairy dust diamond and like the way that it looks in this. Also, I saw this comment, Meredith. I'll send you some links, bro. I'm not gonna send you crazy links, okay? I'll send you like Amazon links because you can definitely like this pen. It works perfectly fine. Like I use it, Ari uses it. I use it right now just for ABs because I have pink wax in it. But you can upgrade things. I will say that like the putty and wax upgrades, I found them on Etsy. I didn't buy them like off of Amazon. Like
for Meredith and I both being in Australia, it sometimes is cost prohibitive, you know, and especially when you've got like mortgages and all that sort of stuff. And, you know, the cost of living is quite high here at the moment as well, like as it is for everybody around the globe. But yeah, it does become, and my friend's been away for the last 2 weeks, who's heavily into diamond painting as well. And she's from Wombat Hollow Crafts. And Gail often buys putties and pretty places and all that sort of stuff. So I'm going to hit her up and see if there's any Australian ones that make it a little bit more cost friendly for us here. So yeah, if I find any, Meredith, I'll send them through to you as well. And this is a very cute comment too. I have to agree. The lighting looks very nice tonight.
I'm about to look like the creature of the Black Lagoon once this hair is out.
No, you're not.
I mean, my hair is very healthy. I will say that. My hair, listen, she needed a rehab the last like year, and it's grown a lot. Like, this is just the back, and it's like very long. The rest of it is like, I had to get longer faux locks. I had to get 18-inch because I've been putting in the 14-inch, and they're almost too short for my hair, like my natural hair. So
this is an interesting question.
Yeah, that is an interesting question. Yeah, I don't know. I just prefer if it's like the original, like the person that wrote the book, if it is a, you know, a memoir style book. That's just like a personal preference. I'm still gonna read her book because I feel like it's important, you know, because I'm part of the Free Britney movement. So.
I like Britney Spears. She's pretty cool. There was a lot of times that I was singing, you know, driving the car and singing at the top of my lungs, singing like no one was watching, having a fun time in the car. I love a good Britney song. All right, we're going to go for a sprint, everybody. We'll see you in 45 minutes. Happy reading and crafting, and we'll be back shortly. Well, hello. How did everybody go? I got a little bit of cross stitch done. I sorted out all my colours, so I'm set for the rest of the day, which is good. And yeah, so I should get this done pretty quick. I am already up to the second part of it, so yeah, it's not going to take me too long. I should be finished it by tomorrow. I won't get it all done today, but yeah, tomorrow I'll get it done. I've got a ton of dyeing and stuff to do tomorrow, so it'll be good to do that tomorrow night. And I don't know where I'm up to because I was fully absorbed in that story just then. I am at the beginning of chapter 29, and I'm going to the end of the book, and it says that I only have 1 hour and 49 minutes left, so I will definitely finish it today. And I learnt something during the sprint. You would have seen me playing on my phone if you looked up at all. I went and had a look at the time lapse on Samsung. It's called Hyperlapse. And up the top on my Samsung, when I investigated it a little bit further, I can actually set the timer for how long it films, and I can also set the speed. And when I click on the different speeds, it actually tells me what it's really good for. So at 5 times speed, let me just see here, where is it? At 5 times speed, which it's not going to tell me now. So it has an A, which says it's really good for sped up videos. And then 5 times speed is good for speeding up videos of people doing things. So such as diamond painting. I can set the timer for infinity, so it'll just keep recording until I run out of space. I can also have it for 30 minutes, 60 minutes, 120, 180, 10 minutes, 300 minutes. So this is all on Samsung for anybody that's thinking about doing time lapse.
Listen, all I know for Apple is that there's a time lapse thing. I hit start and that's it. I just diamond painted for 45 minutes.
Yep.
My time lapse is 14 seconds.
So you need to go into your settings and see if you've got something in there to slow it down.
So I'm going to research it. I mean, this will work for what I need it for. Because I'm really only doing I'm doing time lapse for reels and to post on TikTok.
Yeah.
And the 45 minutes was the rest of my section.
Yeah.
So I feel like if I went for an hour, that would probably give me 30 seconds.
Yeah.
But it would probably allow me to do an entire section.
Yeah.
Also, I wish I could diamond paint as fast as this time lapse makes me look like I can do it. You know what I'm saying?
So if you wanted to like do a diamond painting and say you and I can also film it in full HD or HD. Ultra HD, sorry. So you could do a diamond paint with me voiceover with them.
So I'm gonna see, because when I do the video where I diamond paint, the reason I'm going to try to find a partial is because I kind of want to be able to sit down and do it in one setting. I don't really want to do multiple.
I don't even look at coasters and stuff like that, like some different types of.
Okay, well, the reason I thought a partial is because Katie from Diamonds and Washi, she did one similarly, like where she did time lapse in it. And she used a partial that she got at Hobby Lobby, I think, is where she got hers from, or Joann's. I don't remember. I'm not going to Hobby Lobby, but she went. I'm going to go to Joann's. I'm going to see what I can find. If I can't find a partial there, then I have a partial that I want from Diamond Art Club, and I'll just order it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you've seen it. It's the puppy with the books.
Yeah.
But they have a couple other partials on there that I could order instead. Just so that way, like, you can see, because I also do not, listen, I'm too bougie to do a big canvas with the pen that comes with the kit. I'm sorry. Yeah. Absolutely not. Like, it's going to have to be small.
I wouldn't recommend it either. Like, that'd just kill yourself.
In order for me, which is why I was like, well, I could do like a partial, or like Diamond Art Club has the cards. I could do cards. Like, I'm gonna have to find something that is small, but that's also in rounds, because I don't want to be like start
Well,
with.
technically, it's a how-to video, so you don't want something huge.
Yeah. So, and then I'll just do a time lapse. I'm hoping that a time lapse, if it takes me a couple hours to do a diamond painting, I'll just have to tell everybody in my house, like, hey, you're not being recorded because this is time lapse, so it doesn't have any sound. At least mine doesn't. Like, when I do time lapse, it's just the video. Like, it doesn't even give me like an option for sound. It's just me, like, plus, like, if it had sound on it, all you would hear is like chipmunks. No.
It'd be a funny video though.
Right. So I'll just have to tell everybody in my house, like, I'm doing a time lapse video. Like, I have to sit here and do this until I'm done. But like, you can talk and do whatever you're gonna do.
Yeah, just go about your normal day.
Do my thing or whatever, and I have to do it like on a day that I have off, obviously. And then I'm hoping that that hour time lapse or 2 or 3 hour time lapse would be shortened down into a few minutes.
It'd be interesting to see if you could do that time lapse and then go into your editing software and slow it down so it becomes longer.
Oh, I'm gonna see if that's like a thing that I can do. I mean, like I said, for this, like, me sitting for 45 minutes or an hour and doing a section, that's I don't need it to be a full 30 seconds for like YouTube shorts or reels or TikTok. I can just say, like, doing this section of whatever diamond painting, like, you know what I mean? But my thought process is with the potato one, doing a time lapse like for each section, so that you can kind of see the process, but it's not me like having to sit and like do something with the camera. Like, it's just I'm just diamond painting. It's time lapsing itself, and then
no, it's good. I just went in and had a little bit of a play with it and all that sort of stuff, and then see how it all works and see what the settings were on Samsung. So it's pretty good. So right now I've got 8 on Dusty Book Sniffers, and everybody's jumped over to your channel. So hopefully all the people that are watching on Neva's channel are hitting the like button and leaving some comments over there. So make sure that you do. And we've got a couple of people also watching on Dusty Book Sniffers, and we have a couple of people are watching on Divinely Designs as well. Now, Neva's just had to pop off for a second. She'll be right back. So yeah. Now let me see. We are in the comments somewhere. I've started something, and there's a ton of comments here. So we're going to try and get through some. Here we go. I feel I like fantasy, and I really enjoy Fourth Wing. I did not take it super serious though. If you're just mood or taste, yep, that's fair enough. Fair enough. All right. My 12-year-old niece is reading Christina Lauren. I don't know who Christina Lauren is. Don't come at me, people, because I read so many books, but there are so many authors out there. Chris is also saying that Britney Spears explains in a brief audio note why she had Michelle Williams do the audiobook. Michelle Williams captures Britney's spirit but does not put an accent on it. Okay, that's good to know. I don't know. I think I'm going to read it with my eyeballs because, as I said, I understand why she didn't do it and all that sort of stuff. But yeah. Coda has given all low fantasy recommendations there. So there's some good ones there. Fairy Tale by Stephen King is good as well. But read The Hike by Drew. Okay, first. Awesome. High Crown Chronicles by Jodi Gallegos is good for intro into high fantasy. No crossover with the real world, and a trilogy. Okay, awesome. Good to know. I read a book called In Ascension, and that was described as a sci-fi for people who hate sci-fi. That was true. I adored it, and I'm not a sci-fi person. I'm not a sci-fi person either, but I thinking that I need to do that. Now, I know that I can copy it, but I don't know how to, so off my keyboard. So I'm just going to take a screenshot of that, well, a snip actually, of that book, because That sounds very interesting. All right, moving on. Remember, I have you on both separate tabs. Cast to the TV, excellent. By the way, I was just stating my experience with my own starting with diamond painting. Hope that does not sound like I was saying anything again. No, it didn't. It didn't at all. We have just gone through a few of them. It read fine and all that sort of stuff because we're trying to keep up with the comments and everything. But, you know, hey, it's Neva and I. We don't do that. We try, but we don't do it. Rudy Reads, I hope that I pronounced that correctly. Just dropping in, long day for me, so off to bed. Awesome. Thank you for dropping in. I appreciate you. Probably long gone by now because that was at 10:30 and that was a couple of hours ago. Moved over to Neva's channel. No worries. No reading, just watching YouTube and planning my reading for the end of the month. Awesome. I was doing that last night and I decided that I'm just going to do whatever. I'm not making any plans because I'm just going to take a chill approach because we have a big month coming up. Since I have my new phone before November starts, I think I'm going to do a weekend vlog for this weekend and test the vlogging. That is awesome. I look forward to seeing it, Tina. Tried to read a bit, but had dinner instead. This is important. We need to fuel our bodies. I have vlogged in the past, but I didn't have enough storage to export that I have more storage. Yeah, cool. That's fair enough for your plans for November. Excellent. Christy joined during the last sprint, which was the first sprint, and in 236 pages into How to Sell a Haunted House. I seen that I was going to get that, and then I thought better of it because it's actually, I was just going to get it as an audio because it's on special at the moment for $6, $6.99 or something here in Australia on our Audible. So there's a whole heap of spooky books that are under $7. And watching How to Train Your Gavin read Britney Spears book. Oh, that sounds good. I read 68 pages. We are a couple of hours behind, about an hour and a half behind in the comments. So I'm going to try and catch up with everybody. Hello, Meredith. Thank you for joining. I need to watch my hang my washing out. Didn't read this sprint. Got a bunch of drills down. Awesome. Going to start chapter 25 next. Hello, Courtney. Hello, Storm. Welcome. I love Bad Girls. Yeah, it's a train wreck. I don't know. I'm watching the very first season. I've gone right back so I can get a feel for it. And basically, Zara is dry. Her voice is just driving me mental. The first night that I started watching it, I poured myself a large vodka and I sat back and just relaxed and took some time. So yeah, it is funny. It is very funny. Jean's birthday is on the 1st of November. Well, happy birthday for that.
That's
awesome.
my dad.
We'll see you in the chat, I'm sure, on that day because that's when Rainey is doing the kickoff sprint for Get a Clear Readathon. Team White, that is the only team to be on.
My biological dad's birthday is on November 1st also.
Oh, there you go.
And then my birthday is 7 days later. So
excellent. And you've got a big birthday party planned at home, like
yeah, on the Saturday after.
Yep.
But on my actual birthday, Bree is doing sprints for Clue, so I told her that I would just be on those because I don't really feel like hosting my own sprints.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Courtney is reminding us to get free Cozy Mystery Books ebooks today. Where's that from?
Amazon.
I'm almost done with my latest diamond painting.
What are you doing? What are you making?
Courtney. Is that what you asking
Yeah,
me?
I was asking Courtney what her latest diamond painting is.
Yeah, I was gonna say you already know what mine is.
Froze. I was like, is she frozen? Then I realized like you're not frozen. You're like me. Like I sit very still.
Yeah, I can sit very, very still.
Poor Margaret. The first time she did 24-hour sprints because like by the end of them, I'm very tired. Right. So I was just sitting, and like I wasn't interacting with anybody. I was just sitting. So I was just like this. And Margaret was like, "Did Neva freeze?" And then like I moved just a little bit, and she was like, oh, "Okay." And I was like, "Did I freeze?" And she's like, "You either froze or you sit really still." And I was like, "Oh no, I just sit really still.
Mm.
I'm content in myself. That's why."
I do the same thing, and then I'll move and freak people out. Yeah.
Yeah, I poor Margaret, dude. Like I thought she was gonna jump out of her skin when I finally moved because she was like, "Did she freeze?" And then I was like, "I don't know. Did I freeze?" And she was like,
"What's going on?"
Also, I better love these glue dots. Okay. Because I needed to hit a threshold for free shipping, and there were only 2 scents that appealed to me because the hot cocoa scent like sold out before I could buy.
Yep.
So I ordered 6 total packs of these things. Because in the US, I don't know about anywhere else, but in USA, like in the USA, why did I say it like that? In the United States, you have to hit, I think it's $35 for free
Yes.
shipping.
On Etsy?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So to qualify for free shipping, you have to hit $35. And so I was like, okay, how can I hit $35? Right? And I didn't, I glued, not like super glue. I hot glued my tips into this pen. Because I don't really, I only plan on having maybe one other pen. And when I do, I will repurchase both of these tips, or I'll just get enough points on DAC that they send me of the single placers, and then I'll buy a 4 placer. But at this point, I think that my best option for placers in these pens, because I'm not gonna pay $30 for a forever placer, absolutely not. Is to hot glue them in. Now you can, I'm not gonna do it, but I did do it by accident with this single placer. I didn't get it in quite all the way, so you can twist it gently and it will come out. Like you have to be a little bit hard, but like you can twist it and it will come out. Like the glue is still soft, and then I just used a tweezer and kind of like dug around in there to get like the clump of glue out, and then I added more hot glue. But this has been like this for like almost 2 weeks now, and they've not come out.
Oh, that's good then. That's good.
Yeah. So I will say I like the Diamond Art Club placers. I think they're really like good. I do use a tweezer to clean them out. I don't think you're supposed to do that because they're metal, but I don't care.
It's good too, so don't worry. And I'm sure if you asked everybody, they do the same thing. Tweezers are there, that'll get it out.
Like they're mine, so like I don't care. Like if I mess them up, I'll buy new ones. But yeah, I do like them, but I glue mine in. So you can with the glue dots, the setting glue dots, she has like a tip that she sells, like so for instead of being $6 a pack, they're $10 if you ask for the tip. But I was like, I'm not gonna ask her for a tip. I have no pen to put this in. You know what I'm saying? So like I don't care. Like I'm just gonna have to figure out how to make it work in this tip. You know what I mean? Yeah. But I think maybe she sells that metal tip and says that it works the best with this tip because it's a metal tip. Because even in her video, her how-to video, she says that they work better in the metal tips than they do in the brass.
This is the glue dots, right?
The glue dots, yeah.
Yeah.
She's saying that. So I think that because I have this metal tip anyway, it will work fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I ordered 3 of each scent because I was like, I have to hit $35, and I don't want to buy tips. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to buy tips, and I was like, and there were only 2 scents that like even appealed to me. Like she had like old leather, which I was like, no. There was no description of what the fall night. Well, she sells packs, like combo packs, where you can get like the plate, like the glue dots with a minder. And her old leather scent is sold with like a friend's minder of like the couch. It says Pivot.
Okay.
So like sure, but like why do I want my glue dots to smell like old leather? No.
That was funny. I just had the mental image of that scene in Friends.
Right. I got like peanut butter chocolate pretzel or something, and then I got mocha latte. I wanted the hot cocoa one, but like it sold out. But like the rest of them are like fall nights, but she doesn't have any description of what that smells like, and I'm like, I don't want to get this and then me be like, absolutely not. And like she has chunky ones too. I think they're called chunky, like with an O.
Yep,
but
chunky,
they're supposed to they're supposed to be for your multiplayer, but I like my putty. So
I was just looking at this one where Meredith was saying, I'd love to do diamond painting videos whenever I do. I'm a complete mess and have no structure, which sucks because you're trying to relax. My advice to you is just to put the camera there. You don't necessarily have to film, but just have the camera there to give you that visual that it's there and that you're doing it. And do that a couple of times and you'll actually get more comfortable with doing it if you have that problem.
So I read this different.
Okay.
So now I need clarification. I read this as she would love diamond painting videos, like how to do it.
Okay.
Like how I was saying earlier that I was thinking.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, you could read it both ways. I read it as if, because I know that Meredith's the content creator, so I read it as a creator. That makes more sense.
Yeah. So I am going to do a series of videos starting in November. I'm going to do a series of videos, maybe like one a month or something. I don't know. If I can make it so that I have more than one video that goes up a week, I will try to do it like weekly. But I'll just do like, I think I'll just call it like a beginner's guide to diamond painting. And I'm going to be very candid about the fact that I have not been diamond painting for more than a month. Like, I'm going to be like, I haven't been diamond painting since September.
A beginner's guide from a beginner.
Yeah. And so, I mean, I will talk about like putty and wax and stuff, like the alternatives. I know I will try to do I'm going to do as much research as I can. Again, it's like hard to find content on YouTube where people are talking to you about it. There's whipping chats, but they're just saying like, oh, I got this from this shop. I got this from this shop, like introducing like where they got their stuff from. So I will do some research on Etsy and see if I can find places that sell accessories that are not in the United States, like that are like in that part of the world, because I know that y'all.
I mean, add more vest. Add more zest. They're reasonably priced for stuff. Like I've got trays and stuff from there, like, and I got their what do you call it? Their Advent as well this year. So it'll be interesting to see what that's going to be on the craft channel. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what I get in that. But the shipping from there was reasonable and their pricing was reasonable, even though it was in pounds. So there are places that you can get from overseas here in Australia that there is a diamond painting place here in Kingaroy. I don't know who she is but I think I seen her at the post office the other day because she only sells online. Yeah. But I'm not that girl where I'm going to walk up and go, excuse me.
Are you so-and-so? Yeah.
On that, because she's just going to look at me and go, who's this crazy old woman? Because she was quite a young person. But it's called Blinging Craft, I think it's called. Yeah, blingingcraft.com.au. She only sells online. But I was sort of eavesdropping. And I think that's who it was. Because I got an Advent from her. It must have been 2 years ago. It wasn't last year. Yeah, it must have been 2 years ago. This time 2 years ago, I got an Advent from them. And when it arrived, the shipping address was a PO box in Kingaroy. I'm like, what the? Because I got it on Etsy. And I didn't notice that the shop was in. I knew it was in Australia, but it didn't have the town that it was in. It just said Queensland, Australia. So yeah, and then it turns up and it was in Kingaroy. So she would have been at the post office sending this out, thinking to us, I could probably just go and drop this up, but obviously she works online and doesn't want to have a customer base and people rocking up to her house. But yeah,
right.
I'm not that person that goes into the post office and approaches people, because that is not me. Chris was saying viewers can always tell when a YouTuber is only doing videos because of the algorithm. You will lose viewers that way. I don't think. I mean, are you talking about like clickbaity sort of stuff?
Yeah, she's saying. I think she's saying like you can tell when a YouTuber is only continuing to do YouTube.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Which like yeah, I definitely have. I don't tend to unsubscribe from people, just because it makes me sad a little. I'm an Enneagram 2, okay? A people pleaser. All right. But I will turn my notifications off so that I'm
Mm.
not getting notifications, or like they're not really showing up in my subscription feed anymore
Yeah.
without me
Yeah.
looking for them.
Yeah,
Um,
like I just stopped watching that channel. Like if I think that they're just doing content for the sake of doing content, but you can tell anyway because they don't have any excitement about it. Like they're not sitting here like we are today, and we're totally engrossed into the conversation about diamond painting and all the things that we want to do, and all that sort of stuff.
yeah,
Like it comes across in their personality. But then there are others that just love making it, and it can seem like that they're just making it for that, but they do love making that content. But
yeah.
again,
Yeah,
personality is interjected. So
at this point, bro, I'm sorry, y'all. Okay, my channel has become. Listen, I put it in the thing. Although last week, okay, I need to apologize to Bree and to Nicole, okay? Because last week's Whippin' Chat, I forgot to put in my intro graphic and my ending graphic. My ending graphic, it says, like, thank you to my members. Like, and it has the members list.
it's okay. It's a new thing, and you're still trying to work it out.
I was like, oh my God, I didn't even put my infographic. But my infographic, if you watch my first Whippin' Chat, it's in there. And it now actually says, like, it's always said, like, vlogs, mom life, books, right?
Yeah.
Now it says vlogs, mom life, books, diamond painting.
The list is growing.
I put it in there because here's the thing. I don't need anyone coming at me being like, I thought this was a book channel. Like, I'm aware that's how it started. It started as a book channel. And then it evolved into whatever the hell it is now. And then it evolved again into diamond painting. Because there's a whole clip, which I made sure it was okay with Brie and Brittany, but there's a whole clip in this video that goes up on Saturday. It's me diamond painting like I do in my Whippin' Chat, and I have my Kindle sitting on the edge of the table like this.
Yep.
And in the camera view, and I'm like with the cover of the book that I'm talking about, and I'm like, hi, I have to do an update for this vlog. We're gonna be talking about this book here, which is the bingo book, the 069 book. Really.
Yep.
And I was like, I don't feel like being I say it in the video, like I don't feel like being in the camera. So I'm gonna diamond paint and we're gonna talk about this book. Now I have an excuse to not show my face all the time. Cause I've always, like, that's another thing is like I fall off of vlogs because I don't want you to see my face. Like I just don't feel like putting a camera in my face. I will, however, put a camera on my hands. It's fine. They're not manicured. I'm sorry. I'll do something about that. I do want
to. Mine are sometimes manicured, sometimes they're not. And then in winter, my skin gets really dry, so it all breaks out, and there's band-aids involved. And like you see my hands all the time, and like it is what it is. It's real life. I'm not a prissy. I don't go out and like I put some makeup on because I mean, who wants to see,
I don't
someone who looks like they've got two black eyes if they don't have makeup on, because I have a thyroid condition, so I constantly am sporting luggage, and and so basically I put makeup on and make myself feel better. I don't actually do it for my viewers. I do it for myself.
I don't do anything. I get up. That's what I do. Because
I haven't brushed my hair today. I basically woke up out of bed, had a shower, and then put my hair up in a bun and stuck some clips in, and I'm calling it done.
That's when my hair, I mean, obviously I'm taking it out, but like when my hair is not in like braids or whatever, that's why my hair sometimes it'll just be like sticking out to the side. I don't even care, bro. Like if this is what you're gonna unsubscribe for, bye. I guess. I mean, I don't know. I'm thinking because I usually do the press-on nails. The problem is that my job is a bit rough for press-on nails.
I do the press-on nails with the glue bits that go onto the nail, and then I put a drop of glue on it, and it holds it a bit longer.
This is what I do as well, but I have to do like the shortest nails. I have to either do petite length or I have to do the short length nails, and they have to be square or rounded. They can't be like stiletto or
Yeah.
nothing like that. So I'm thinking about doing is going like once a month because usually my nails need to fill after a month anyway, and just doing just like I'm not really that person. Like I'll do press on nails that are like themed like Halloween or whatever. But I'm not really that person that like keeps the same nails for a whole month unless they're very generic. And when I say generic, I mean like French tips. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm very basic. Like I get French tips usually in white. Sometimes I will do like a color, like if I'm just feeling fancy.
Yep.
But I really went to the press on nails for like my fun nails because I could switch them out because I get bored with them. And I'm like, I'm sick of looking at these same nails.
Yeah.
But
I went to press on nails. I actually have paint on acrylic that you don't need to mix with anything. You don't need to put the glue. You just paint it on like nail polish and it works the same way. But I use the press on nails because I bite my nails really bad if I'm anxious and or something's making me nervous. Like right now I'm starting to feel really anxious because I have to do a video for the Get a Clue and I'm not sure how to do it, so it's making me anxious. Like I've got to get out of my own head. I will by the end of sprints, and I'll just go, you know what, you've been a twat, just get on with it. But I'll start to bite or I'll start to pull at my nails and stuff like that. So putting those stick-on ones actually stop me from doing it. It's just a psychological thing. I put them on to stop it.
I'm thinking about going to the salon and just being like, can you just do like, because when they do my nails, I have them put literally the scissor that they use like to cut, you know, the little clipper. It sits like this on my finger and then they cut it. And that's how short the nail is. So like there's really barely any nail over the top because I have to be able to do things. Okay.
Well, see, I'm the same because of the long arm machine. I can't have super long nails.
I love y'all that can like unbuckle car seats and type on computers with these like gorgeous long stiletto nails. That ain't me, baby. I am a girly girl. Okay, y'all don't know because I look like this on sprints. But a lot of like if I'm gonna dress up, like I'm gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? But I cannot with those long nails. Absolutely not. I applaud y'all that can, but like absolutely not. So like I have them do it the shortest, but then at least like my nails will look nice. I just feel like my hands look put together when I have some nails on. You know, it's kind of like.
Well, I just done
my hair's.
I just done the Whipper Chat and I had press on nails on, but they're long ones. But they're my favorite style. I like to wear them when I'm going out and around Christmas time and whatnot. Yeah. And I've been typing to Neva in a group chat because we've got something coming up, and the amount of typos.
You're like, I'm so sorry for the typos, and I was like, it's fine.
Well, one morning I'd just woken up and it's like cryptic clues, work out what I'm trying to say. And then the rest of the time my nails were hitting the letters above where I was. And I'm like, I'm just going to say sorry for the typos. It's not that I can't type.
Yeah, I have.
Anyway, so they're gone now. So I should, they're gone because I'm not filming any overhead and whatnot. So, yeah. It should be fine.
I'm contemplating just going and doing that. I had been during the pandemic. I had been ordering like custom nail, like not custom. They're not custom. I mean, they are. They're fitted to your hand. Like you have to send your measurements for them, but like they would already be designed. Like they already had designs or whatever off of Etsy. But in reality, like even though they were reusable, I could only reuse them about twice before there was too much like glue buildup. And they cost about as much as it would just to go to the salon.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's relaxing for me to go to the salon, you know, because somebody else.
I stopped doing it because, I've got Savannah went into uni. So this year alone, I've saved nearly $5,000 just on getting my pedicures, my nails, and my hair done.
That's fair. And I don't pay much.
Hence the GT stripes that I'm sporting.
Yeah, I don't pay much to get my hair done. I just pay like the cost of the hair. Mariah does my hair, so and then or Dolly does my hair, and then I don't wear makeup, so I don't buy that. And so,
I don't wear a lot of makeup. This is just pressed powder, a bit of blush, and mascara, and done. It takes me 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm like I could do $60 a month plus a tip for some, just like regular nails, like just. just some French tips, you know. I feel it's like when I have my hair done, like
Yeah.
braided, I'm like, okay, I'm put together, even though like I'm not,
Yeah.
like I'm in
That's
pajamas,
right.
but like it's fine.
All right, Tanya's also joined us at 11 an hour ago, hour and a half ago. So welcome. Hopefully you're still here. We do chat a little bit on this channel. I hope you don't mind. Gigra is also here. Hello, phone is dead. My little cousin broke her arm earlier this week when I called her. She's diamond painting. Oh, that's nice. But it's bad that she broke her arm. That is terrible. And
That's terrible. But the diamond painting is great.
yeah. I worded that around the wrong way. And that so boo for the broken arm, but yay for the diamond painting. So yeah. On the way to Neva's channel now. Awesome.
Yeah.
We are pretty much split even now, which is pretty good. So we're all, getting the views and
I
all that
forgot
sort
I
of
can
stuff.
look at this. Oh wow, that's fun.
Yeah, you just up the top, it just has a drop down box.
I mean, I can see where it says like how many total people, but I just forgot that you can like see how many.
You just hover and it drops down. So yeah, that's how I keep updating it because like I'm getting clever with this stuff.
Yeah,
I'm all self-taught with all of this stuff. So yeah, Thag has all joined as well. I had a power outage. Oh, that's a bummer. Hopefully the power is back on now. I'm here now, just finished with my sprint and with Paul. But thank God I'm almost done with this book. Awesome. Hello. That's okay. We all understood that. That's okay. Hey, Jess. Thanks for joining. The witch made my cat jump in the air. I just had a good chat. That just made me very happy. I don't know what that says about me, but I love it when cats jump.
That cat thought the Sanderson sisters was coming after it. Just saying.
Chrissy got to 273. Elena also joined. Christina read a chapter, and at that point we're going to get ready to go for a sprint. Let me just adjust everything and get where we need to be and pause that. All right, we will be back in 45 minutes. I'm going to star the next comment because I'm sure that we have a lot to say about that. All right. See you in 45 minutes, everybody. Happy reading. Well, hello, everybody. Sorry about that. Went to talk and a cough came out instead. I got a fair bit done on my cross stitch and just tidied a few things up, answered a couple of messages, and got to almost the end of chapter 31. And it's all I can say is it's all happening right now with one of my least favorite characters. So yeah, it is a bit like that. All right, how'd you go?
I time lapsed the last like 7 minutes because I had to go talk to. Okay, I had to go talk to Mr. Rudy Waniba for a minute, and also I had to get some Mississippi pot roast, so I ate that. If anybody saw me, I really don't care that people watch me eat, to be honest. With the amount of pizza that I eat during these sprints. Yeah, and then I time lapsed, and I'm watching crafting with Shay's newest whip-in chat. It's only like 30 minutes, so I only got like 8 minutes in because I was talking to him, but it's only like 30 minutes because she's been like doing home renovations and like living out of a hotel. No, thank you.
No.
She's better than me. I would be finding a family member to stay with personally, but yeah. So I was just listening to that. I wasn't really watching it. I did not this sprint, but last sprint I did listen to the rest of the chapter of Aquarius and Fury. I need to stop leaving off in the middle of chapters because then I don't know what the hell I'm listening to. At some point I will catch up on the Full Body Chills podcast. But here's the thing. They're scary stories, and the last 2 times that I have tried to listen to this podcast while being at home, like I've listened to it at work. Like I caught up at work. Like on my break, but the last 2 times I've tried to listen to this podcast at home, someone scares the bejesus out of me because I have headphones on, and then it's like, this podcast is made like it's optimized for headphone use. Like they literally say at the beginning of each episode, like we recorded this episode with full surround sound. For best experience, we suggest you listen with headphones. So I listen with headphones. I listen with these big, chunky gaming headphones. Okay, my Hello Kitty headphones because I'm 12 years old, even though I'm really 32, almost. And these are noise canceling, so I don't hear anything, but I hear all of the sound, like in the podcast. And then somebody will like Ari walked downstairs the other day and just stood there and was staring at me, and I didn't hear her, and so I looked up and I thought I was gonna be murdered. Okay, like I looked up and there's a child, and I was like, oh my god, and she was like, what? And I was like, it's not time to be up yet, Ari. It's only 5:30. I had a heart attack almost. Like oh my god. I was like, how did a creepy child get into my house? And I was like, oh wait, that's my child.
Yeah, that had happened to me. That's why I don't have noise cancelling headphones because, but yeah, I don't need to have a heart attack. So
like anything else I'm listening to is fine because most of it's like Whippet chats or Welcome to Plathville, which you get to hear all about that in my Whippet chat. Although this next one, I'm probably gonna edit this stupid video. There's really no editing. I just have to splice together. Because I was actually smart this time, and I stopped the recording when I had the couple of interruptions. Usually I just keep recording, and then I have to like cut out like me and Ari having a conversation of me being like, go back to bed. You know what I'm saying? I would like cut that all out.
But at some point, mums just lose it and go, you know what?
And she'll be like, why can't I be down here? And I'm like, because it's 5:30 in the morning. Like, you don't even get up for school until 6:45, bro. I'm not dealing with you being upset at school. And then I get a call from her teacher talking about, Ari seems like she didn't get a lot of sleep. Yeah, she's been up since 4:30.
Yeah.
And refused to go back to sleep. So, like, what do you want me to do? But yeah, so I'm probably gonna edit this, which really is just splicing together all of the clips or whatever, which I would rather film a video that way than have to like
Mm.
edit.
Well, I did a Patreon video on Wednesday. It was like 38 degrees or 39 degrees outside. Like, it was hot. It was a stinker. There was hot wind. It was just not nice at all. My air conditioning was struggling and my phone did not like the heat at all. So every 15 minutes, I had to stop the phone and then go and put it at the aircon to cool it down before I could film. So my video just took forever. I basically hit enter to render my video that I had edited at 11:44 p.m. And I had been working on that video from 7:30 a.m. or 8:30 a.m. I think is when I started cutting the fabric and all the rest of it. And I started filming. When did I start filming? I don't know, maybe an hour or two after I finished cutting, started cutting and whatnot. And yeah, and I basically hit render. I got up I didn't even care whether it rendered properly. I still hadn't done the intro and I still hadn't done the outro. And it was supposed to be up 5 hours prior to me hitting enter. That video should have been up. Like, it wasn't a hard video. It was all laid out. Like, I had it all broken up into step-by-steps and all that sort of stuff. The weather just played havoc. And I'm just like, I crawled into bed and I'm like, I'm done. Done for today. So yeah.
Stick a fork in me. I'm done.
It went up in the next morning. I woke up, I got dressed, I done the intro, done the outro, put that onto either end of the video, hit enter again because that only took a minute to render it, and then exported it across, and it was up within an hour. But it was a day. It was a day. So a partial, when we're talking about a partial, that means that the background has colorful, like the background's all painted or whatever, printed, and then you've just got like a butterfly, for instance, that you diamond paint.
Yeah.
So that is what a partial is.
It's only gonna you're only going to put diamonds on on a portion of the thing.
Yeah.
And honestly, like, I wanted to try a partial anyway because I know that there's not really a reason to, like, especially if we're going to do them in one setting, there's not a reason to use like release paper or anything, because there's not a lot of glue like on regular diamond paintings, like full size diamond paintings, or full diamond paintings. There's always a little bit of like glue that bleeds onto the side, which is why we put like washi tape around it, which I don't have one. I do, but it's this one, which, like, my one I'm working on right now, it has like a strip of washi tape around all the edges because there's a little bit of like glue spillover, and I've been told that a lot of partials don't have that glue spillover. Did you find a partial? You're muted.
Yeah, I'm not with it. This is a partial, so I'll just, I don't know. Anyway, you'll have to make me bigger, I guess. That's what it looks like. So the butterfly, there we go. The butterfly is all done in diamonds, and then this canvas bit here is just a printed canvas, and then I've just put it on a canvas that you get from like Joann's or somewhere like that, or Spotlight or Cheap Shop here, and then I've just put macrame cord around, add a little bit of a doobie lacquer on the bottom, and then call it done. This is me as I did that for her because she likes butterflies, but it's got like bigger, some of them have bigger jewels in them as well. No ABs or anything like that. I think I got this from Fan Cells. So yeah, that's what a partial looks like.
Well, that's fun. I've never done that before. I was like, how do I do this? Because if I clicked the one that I thought it was, it would put me in solo layout. And I was like, absolutely not. No one wants to see my pores that big with this giant zit on my face.
I just clicked. Basically, all I did was click the large one.
Yeah, there's like a little button. Like, do you have like where like the little like one person like over your picture?
Yep.
That's what I clicked.
And I couldn't. Did you talk? I didn't hear if you talked or not. I couldn't.
I know. I was just nodding. Here.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
yes, I can.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, so with all the little windows up the top, I didn't see that. I didn't know. I don't even look at that one down the bottom.
I was like, oh, what is this that I've never seen before? And then I clicked it and it said sold out. So I was like, well, let me click it, see if it makes her bigger.
That's come on the journey of learning how to do StreamYards with neither in the call.
That's how professional we are, people.
Also, like learning on the fly, right? Yeah, so that's what a partial is.
I also looked at my Etsy cart. Because I found another shop that does release papers, the decorative release papers, right?
Yeah.
But she gives you an option of size, and then either you can have it not numbered or you can have them numbered. Like she'll number them for you.
Oh, cool. Can you send me that link? I need that.
Yes, I will.
And I will sell myself for that one.
Because my thought, which we haven't talked about this yet, but there could be a thing happening that would require me to have numbered release paper. And I don't want to ruin any of the decorative release paper that I have. Mm-hmm. So I was like, well, let me see like what other release paper options we have. And that one popped up and I was like, are these numbered? Like and she numbers them in such a way that it doesn't really hinder the background. Yep. So I was like, let me see about this. Mm-hmm. So I looked and I have like $100 worth of release paper in my Etsy cart. Unbelievable. Like, holy shit. So I was like, okay, girl, you're gonna have to narrow it down. You got to narrow because
you need to do some weeding in that cart.
Well, because here's what got me. It's the crafts with Crashly, right? She offers free shipping at $35. Mm-hmm. But what I did was I added every size that I thought I would need because here's my thought process. I take pictures of my progress. And right now, to cover small sections that aren't done, I'm using this, which is fine. But this doesn't match. Like, I don't have any bigger ones that match this because these were free. Like, she sends these at least in every package I've seen, and then obviously in my package you get like 4 of these just tucked in. You can order the print like this too, but I think she gives them to you just as like a sample, like here you try this, whatever. But because my thought process, what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to say, okay, I do like this size that I've been using, so I think I'm gonna stick to this size, which is like her in between, like her medium size, and then get the small ones like this that match that print. Yeah, like which I wish I had done for Drills and Chills, and I don't think she has the Drills and Chills ones up anymore.
No, she probably wouldn't because that event's finished.
It ends on Tuesday. Yeah. So I don't think she has them anymore, and I wish I had grabbed the smaller ones, but I didn't.
You could always send her a message and just say, "Hey, I was part of Drills and Chills. Yeah, can I, or like, do you still have any stock left?" And blah blah blah, and see what she says.
And just get the small ones because then I can put them away, like because I'll reuse these. I don't even care that it technically says Drills and Chills 2023. Yeah. I mean, I don't give a. I paid.
So do you have potato down here?
I do, but you're not gonna be able to see it. I'm gonna show just the sticker.
Yep.
Because potato is covered.
Okay, let me just hit the solo layout because we know how to do that now. Oh, wrong one, wrong person. Try again. There we go.
This is what potato looks like. So potato goes with Chip, which is Chip is like a dog, I think, or something. I don't know. I don't have the Chip one sitting here because Chip has been retired for the moment. Ari lost a bunch of the diamonds, and I am not replacing that. So this is Chip, or not Chip. This is Potato, which is Chip's imaginary mouse friend. Yeah. And he is technically a stuffed animal that like comes to life around the children. I think. I don't know. I have no idea what's happening in the show, to be honest. So It's fine. And then I also, Ari doesn't know this. I also have one more diamond painting that's upstairs that is chip and potato together. Because my thought process with this was I was going to put chip and potato together in the middle, and then I was going to put chip on top and potato on the bottom. Right? Well, obviously that's not going to work because now I don't have a chip painting, but that's fine. But this is just potato. Actually, the canvas is, I'll show you I can show you the canvas size. The canvas size is 42.6 by 32.8 centimeters, and it's actually smaller than I thought it was going to be.
Oh, I thought it was bigger because it
Yeah,
had both in it.
I also thought it was bigger, and it fits, but it fits on the little lap desk just fine. Like, it really doesn't hang over the lap desk at all. It's actually, I think, smaller than this one. No, it's not. It is, okay, so it is bigger, like longer, I think, than my nap time picture, but not by very much. Like, it's basically this way.
Okay.
But I took it out and I was like, I thought this was going to be bigger. Which, I mean, I'm not complaining because there's a lot of freaking like the background is just like one solid color, and I have figured out that color blocking one color is
boring, not fun.
It's better because this kit has
done in small amounts.
Yeah, it's like a brighter color. It's like a bluey purple. It was rough doing Expecto Patronum, which is why I'm gonna redo how my others when I kit the other square one back up, which is Flying Friends. No, Night Flight. It's Night Flight. When I kit that one back up, I'm going to redo the release paper on that so that I am doing the edges first.
Yeah.
Which is what I had.
I think you said that in your either last week or you said it in a whip and chat that you prefer to do the outside and then work your way in. Which is good if that's what gets you through. Do it and on your squares, wasn't it?
Yeah, and especially with the dark colors, because it's Expecto Patronum. That's the one that I did where I did. It wasn't even like when you saw it, like the way that I had to do it because I already had some diamonds on this canvas before deciding to do it, so I had to kind of improvise. So I would do I did like all of this, right, like down to like here. And then I would come down and it would only be about like into here on the sides. But then I would do like a huge chunk, you know what I mean? So I would have some color in there. But I was like, there's no way if I end at the top, because I always start bottom right. So I always start over here because I'm right-handed. So if I start over here, then my hand is always on top of diamonds. And so I was like, if I do that, then I'm going to end up in a corner somewhere, and it's just going to be this dark, and I'm not going to want to do it. Like, I'm going to be like, no thanks. No thanks. So I did all the serious color blocking.
Yeah.
Because I've just figured out that oh my goodness.
Christina has us up on all three for watch time and booped all the likes. Thank you very much. Monica has just got back from getting their hair done, and I don't know if I like it, which is kind of sad. That is sad. I have those moments, especially if I go for something a bit different. I think you're muted, Neva.
Yeah, I was, because Siri decided to speak to me, and I was not talking to her. I said nothing about her. She was like, she said, this is what I found on the web for color blocking. Thank you. I didn't ask.
Hello, Mel. Thanks for joining. Appreciate you being here and doing some editing as well. We're still we're an hour and a half behind in the comments. We're not too bad. It took us 6.5 hours to get to them last time. So yeah, Fairy Tale kind of reminded me of Wizard of Oz. I've heard a couple of people say that about Stephen King's Fairy Tale. Hello, Sister Harlem's Library. Welcome. Bree Cherie Reads is also here. Hey, how you going? Good luck with Tina with the weekend vlog. If you're looking for cozy fantasy books, I recommend Half a Soul by Olivia Atwater and Beautiful Ones by Sylvia is that the
Sylvia Moreno?
Yeah, is that the author from Mexican Gothic? I'm pretty sure it is.
Maybe.
I think it is.
Legend of Lattes is wonderful.
Yep.
6-star book. Also, I have a pre-order coming of that book, but I'm gonna see if so that book comes out the day before my birthday. I have a pre-order from Amazon, but when we go to Barnes and Noble, I'm gonna see if they have like any like special, because sometimes Barnes and Noble gets like special editions. Let's see if they have it, because if they do, I'm buying it. So I might end up with more than one copy of that book, but that's fine because I have more than one copy of Legends and Lattes, because I have the like original indie pub version.
Yep.
And then I also have when he like got it traditionally published through Tor and added like the prequel or whatever. I have both.
I don't think so, Meredith.
No, Mare. Goodbye.
Team White is all the way. Would Neva and Nicole ever do a Halloween themed escape room adventure? Yeah, I would.
Sure. Why not?
Yeah. I'm up for a good spook.
The only thing I'm not doing is a corn maze. I'm not doing it.
Yeah. I remember you said that once before.
No.
As long as it doesn't involve heights, I'm okay. And water. No. If there's water and heights involved, I'm good.
Yeah, but the only like Halloween themed thing I'm not doing is a corn maze. Like, y'all have fun. I'm not even going.
And neither will be nowhere to be found near it.
I'm not even going. Like, I will be like, oh, have so much fun while I diamond paint this Halloween themed kit, because no, I don't do. No.
I don't know where I've put my phone. I haven't even looked at what the team numbers are for the I Get a Clue Readathon. All I know is I keep going join Team White. I haven't even looked. I think I looked like last week, and I think we were the third largest at that point. I'm not too sure. Oh wow, it has evened out a bit, hey. So now we're the fourth largest, and Team Green's just Team Yellow is just behind us, is even with oh no, we're still the third, because blue and yellow are even, and then yeah, so and then green team is on 23, which is good. So I expect we'll probably get a little bit of an influx of people in the next week on that. So yeah, because we've got quite a few. So yeah, that is pretty good that it's evening out. Makes it a little bit more competitive too then. LA, what are you reading, Neva?
Bijou Bliss is trying to take my money. Okay? Bijou Bliss is where I get my trays from.
Yeah. You found something else.
Come out with a new trash tray that you can get in any of the colors that they have, which like when you go to like their made to order whatever, like you can swipe and you can see like the colors.
Yeah.
I'm about to show this to you. Are you ready? So that's like the minder part.
Oh, yep.
It's like a mini version of their tray. It even the spout even works. They're really trying to take my money for me to have this sitting on my thing, because now like you're telling me that I could have this trash tray sitting with like the diamonds that like I randomly drop, because I do that, right? Where I'll randomly
Yeah.
drop like a couple of one color. I can just put them in there. No, I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't need it.
And
Okay.
it's another, leave it from, it's a Christmas present.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't need it right now.
You need the wax and the putty to pick the drills up out of the tray to put down onto the canvas. You can do it with tweezers, but why would you want to when you can use putty? If Nicole and Neva had to live in another continent, which country would you choose to live in?
Anywhere, honestly. I'm moving to Australia.
England, maybe.
England would be cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm moving to Australia or England. Just
Yeah.
get me out of America. Because if
actually not, England would be a choice, but I think I would like to go to Switzerland, maybe somewhere where there's castles and snow.
I was gonna say, if Nicole said America, I was gonna be like, no, ma'am.
No, sorry. I'm sorry to all the Americans. I'm no. You have far too many guns there.
We just have far too much here. You know what I mean?
There's probably
far too much.
So anywhere there is medieval castles and some snow is where I would go. Because I would be down to live in a derelict castle. I would be all over that. So yeah, I'm obviously a princess that's been lost through time and ended up in Australia's outback.
Honestly, me too. I clearly was meant to have like servants. You know what I mean? Like I was clearly made.
Where is my tiara? I want it back.
I was clearly made to have a tiara and wait staff. And I would just like to know why this wasn't a thing that was taken care of. You know? I'm just out here doing everything for myself.
Yeah. Where was I up to? Here it is. Shannon, I spent coming sick. Yeah, that was from a comment earlier about people coughing and sneezing and wheezing all over people. A glue dot is, you know, the glue dots that you get to stick things up on your like you can use it in scrapbooking and stuff like that when you're doing a scrapbooking spread. That's the only one I sort of know. Other people use it for office and all that sort of stuff.
Have you ever used glue dots to diamond paint?
I did get some glue dots, but I don't think the tip that I had was right for me.
Yeah, so I know a lot of people use the micros.
Yeah, I still have some here, but I don't know if they're the right ones.
Here's the thing. I just couldn't bring myself to even like buy micro glue dots because somebody was like, well, maybe you should try micro glue dots before you buy like the scented ones. And I'm like, no, because at the end of the day, okay,
that doesn't make too much sense. Why would you do that?
At the end of the day, dude, if I don't like the glue dots, like it's just gonna annoy me that like they're not scented. So like, no.
Yeah, because even still, you can still sniff it. But I've got the glue dots, but I think mine are too big. So I have to. Yeah. I'll watch your videos and see how you go with them and all that sort of stuff, and then I'll yeah.
So my
Rainy has also joined us as well. Hello, Rainy. How you going? 35% into Black Sheep by Rachel Harrison. It took a turn I was not expecting, and I don't know how I feel about it yet. That's fair enough. That's fair.
I plan with the scented glue dots. They're coming on Saturday. I was hoping that they would have come a little bit earlier because the lady that sells them only lives like an hour and a half away from me. Which that sounds really creepy that I know that, but like it tells me, like Etsy tells me.
Neva, have you been stalking people in your spare time?
And I noticed that it was like, I'm not gonna say her town, okay, but I noticed it was like her town and then IN, which is Indiana, and I was like, there's a town by this name in Indiana, because like I know that there's a place in another state, like with this same name.
Yeah.
So I just Googled it just to see, because I was like, okay, well, if it's within Indiana, it should get to me in 2 days. And it shipped out yesterday. So, and it definitely said like by Saturday. So like, and it
Well,
shipped out early this morning. I think it shipped out. But my thing is like, I'm kind of sitting here like, okay, well, how do I do this? So I think what I'll do is I'm going to use one on Saturday. I'm gonna go ahead and open them because here's the thing. I'm not really that good at unboxings because I get shit and I just want to open it. Okay.
And who remembers to set the camera up and start doing it? I'm exactly the same.
I commend Katie from Diamonds and Washi because she will have, I feel like it's because she has so many accessories anyway, you know, but like she will have, if you watch her small shop hauls, even from like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, she will have a backlog of things. Like she will have like these packages just sit for like 2 or 3 weeks. And I'm like, it couldn't be me. I get a package and I'm like, and I open it. Like I do not care.
I think that's how I found Mrs. Coffee.
Yeah.
Unboxing videos. But it wasn't unboxing videos from, is it her that does them? Does she do the ones where people send her stuff?
I think Mrs. Coffee does. I know Katie does also. Katie will include Happy Mail in her, or friend mail.
Because I'm pretty sure I came across Mrs. Coffee because they did a unboxing, the one that I watched, and then subsequently I started watching her channel quite religiously.
Of course.
Was when it was a whole heap of it was just people had sent stuff into her.
Yeah, it might be Mrs. Coffee then. Yeah.
I think that was it.
I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open them and I'm gonna load it up, not on camera, so that I don't look like a dummy trying to do it for the first time. And then I'm gonna see how long it lasts. I think is what I'm gonna go off of, because they're saying that glue dots can last like days. Like there are people that are saying that even the scented glue dots can last them like a week. So I'm going to put in a glue dot and I'm going to see how long it lasts. And then what I'll do is I will clean out this pen.
Yep.
And do like an actual tutorial of like how to insert it and all that. But I want to test it in this pen first, like because this is the one that I use the most. And this is my AB pen. I want to test it on ABs first. Because I'll still have this pen sitting.
So it's not, you don't use it in multi-places, do you? Just single?
For what?
For the glue dot, is it for the multiplacer as well?
So I only ordered the regular size, but she has 2 different sizes. So she has the regular size, which is more like a micro glue dot, and then she has the chunky glue dots, which are bigger. They're closer to the size of like a traditional glue dot, and she's saying that you can use those in your multiplacer.
Oh, okay.
But I want to test the glue dot. I thought about ordering both, the chunky and the other, but I want to test the glue dot on the special diamonds first, because if the glue dots work well on the special diamonds, then I'll order the chunky ones and put the chunky ones in this pen with a regular glue dot, because I do use a single placer on this pen also, you know, for AB. And then I'll just put glue dots in this, and then use putty in my normal pen.
Yeah.
I prefer, I do like my putty for my regular diamonds, but putty does not work well for me, at least with special diamonds like AB.
Yeah, I as I said, I use those nail art pencils.
Yeah. So I didn't want to commit, because I knew that I know I'm not going to use the chunky glue dots in my Harley Quinn pen. I'm not going to use them. But if the glue dots work well for ABs, then I will put them in this, and then I will go ahead and order the same scent. Yep. Although she does have the hot cocoa in the chunky ones, which might get me to order them. But
you don't necessarily use them.
But I guess to justify ordering like as many as I did of the regular ones, I need them to work well for ABs before I get the ones. But she does make them so that you can multi-place.
Cool.
Yeah.
Meredith's saying it's nice to see you get more hobbies and passions. Most people don't only like books. That's exactly right.
I gave up on crochet. You know how many rows my genre blanket from January has? 6. I gave
Oh,
up. I was like, no, baby, I cannot do this. I can no.
That's fair enough. Alrighty, we are going to, on that note, go to a sprint, and because I am hungry and it's almost 2 o'clock here and I haven't eaten anything and I'm starting to get a bit lightheaded. So we're going to do the sugar levels in my body have got down too far. So yeah, we're going to do an hour sprint, and we'll be back in an hour, and I should feel a little bit more human and not so dizzy. So we'll see you then. Happy sprinting, everyone. Well, hello. How did everybody go during that sprint? Let me just see. And Neva is back.
Oh, sorry. I had to reconfigure things during this last sprint because I was still time lapsing and my phone decided to die. So I had to not die, but it was 20%. So I had to move my laptop in front of my table, but that was a weird angle. I didn't need people seeing me at that angle. And then I was trying to put together this video, this whipping chat, okay? And apparently when I saved the clips, so I saved all my clips to files just so that it's not taking so I can delete it for delete the clips from my camera roll. It apparently didn't save the second clip out of 5, so it doesn't make any sense. So I was listening to myself at 2 times speed, and I was talking about 90 Day Last Resort, and then it's okay, and what else am I listening to? Ma'am, you never told us what we were listening to begin with. So I had to go back, and I was did I miss a clip? No, my phone did not save a clip to my files. It's very rude. And I was
rude.
Okay. So I had to go back and grab that file, and I was wow. Thanks for that.
So a lot of people would have went to bed. I forgot to say goodnight to everybody when we go to the hour sprint, but yeah, I was feeling quite off just before I had something to eat, so I'm feeling a bit better now. But that's what happens when you take vitamin B12, 3 cups of coffee and some green tea, just so you can get through the day. But anyway.
And no food.
And no food. So to put that into perspective, I have worked every night, every day this week so far until midnight. I think Monday night might have been my earliest night, and that was 11:15. So yeah, because I'm going away for 4 days, and because we've got all the things happening, I've been doing a lot of planning and making and all that sort of stuff, and it all takes time. I have, however, had a cat nap every afternoon because who can do those sort of hours, without crash? Don't start yawning.
Me?
Falling asleep. Listen, I'm just keeping it together here, man.
It's not even time for me to sleep. So I feel I'm just yawning because
you need some endorphins.
My body is this is the natural progression. I'm going to get up. I'm going to make a coffee.
Yeah, I just made one too. So I probably won't sleep tonight. That's okay because I've got heaps of stuff to do anyway.
It is 1:00 in the morning. If I go to sleep now, I will be up for the day at 5:30 and then dragging by 2. No.
Yeah.
We're not doing that.
Chris doesn't like channels where it's all about hauls and clickbait titles. I'm not convinced these people read the books. They only talk about up-and-coming releases and top 10 lists. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's all in the perception. Some people like that, though. They like share. They've got no one else in their life to share their books that they get. So, could you imagine being a reader with no other reader in the house? You'd have no one to talk to about it.
So this actually has happened to me. I mean, the 2 of them read, the 2 other adults in my house, Ari reads, but she reads Judy B. Jones, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The thing is it's not that the other 2 adults in my house don't read, because they do. But they are both very much one note when it comes to reading. I don't want this to sound rude, but I don't know how else. My autism is fucking with me and is just say what you need to say. Mariah is very much she only listens to fantasy or smut. But she's so picky about the smutty books that she reads that it's sometimes hard for me to give her recommendations. I can give her recommendations for fantasy. We actually had this issue last week because she was asking me for smut recommendations, and I was like, well, I have this book and I have this book and I have this book, but she doesn't really do reading with her eyes. She really only does audio. And I guess when Mr. Reading with Neva was listening to Priest, she also listened to part of it and wasn't really into it. So I was like, okay, well, that's out. So I told her to read Delilah Green Doesn't Care. I don't know if she's going to like it or not because there's like spice in it, but it's definitely contemporary.
Yeah.
Like, does that make sense?
Yeah.
And then Mr. Reading with Neva is very one note, okay? He reads like, I can give him fantasy recommendations all day, but anything outside of that is kind of hard to get him to read. Like, I'm honestly surprised that he listened to Priest, and I think the only reason that he did is because I already had the audiobook, so he didn't have, like, a reason not to, and we all bullied him. You know, he'd had a little too much whiskey, and then me and Brianna bullied him into reading it, so, but because the two of them are very one note, sometimes I find it difficult to talk to them about books because I read all over the board.
Yeah, same as me. I'm very eclectic. I'm eclectic in my music, my reading, anything. Crafting.
He will listen to me talk about books that he's not necessarily interested in.
Mm-hmm.
She won't usually. So I don't really talk. I don't talk to her about books unless I know she would want to read it. If that makes sense. With him, I'll be like, oh my gosh, you'll never believe all the book that I read. Like when I read the Never King books, what is that? Vicious Lost Boys, that series. Like they were like doing it while they were flying in the air, and I was like telling him about it, and he was like, "What are you reading?" Like he listened to me talk about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like I don't have people like outside, even like outside of my house, like outside of the book community. Like I don't have like real life people that I can just be like, yeah, I was reading this book. Like all of my real life people, they have specific things that they read, and I know I can talk to them about those things, like those genres or those categories. But getting them to branch out, bro.
Yeah, well, Brendan reads a lot of stuff, and he gives me recommendations, and then he'll go, "Have you read it yet?" I'm like, "No," because I've got like 400 on my own TBR.
Right, I've got 600,000 other books that I have to read first.
Yeah. And it's like, because there's one that he just got on Audible because he is exclusive audio because he's driving all the time and whatnot. Years and years ago, I convinced him to read Twilight because he was looking for something, and it was 4 books and they went for ages. I said, you should read Twilight. It's really good. I don't think he takes my book recommendations anymore because he reads me in the middle of the night one night and he goes, "Oh, Edward, you're so pretty." I'm like, "You're not. You're reading. You're listening to Twilight." And he goes, "Yeah," because he goes, "This book is just her obsessing about Edward, and Edward is just creepy. What's he doing, standing there watching her sleep?"
And literally, no one thought it was weird that a 300-year-old vampire was interested in a 17-year-old girl. Like, no one thought that was weird.
I don't care if you were turned at 17 and you look 17. You know, how old are you? Like 300 years. What was he? 300 years old or something?
No one thought that was strange. No? Oh, okay, great. Sure.
Elena says, "Hello, how are we? We're very good. We're chatty today. Sorry, everybody, if you wanted to get some reading done. It's chatty day today. Hello.
We were productive last Friday. That's all we can do.
You got at least once this week we've been Cody's going to send a picture of their nails, sorry. Yes, and yeah, they're real.
Which also reminds me, I am going to be announcing the dates. I don't think I have everybody nailed down yet, but I'm going to be announcing the dates for November 24-hour sprints. And the reason what? All right, I'll be right up there to talk to you. Go. Okay, go. Go upstairs. I'll be up there in a moment. Go. Your dad is asleep on the couch, bro. If he sees you up at this hour. Okay, go. Goodbye. Anyway. What was I saying? Oh, I'm gonna announce the dates this time just because they will be Clue Readathon. Wow, I like my brain just like blinked. Clue Readathon themed.
Yep.
So I figure that this way people can get those into their calendar if y'all are planning ahead like everybody else.
So is are the co-hosts are just going to be get a clue like it was with Amazing Readathon?
Probably, because I think that's going to be the easiest, and most of us that are, I think the only person that's not is Tina. I'm not opening it up. So the way that the behind the scenes for 24-hour sprints works, if anyone's wondering, is people ask, they inquire about being interested, or I ask them. It just kind of depends, whatever. And then they get added to, you know, a chat or whatever. I'm not going to open the chat up this month. Usually I like send out like a call, like if you want to be part of 24 Hours Sprints, let me know. But for November, I'm not going to do that. So it's going to only be Clue co-hosts or people that are already in the chat, because I know that like I don't think Tina is a host of any team.
No, she's not.
But she's already in there because she's already been involved and hasn't asked me to remove her. So that's how I'm going to do it. But I think that most of the people that have signed up to actually host have been Clue people. So I want to kind of keep it that way. And I did that, like you said, I did that for the Amazing Readathon sprints. Also, that's how Aoife ended up getting involved in the end.
Yeah, because I wasn't part of that, the August 24-hour sprints, because I wasn't a co-host. So
right, yeah,
which is fair enough, because you know we are like we're pretty much doing a month of solid sprinting and all that sort of stuff. So
again.
So, but you might see me look like this at the beginning of the month, all put together. By the end of the month, I'm probably going to look like this.
Me too. I'm going to be like,
that's it. Hair everywhere, all disheveled looking.
Here's my saving grace this month is that I learned. Here's the thing with Amazing Readathon is I learned my lesson. Me personally, this has nothing to do with anybody else. Me personally, I learned my lesson because I said it's fine. I have my Kindle. I can read all the time on the go, and I really didn't do that many audiobooks this month, unless it's a Kindle Unlimited book like The Door Smut. Okay, if it does not have an audio, it's not getting read, because I'm gonna have to also I'm gonna have to fit this into work also, and the easiest way for me to read at work is with audio, because the boy if I tell the boys like don't talk to me, listen to my book, they'll be like, okay, Miss G, you know what I'm saying, and then they're only gonna interrupt me. Somehow they listen better than the people in my house. The people in my house will be like, yeah, I see you with your giant Hello Kitty headphones on, but let me try to talk to you anyway. I wear these around my house. Well, first of all, because they're fashion, you know. But also,
Rainy doesn't like doing wrap ups.
Rainy, I'm not saying that you have to do this. I stopped filming wrap ups. I also stopped filming TBR videos. And I kind of have decided that TBRs are not really for me, which is also why, it's not the main reason. I'm not going to go into the main reason why I stopped doing my TBR game. There is a reason, but I'm not going to go into it.
It was another channel.
Yes.
I'll say it. It was another channel.
It was another channel. I'm not going to.
But we won't name and shame. There we go.
But it was another channel, kind of just like took my
game and went with it.
So that's
rude.
fun.
That's rude.
So I was going to invent a new game. I was gonna base it off Taco Bell, but then I was like, you know what? I don't stick to my TBRs. So I just kind of gave up because the setup, I don't think people realize the setup for TBR games. There's actual setup for that. You have to be able to see the people have to be able to see the board and do all of that crap. So I stopped doing that, but I stopped doing wrap-ups months ago. I was like, this is not, I was just kind of who is that? Marie Kondo? Is that her name?
Yeah.
The cleaning lady? I was like,
yeah.
does this bring me joy? No, it doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
So I cast it aside. I stopped doing wrap-ups. I tried doing them vlog style and I couldn't keep up with it because I was finishing books faster than I could vlog.
Well, you know what I started doing? Like, if you go back in the early parts of my channel, I'm sitting there in my little book corner and I'm talking about the books that I read in my weekly wrap-ups. Now, when I finish a book, I take some notes on my phone. I just talk into my notes, which my phone doesn't understand my Bogan accent. So we get some interesting words. Let's just put it that way. Okay. I read it. I don't know what I was saying there, but I know what I read. It's just to jog my memory. And then when I've got a couple of minutes, I've got the pile of books there. I'll just grab a book and I'll just put the camera up and I'll just start talking about, and then I just splice them all together. And it's essentially a vlog, except I might just put some stuff in from my crafting or whatever. And then I just slip that in there. Sometimes I don't even have that. I just go from book to book.
That's a good idea. I think I decided that what I'm going to do is I am going to make my own pile. Like, I'm going to make my pile of hopefuls every month, which I do anyway.
Yeah.
And then what I'm going to do is I am going to screen record spinning the wheel, because people really do enjoy vlogs on my channel, and I don't want to stop doing that. But I need to come up with a way to do vlogs that doesn't stress me out. And doing weekly vlogs is starting to stress me out, because I was like, oh my God, I missed 2 days of filming, because it's hard for me to film vlog footage if I'm having to work. Like, on my days off, so Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I can film vlog footage because I'm home. But then most of my vlog footage is filmed in those 3 days. So I kind of just told myself, like, your vlog, like, I'm giving myself a homework. So I think what we're going to get is you're going to get, like, one big monthly vlog where I spin the wheel. I might let Ari spin the wheel. She likes to spin the wheel. But I'm going to spin the wheel for whatever book I'm reading that's on my hopefuls. Obviously, it'll be a little different this month because Clue. So I'll have to make, like, an actual... I think what I'll do is I will go... Obviously, we have to go based off of our prompts. So I will put books on the wheel that fit whatever prompt she's given us and spin that way. But then it kind of makes it a game.
Yeah, it does.
And I will say this, I was going to start Crystal's vlog, but last month, which Rise vlog is still not up, I'm sorry, it's coming. But in August, when I was trying to finish Rise vlog, it made it very difficult because only one of her books fit any of the actual prompts that I had. So I was trying to read her books around the readathon.
I think with any readathon, if you're a content creator, you just have to focus on that, and everything else you had on the go, you just have to put to the back burner. I mean, at the end of the day,
my friends' books are not
anybody that. If you haven't told anybody that stuff's coming out, the only person it's affecting is you.
Yeah, so I think the I mean, people ask me about the reading my friends' favorite books vlogs. I'm gonna just have to do those in months where I'm not doing any readathons, and I don't do a readathon. I don't do a readathon every month.
No, this year's been pretty hectic for like big readathons, because you had the Escaper readathon in May. You've got Aurelium that happens in April and August, as well as this year we had the Amazing Readathon, which was epic. Now we've got the Clue one, which is shaping up to be pretty much the same.
Yeah, and truly, this year, like, I haven't done Aurelium. Well, I did it last year. I didn't do it this year.
I did it in April, but it wasn't for me.
Because it was too much.
Yeah.
I mean, G has done a wonderful job with it, creating her
it's amazing. It's amazing what she's put together. It's just phenomenal.
It was just too epic for me. I was like, I am stressed. I cannot do this. And
I think what makes it worse, as a like, because I'm relatively new at BookTube and all this, readathon stuff. I'm normally just sitting in my couch reading and not talking to anybody about the books that I read.
Yeah.
So that was just like way too much information and all that sort of stuff. Because I looked at it last year, at the end of last year, and then I did it in April because G did a 101 and I understood what was going on. I'm like, oh, that makes so much more sense now. It's not how I thought it was. So I did it in April, but it's still, like, it was great. It was all right.
It was
and you watch other videos, and then you're like, wow, they've put so much thought into this. And I'm like,
I watch people's videos for it, and I'm like, I can never. I mean, kudos to you, but
I'm not doing it.
And really, this year I only participated in readathons that were run by my friends or run by me, because we did do the Stars Hollow readathon. We did that in April, I think, and then I did Rainy's Battle of the Boy Bands. So the Battle of the Bands kicked off, and then I did Amazing Readathon. But that's really, I think that's it for. And then also
I did Amazing Readathon, Escape the Readathon, and the one that Sarah had, which was Beachathon.
Oh, Beachathon, yeah. I did Beachathon too, because I was a host for that.
Yeah,
but I didn't do
Aurelium.
Yeah, I didn't do Aurelium, and I didn't do Cassidy's. That she did, and I didn't do Mel's, because Mel did one this year. Mel from Eleanor Reed's, she did one, and then I didn't do Escape the Readathon. It wasn't, I don't know, it didn't seem like a thing I wanted to do. So basically it
was pretty good. It was very, I think that's why I didn't have much trouble with the Amazing Readathon, not knowing the clues, because I had done the Escape the Readathon, because it was the same thing. You had to escape a room and you had to read the books, and when the team got to that many books, then you moved on, or what, but no one knew what the threshold was or anything like that.
Yeah. And I didn't do that one, and my thing was like, I don't know, every readathon that I participated in 2023, I either hosted, which was the Gilmore Girls one, or someone asked me to co-host. So like either it was my idea or I was co-hosting it. So I don't do them. I don't even do them every month. So I definitely have time to fit in like other content. I mean, later, like in other parts of the year.
And we may or may not be working on something. Stay tuned. It's gonna be fun. That's all I'm gonna say.
So fun! Oh my god, it's gonna be great.
All right. Well, Christina is having a hard time focusing tonight, and thought that they could iron, but it's a bit late, and touched my bad move. Anyway, hurts to type, so I'm heading out and leaving you on for watch time. Awesome. Thank you very much for joining, and thank you for popping all over the place and liking and doing all the things. And don't touch her public service announcement is, remember, do not touch hot irons. They hurt. Gigra came over to like and support. Coda is saying good night. Thank you. Tanya, I'm still here having a little chuckle about the nail dilemmas. I can relate. Typing it's a hard thing to do when you've got long nails.
Here's the thing. Okay, also like putting your hands like in your hair. Here's the thing. I will admit that I've never gotten my nails like done at the salon in a longer style. You know what I mean? So I feel like it could be different because they're more like attached.
Yeah.
Your fingers.
With the press-on ones, you've got to be careful running through your hair. I only get really short ones even when I go to the nail place, because I've got to work with fine threads and all that sort of stuff, and with the long arm machine, I've got my hands on the quilt while it's moving, and if I'm not paying attention, it'll hit that nail and it'll crack it and could throw the tension out on the machine. So I can't, like, it won't hurt me, but it will hurt my machine.
Like Mrs. Coffee, she always has like long nails, and she's just like diamond painting away, and I'm like, listen, ma'am, kudos to you. I still have car seats I have to unbuckle, and I'm not trying to do it with my knuckle. Doctor Who? Oh, we love Doctor Who. Okay. All right. All right.
I'm not someone that's good.
So here's the thing. I'm not good with doctor numbers, but I can tell you who played my favorite doctor, which is David Tennant. Okay? And here's the thing. A lot of people assume that if David Tennant is your favorite doctor, it's because he was the first doctor you ever saw. That is false. I've seen except like the newest ones. Like by newest, I mean like the last like 3 years. I've seen every Doctor Who episode that exists because my stepdad, I'm not going to name him, but my stepdad, back in the day, we all pirated things.
Yeah.
And he has like a hard drive that has like all of them. A lot of them did get like destroyed, like you can't find them because they were like destroyed in a fire or whatever. But
they were the early ones, weren't they? They were the first couple of seasons or something.
But he has all of the ones that exist.
Yeah.
So David Tennant as Doctor Who was not the first Doctor I saw, and actually I saw David Tennant in Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire before I ever saw him in Doctor Who. Which, if you've seen his time as the Doctor, she is a creep. Coda, see, just be creeping in, just listening to everything. There are a lot of like nods to the Goblet of Fire in his time as the Doctor, which
I've seen an episode here and there. It's not. I've never been much of a TV watcher, so it's not even surprising that I don't watch it because I've seen an episode here and there through friends and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And my daughter's very much the same, Savannah. She's a reader, and so even at school, her teachers were going, "Oh, surely you've watched this movie, like recent time movies." And she's like, "No, I don't think you understand.
I don't watch.
I do not watch TV."
We didn't watch a lot of TV, but Doctor Who was one that we were allowed to watch because it was on BBC. The BBC America. So it was a show that because like the first episode of every new season, it like airs on New Year's Eve, I think it is. So that's what we would do. Like that was a family show. Like we would all watch Doctor Who as a family.
Together. Yeah. My dad's thing was The World Around Us. So we all sat down every week and watched The World Around Us. So any random factoid, basically, someone will be talking about something. Oh, yeah, I've seen that, and like I can talk about that. But as far as TV shows and stuff, we were, the news. Yeah, we were allowed to watch the news. Whoop-de-doo, but yeah,
yeah. So yeah, but I do love Doctor Who. I really, yeah. Actually,
I think I'm going to comment something because I don't know what this is for. Yeah, I think Shannon asked earlier on about if it was on the Women's Prize for Fiction, and I think I missed it. I may have missed it, but it was a couple of years ago. Yes. And Chris
I did
also
not read.
I haven't read it.
I've not read it. I think Rainy's read it. I think she really did like it. I've not read it.
Yeah, I haven't read it yet. It is on my it's on my want to read because I have a TBR, which is 3 shelves now. It's huge, and then, but we're not going to talk about that. But then I've got a want to read, and it is definitely on my want to read. Not again. Why does there have to be so much cheating? It just. This is what concerns me about books that always had like a lot of books having cheating in it. This is people get swayed. This is just my thoughts on it. People take on personalities of books, right? You can relate to this because Divine Rivals is your personality, right?
I think that somehow I'm going to be a war correspondent. Absolutely not happening, but like somewhere. Divine Rivals told me you're destined to be a war correspondent.
My problem with cheating, violence, and all that sort of stuff, if someone is constantly reading this stuff, do they, it's possible that this is going to be in their mind, and how, I think that it would be very easy for them if they've read a lot about it because they just think it's the norm.
Yeah.
Do
Well,
you know
and
what I mean?
especially because I've read there's so much YA that's marketed towards teenagers who are impressionable anyway.
Yeah.
It has cheating in it, and I'm like, why are we teaching teenagers that it's okay to cheat? That's weird.
Yeah, because cheating is a dog act. You're
Right.
hurting someone, and if you cheat, like, and it wrecks that person for anybody that comes into their future. It's just a dog act, and that's why. I just, yeah. But this,
Yeah.
my husband is not going to limit my pleasure. I deserve happiness and fun. He has his woodworking.
Okay, that would be like
Okay.
Mr. Reading Waniva being like, I mean, we're polyamorous, but you can still cheat in polyamory. You know what I mean? You can be shady and do gross stuff. You know what I mean? Because polyamory, like, we know about the other partners. I mean,
It's all out in the open.
yeah, and we can all choose like how. I mean, obviously, me, Mariah, and Mr. Reed would even live together, so we have to see each other. But like,
Yeah.
if like I got another partner or one of them got another partner, we can all decide individually how involved with that other partner we want to be. I mean, me personally, it probably like unless he became involved with one of like Mariah's partners, Mariah having another partner or me having another partner probably wouldn't affect the two of us the same as it would as like him having another partner. But everybody knows about it, even if we choose not to interact with other partners or whatever. Like that's like there's like there's all sorts of things that you can ways that you can configure polyamory. But like if he came to me and I was like, okay, well, I found out that you are involved with this person, you never told me about it. And then he looked at me and was like, well, I told Mariah. Okay, cool, but like you didn't tell me about it. And then he's like, well, you have your diamond painting. What?
Yeah, that'd be like that'd be like my partner going, well, hello. I say that my husband's work, his cars, that's his first wife.
Yeah.
And I'm his second wife because he spends all his time over there. I'm his phone wife. That's his physical wife. But we have we have a goal that we're trying to get to. There's a whole thing. That's why he lives over there. I'm living here. We meet in the middle and all the rest of it. So yeah, we're doing what we need to do for our life. So that's it.
And I think it's almost, I don't know, like it's all okay. So this is like a society thing, right? So in society, we kind of we look at it's weird to me when women are written as the cheaters. And this is why, because that's the kind of attitude that women in books have when they cheat. Well, I should be able to do whatever I want. But if your husband cheated on you, he would be a piece of crap.
Yeah, but you know what? If you're a chick and you're cheating, guess what? You fall into the category of a piece of crap.
Right. And like in society, like society as a whole will be like, oh my God, I can't believe he cheated. Right. But when women cheat, it's almost like it's forgivable.
Yeah, it's not in my
books. I
books.
think is weird. Like, what's the difference?
Yeah, there is no difference. None whatsoever. If you're a cheater, you cheated. You're a cheater. And you're a cheater. That's it. It's plain and simple. Hello, Evil XO. Thank you for joining, Hanson. Appreciate you being here. We're a little bit behind on the comments. Not too far behind. We're getting it down. It's still a little ways, but we're getting it down. I'm heading to bed. I made it to chapter 29. I'll finish up in the morning. Yeah, I've only got I've probably already gone, Coda. I have about 40 minutes left to go. And then I will be finished the book. So I'm going to polish it off today. Reading a book set in the 1920s, and the character is making water pie. Has anybody had this? No.
Okay, so water pie is from the Great Depression.
Oh, okay.
I've never had it, but it's I don't know how exactly they do it because it looks disgusting. But basically, like you cut into the pie and it's like gelatin. Like like custard pie.
Oh, so it'll be like lemon meringue pie where it's got that lemon curd in the center.
Yeah, but it's like
so it'd be just gelatine. Like they've made it. It'd
I would
probably be some
guess.
sort of broth
It
or something.
sounds yeah, so that's why they're doing it in the 1920s because the 1920s was a Great Depression.
Well,
It was
1930s with the Great Depression.
1930s, yeah, but it's
Yeah,
something that they
29
made.
to 33.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's something that they made in the during the Great Depression.
Yeah. So it'd be a pauper's meal. So basically, if they were destitute or something like that, they would make that. So yeah, make do
Yeah.
with what you got. Same as when they had rations during World War II and stuff like that. Through the wars and whatnot, they used to do the dipping, like the dripping, of the bread and fry the bread in leftover fat from their roast, from their cooking and stuff like that, and they'd use the dripping over and over again, and so they could get some nourishment. They would dip the bread in it, and then they eat that. It's my grandparents were still doing that in the 70s, and it's disgusting. FYI, I eat a lot of different stuff, but that shit is disgusting.
Yeah,
I can remember, like I can even feel the sensation right now where it coats your tongue. Imagine getting some lard and licking it off the spoon. That's what it's like. It's absolutely disgusting.
Because it separates, bro. Like after a while. No.
But they had to do what they had to do so they could get the vitamins and nutrition that they needed, and that's
I get it, but bro, once you're well off enough to not do that, I know you don't think that tastes good. No.
The truth comes out. Hampton, it's morning there where they are. That is awesome. Whereabouts are you? Must be UK. Yes, it'd be the UK. Maybe. Yeah. Really? Well, it was 1 a.m. when we started, 6.5 hours ago in Europe. So it'll be somewhere around there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rally finished the diamond painting in that last sprint. Awesome. Well done. I'm exhausted by just the awards long list. BookTube Prize, NetGalley Arcs. This year, the Clue Readathon is the only readathon I've joined because I don't want reading to feel like homework. That's fair enough. And it can get a bit like that, I guess, that's why I don't do anything but the Women's Prize for Fiction. And I do that because I want to support that. I don't go into for all the other ones. Although I do like to look at the Goodreads and the BookTube Prize and all that sort of stuff, but I don't read everything that's in it because it's just like
also
too hard.
If anyone can hear snoring, that's not a dog. That is my partner. He fell asleep on the couch and I can hear him in here. He's like
I can't hear it. I don't know if anybody else can, but I can't hear it.
Like during this next sprint, because I feel like we're gonna go for a little while longer. I don't know. Are we? Yes.
Yeah. Well, we go for 8 hours. I normally go for 8. Well, I don't know about you, Neva, but I normally go for 8 hours on a Friday.
I mean, I have nowhere to be until 7:05. So I have nothing to do until 7:05 a.m. So I'm gonna make a coffee in this next sprint because I gotta go check on Ari. But I'm gonna make a coffee in this next sprint, and I'm gonna go in there and I'm gonna be like, "Sir," which is not you. I mean, I
can hear you.
The whole internet doesn't need to know what I refer to him as on a regular basis, and be like, "Hey, do you want to go upstairs? You comfortable there?" Okay, well, I just want you to know that I can hear you in the office snoring like a chainsaw.
And on that note, Raleigh has said, too tired tonight to be reading, but now working on making an advent calendar. Awesome. And on that note, I think we'll go to a sprint because we've been talking for about half an hour, maybe longer, who knows. Anyway, we have been told that we talk for ages. So, yeah, it's a thing. It's a common theme. Alrighty, let me set everything up. We'll do a 45-minute and we'll see everybody back here in 45 minutes. And Neva can go and wake up. Happy reading, everybody. That witch cracks me up every time. It sounds like me laughing. It wasn't. I might have to duck off just for a second because my partner's just turned up and he's got shopping for me. So I'll let you hold the fort. Anyway, in that sprint, I didn't do any cross stitching. I ended up doing the intro, the outro, and the start, some of the middle part of my video that's going up for Get a Clue. So, and Gus was trying to help me by pushing my books over. That's my cat. That's my fur baby, isn't it? So you're not playing with that. This is Gus. His name was Asparagus, but we've changed it to Gus. My daughter named them the two kittens Beans and Asparagus, but Beans and Gus is easier to call out than Beans and Asparagus. So,
right.
Gus it is. And he seems to respond better to Gus. So that's probably all he heard when I called him anyway. So, yeah, off you go. There you go. You're not even supposed to be out here, but you keep running out, and I'm sick of fighting with you. So that's what I got done. I will be back in 5 minutes. I'll leave you to it.
All righty. So I listened to a chapter of my book, and I listened to part of a Women Chat, and I got some cereal, and I also made a coffee. So that's what I did. Let me think. Let's see. When I read all the books about cheating, it just makes me think how much time and effort it takes. I'm too lazy to keep track of all the lives it would take. Cheating is way too much work. Amen. When take, absolutely. I want to do many readathons after the Amazing Readathon because I want to read slow around the holidays and enjoy when I do. That's fair. Yes, I have. I'm caught up as far as I'm aware. I don't know if they're still doing seasons of Seeking Sister Wife, but I am caught up to what I can watch on Max, which is up to date with TLC. So, my thoughts on it. Let me think. It's interesting because all of them practice polygamy. They don't practice polyamory. But I think that people get it confused. You know? So I mean, it was an interesting show to watch. I didn't really care for any of the couples. I thought they were all toxic. So yeah. But I mean, it's an interesting show if you want something interesting to watch. Wow. I am so sorry for that. That is terrible. Good at keeping conversation, and Nicole, you have a beautiful voice. Okay, I will show Nicole this when she comes back. I thought about reading ebooks, but also I don't know if I would want to. But I do like podcasting. So there's that. Yeah. Me too, to be honest. But he was out here, like, he's upstairs now. I'm back in here, and I was like, "Are you sleeping down here?" And he was like, "No," because like all the lights were on. I moved back to the living room, but like all the lights were on, and I was like, "Are you sleeping down here?" And he was like, "No." And I was like, "Okay, well, get up and go to bed then, because what are you doing?" He's so funny. The witch scared me this time. Yeah, it scares me probably every like third time. So I'm rushing reading. Good afternoon. Actually, I mean, we had a relationship. He had to wear protection, told me all about it when I didn't want to hear, and then got entangled. Yeah, that can be sticky too, because if you have boundaries around like what you want to know, like I do, I have boundaries of what I want to know, what I don't. Yeah, it can be rough. I will also show this to Nicole when she comes back. Amen. Amen. All right, we're gonna wait for Nicole. Yeah, we're gonna wait for Nicole to come back because I can't start another sprint. So, how are we today, everyone? Listen to more of my audiobook and did some more of bullet journal. Wonderful. What are you listening to? Because I probably have definitely forgotten. Oh, I also uploaded my first short because I wanted to see how it worked. I don't even know where my phone is, but that's fine. Here it is. So I uploaded my first short. Let me see with on my channel. Yeah, it's up there. It has 14 views apparently. It's just like a time lapse of me doing this diamond painting. I think I'm going to turn another time lapse on for this diamond painting during the next sprint. And maybe just do it. I think I might do a time lapse of me like finishing it because I only have 2.5 sections left. Really enjoyed my book, Throne of the Fallen by Carrie Maniscalco. Wonderful. Welcome back, Nicole. Also, I have something you need to read. There was this one. I answered already, but now it's your turn to answer.
No. Thank you. That's so sweet of you to say so. But no, I have never thought about trying out for reading ebooks because I actually stutter when I start to read because I get very nervous. And yeah, I'm getting better at it because I'm doing sprints a lot. But if you're here at the beginning, you can hear how I become instantly dyslexic and can't read. And then, yeah, and I start stuttering and all sorts of stuff. But no, but thank you.
Yeah, I like to podcast, but I don't know that I want to read books. You see, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I've thought about doing podcasts and stuff like that because I'm not reading out loud. But then I suppose it would be a little bit different because you would treat it as a script. So you would read the section prior to actually recording. Like you'd probably read a chapter like in your head to get the lay of the land, sort of, so to speak, and then you would read out loud. If I do that, I'm a much better reader. But if I'm put on the spot to start reading, no, it doesn't work.
Also, Shannon said she wishes that the witch was louder.
Okay. I actually post-production had the volume down on that. It is pretty much up full on YouTube, so you'd have to crank up your volume. The other one's really loud. How many more sessions? As long as we need to go.
Right, here we are. We just flying by the seat of our pants, to be honest.
Yeah, most definitely.
A private detective. I don't know. I think I could do it. I mean,
I could.
I was a true crime podcaster. Does that count? Yeah, my podcast that I did with my dad, which we're talking about bringing it back, so we'll see. But and I say we'll see because he says that he will bring it back with me, but he's been saying that for like 6 months, and here we are. So I think I could be good at it, but the thing with it, because I've actually wanted to work within like the field, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to be a cop. Okay, ew, no thanks. But I would like to be like, I don't know. I think that being like a CSI would be, which is crime scene investigator, that would be interesting. Like the only way that I would want to be a cop is if it was like Olivia Benson. You know what I mean? I'd want to be part of like a special unit. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
I wouldn't like a field cop.
No,
Absolutely not.
I wouldn't want to be a beat cop. No way.
Yeah.
In forensics or something like that, my daughter that's at university becoming a teacher, that was originally what she wanted to do, was forensic science, so
Yeah.
she could do crime scene investigations.
I've also had aspirations to be like to get my psychology degree. This would be, I would need a master's, which I mean, I'm not too old to get a master's, I don't feel. But I would actually want to work with drug addicts and at-risk youth because I feel like the at-risk youth would be harder for me, I think, because they're kids. I mean, but as far as working, people have asked me before why I want to work with drug addicts, and it's honestly because I am one. So like I feel like, you know, and I've run into like a lot, or I would want to work with birth mothers.
Yeah. And like if you're going to have a much better understanding where that person's coming from and where they're at than someone that has never experienced it or lived it.
And in an unprofessional capacity, I've worked with birth mothers. I actually have a friend who she's adopted a couple of children and she fosters, and she has gotten a whole, I mean, we have very differing opinions on things. She's very Catholic and I am not.
And that's what you need to say.
So we're like no longer friends on Facebook, but she'll text me sometimes if she has a mom that she feels like needs someone to talk to or whatever like that. They tend to open up to me a little bit better than they open up to her, which I think it makes her sad. But I've had to explain to her that like fostering, like people, like foster parents have like a bad rep. Like, and it's not the good foster parents' fault, it's the bad foster parents' fault. And unfortunately, we hear the horror stories, like especially as like birth parents. That's what we hear is like they're just using your kid for a paycheck, like that. You know what I mean?
And not every person is like that, but there are some that are. It's like with anything, there's good and bad in everything. So
yeah, and I've had to explain to her before that like it's not that they don't want to talk to you, dude. It's just that what they see is that you are only there for the kids. They don't like, you have to prove. And like, as someone who went through this, like it took me a little while to open up to my son's mom, because I needed her to show me that she cared about me, not that she was just trying to get information on the kids, you know? And I mean, we have a great relationship now. Like, Ari knows who she is and all that stuff. But I mean, I think I think the thing with being a private detective is I would need someone to talk to, like in real life. And I don't want to go undercover, you know?
No, I don't think I'd like to. I like private investigation. I'm down for the snooping.
I can snoop. I mean, truly, like, here we go, okay? Because I have my.
Isn't that what we do on YouTube every day? We snoop into other people's lives. Like,
here's the thing, though, my car, bro. If I was a PI, snooping, just taking video pictures, bro, my car would be pimped out, okay? Because I would have like a space to diamond paint. I would take my Kindle. I mean, there's a lot of sitting.
Yeah.
With PI work.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm down for snooping.
Paint while I'm doing it, I'm down. Sign me up.
Monica, sorry.
Oh, my bad. Monica's reading an adult.
I lent on. I just had my hand there and I pressed.
Monica's reading adult romantasy and loving it. Wonderful. She's reading this book up here, Throne of the Fallen.
Yep. Cool.
So I am so glad that you're loving it. I speak this much German, but I can understand it better than I can speak it. But also, don't speak to me in full sentences because I'm not going to know what the hell you're saying. But I can understand it better than I can speak it. I mean, I can decipher the words. Like, I can read it better. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
like I do use Duolingo because my brother has taught himself German. My stepdad, he just be listen, my stepdad has dementia. He has early onset dementia. So the man is 52 years old, I think. But he has early onset dementia, so sometimes he will speak to me in German. So like I've had to teach myself German because sometimes he just starts rambling and like thinks that I understand what the fuck he said. I don't. I'm like, yeah, dad, yeah. Yeah.
Two thumbs up. Got nothing.
But I've been doing Duolingo now for like I don't know, like 3 years or something, which you'd think that I would have mastered this by now, but I haven't. But like every time I go back into my Duolingo app, you know, they like quiz you. Like I always do really well on it. So like I know that
you're getting better at it and you're taking the information in. So
and my brother will text me like if he so they have a friend of my stepdad's living with them. She seems fine, I guess. I don't know her. I've never met her. Hopefully we'll meet her soon. But he like I always know when he's like around her or she's apparently kind of snoopy. Because he'll text me in German. The first time that he did it, I was like, why are you texting me in German? And then he called me and he was like, can't speak in English right now, and hung up. Are we spies, sir? Do we get transported into Spy Kids the movie? Like, I'm confused.
That's funny, yes.
I speak this much German. I know simple sign language. I can do the alphabet.
I don't speak any other language, although I did grow up around hearing Italian quite a lot. My father spoke Italian as well. Yeah, I know a couple of words. I know a few swear words. I know how to tell you off, but that's
Oh, I can cuss in German, and you won't even know I'm cussing at you. You know why? Because a German sounds like you're cussing all the time anyway. Like you're yelling at people anyway. I can be saying something really nice, like "I love you," but it sounds like I'm just like screaming, like just cussing you.
That's why I talk so loud, because I grew up in that environment, because everybody, it just sounds like you're fighting the whole time when they're speaking, and to be heard you had to elevate your voice. So yeah.
German is not a beautiful language. I'm sorry, like to any German speakers, but it's not. It's really not. Like you just sound angry all of the time. Like I was practicing my German one day, and Miss Sheree when Eva walked down here, and I was like doing dishes because that's how I practice. Okay.
They say that that's the best way to take in information, doing a mundane job. It's because your brain is more open and receptive to taking that information in.
It's also how I learn new songs is I will be like doing dishes or something. So I was like practicing one day, and he came downstairs and he was like, "Who the hell are you talking to?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm practicing my German." And he was like, "I thought you were cussing somebody out." And I was like, "Go away." Monica said, completely unrelated, but just wanted to say you both make my Mondays and Fridays way more enjoyable. Always look forward to your friends. Oh, thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying them.
I really do be having imposter syndrome. I get off of these and I'm like, everybody's listening to me talk for 8 hours. So actually, the 24-hour sprints are the worst because like I get off the 24-hour sprints and he's really good about checking in on me like throughout the 24-hour sprints. I could be like, "You good? You okay?" Especially at the end because the first time that we did it where we split it into channels, no one knows this, so you're welcome for this information. This is so embarrassing. I cried at the end.
That's because you're so tired and your body is so exhausted. If I do big shifts, like the next day, like if I've done a massive shift, I will come home and all I have to do is say, "Hey," and it's like,
we got done. And I was so grateful. Nicole was on the first ones, Brooklyn, Leandra, like all of my like, I don't want to call y'all like a clique, but like my OG BookTube friends, right? And like if it hadn't been for like Brittany, like I wouldn't know Kelsey, I wouldn't know Nicole, I wouldn't know Brooklyn. truthfully. And then we got introduced to Brooklyn, or to Leandra through Brooklyn. Like, and I just remember, like, and I could shut everything down. I was good. I was like, I'm gonna go to bed. It's gonna be great. He came in. He's like, hey baby, you okay? And I started crying. He was like, are you all right? And I was like, I'm just so grateful for all my friends. I was like, even if they tell me they never want to do this ever again, because I get really loopy by the end, like, I'm just so grateful. I was a wreck. And he was like, maybe we should stop doing these. And I was like, I can't. People ask about them every month. I'm like, I'm gonna sleep a little bit next time. Like, that's why I started taking naps.
Yes, you've definitely got to take a nap, unless, of course, you know. I think I took a 15-minute nap at some stage last time because
the thing is that
I'm pretty sure that I woke myself up snoring.
Yeah,
like a jump start.
I never sleep for more than an hour and a half, just because I do feel bad being on like one, like missing one person's sprints more than someone else's. Which is why I try to give a heads up to whoever, when I'm like, okay, I'm gonna need a nap at this time. This person's running sprints. I make sure that they know, hey, I'm gonna take a nap during your first sprint, which means I may also miss your part of your second one. So sorry, but everybody's understanding, because they're like, you're the only one staying up this whole time, girl. Like, we appreciate it.
I was doing updates. I didn't get back on camera because I was starting to look real messy and shabby at the end of it. But I just kept doing neighbor updates for everybody.
We appreciated them, honestly. What do we think our best qualities are, and what's something we wish we could change about ourselves? You can go first this time. I went first last time.
Okay. I think my generosity is my best quality. And something I could change about myself, my self-esteem. I wish I had better self-esteem, and I wish that the stuff that happened to me when I was younger didn't affect me so much as it does now, as it still does now. But I've made changes and got better. Like when I was your age, Neva, I couldn't even look at people. So this is it. I couldn't. I had a fringe, and I would never make eye contact with people because my self-esteem was that bad. I just didn't think I had anything to contribute to the world, because when you're told that every day as a child, you believe it. So, and being told to shut up, no one wants to hear what you've got to say, makes it very hard for someone who is doing what I'm doing to say, hey, I want you to listen to what I've got to say. And that's probably why I talk so much now.
Probably why I talk so much too. For me, my best quality, I'm an Enneagram 2, bro. I be putting everybody before myself. This can also be my greatest weakness. Because it makes it so that I do not practice self-care the way that I should. Like, Mr. Reading when Eva calls me out for it. Like, when I start to really be stressed, we should always we should always take care of our children, okay? But I put Ari before myself, like, to an extreme. Like, I will put myself into a depression to make sure that she is good, and he is like, ma'am, you can't do that.
But then that's counterproductive, because then you're all messed up and you're not there to.
I'm not really helping her at that point. And he's like, sometimes you got to put yourself first. You know me. He likes to say fuck them kids. He don't really mean it, but like, I get what he's something I could change about myself. Probably my trauma, bro. Because like my trauma, I fake it till I make it a lot. Like, yeah. If I did not have like the support of people in my house to do YouTube, I would not do it. I'm just going to be frank. Yeah. And if Mr. Reading when Eva wasn't so like, I mean, he supports diamond painting partly for selfish reasons, because if we have a hobby to do, that means that he can do his hobbies. But like if he didn't support it, it would be hard for me to do it, because it's like you have to pay to do it. You know, it's not like a free thing to do.
Yeah.
YouTube is not necessarily free either. Like you can use free resources, but like I have to buy the books to read them. You know?
Yeah. That's exactly right.
And so I think, yeah, that would be me, trauma. Because I definitely have a similar trauma to that, where it's like people have said like, what, you're not worth it, or well,
Yeah.
you did drugs for 10 years, so what do you have to contribute? Well, nothing, clearly, like according to you. Also, I would change my stage fright when it comes to singing. Like
Mhm.
stage fright that I have is unbelievable. But also it's very strange because if I don't think that people are paying attention to me, like at work, I sing at work all the time, and I don't sing
Yeah.
like a little bit. I like go in the dish pit. I know they can hear me up front. I know they can,
Mm.
but I go in the dish pit and I'm just like singing to myself, like I'm at the Grand Ole Opry. You know what I'm saying? And they'll be like, and that's how they figured out I could sing because I was singing something. What was I singing? I don't know, probably like show tunes or something. I was probably singing like
Mm.
The Greatest Showman or something because that's what I do. And I like came up from doing dishes, and Eli was like, "Miss G, I didn't know you could sing like that." And I was like what? And he was like, "I heard you, girl." And I was like, "Okay." He is gonna annoy me because he follows my reading channel and my singing channel. I didn't realize he had found my singing channel, and he's like, "Miss G, where are all these singing videos?" And I was like, "Excuse me?" And he was like, "Miss G, you have one short on there." And I was like, "Yeah, I know. Leave me alone. Get away from me." One day I'm going to do it. I've decided that I'm probably going to do them as Whippin' sings, so I don't have to look at the camera. So y'all just gonna hear
Yeah.
me sing it and watch me die. Because it's still looking at the camera that freaks me out. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Because then I feel
Yeah.
I'm like, well, people are looking at me now, and then I get scared. So we're gonna make it work. We have home movies, and my mother thinks she's gonna be one of the Charlie's Angels. In the film, she's running around and posing with a fake gun. She ended up being a nurse. I mean, I am of the belief that your dream, like, you're never too old to follow your dreams until you're dead. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Just keep
So true.
going.
Yeah.
I should.
There's many
I should
people
take.
that go and get masters and all sorts of stuff in their
Also,
70s.
I'm about to have a whole bunch of people at my house that have never actually heard me like really sing before for this birthday party, and it's a
Awesome.
karaoke birthday party. So pray for me. I will try to set up my phone so I can take some footage for y'all for a vlog. You're welcome.
Cool.
So we're on the advent calendar. Watching our progress. Speaking of advent calendar, Ari sleep, so I can tell y'all. ML and Ollie sent us a diamond painting advent calendar, and it is shaped like a chimney. So when you pull out the drawers to get the little keychains or whatever the hell they are, diamond paint, Santa moves down the chimney. I am so excited. It is in the box. I've not even opened the box. I don't want her to see it, but it's in my closet. And like all I want to do is just like rip it open and set it up. But I'm not going to. I have self-control. Barely. Okay.
It's good to know.
I just need y'all to send me birthday presents so that I can open something so I have self-control. Speaking of cheating, there are detectives who only yes, I would love to be the PI on the show Cheaters.
Yeah, I was gonna say, isn't there a reality show called Cheaters or something?
And I would love to be like, yeah, sir, you see all these photos that we have of you. I would love to be that.
I just love how they go, me? No, I never do it. And then they just go, his photo.
Right. Like, this isn't
and what do you think about this thing here?
Right. Unbelievable. It is different than Bruce Willis.
This is your stepdad, is that right?
Yeah. I mean, it is still sad because I mean he's been my dad since I was 8. You know what I mean? And I'm almost 32, so that's a long time. I will say his dementia got worse after my mom died because I mean she died unexpectedly. We didn't expect her to just
they say that trauma or shock can speed it up.
He put himself in the hospital after my mom
Mhm.
died. Like, he wouldn't eat anything, he wouldn't drink anything. I mean, he has like 4 different versions of cancer. Like, he's like a sickly man. Um and we actually thought that he was gonna die after my mom died, and I was like, listen, I literally had a come to Jesus meeting with him. He was in the hospital, and I called my brother. I said, "Let me talk to Dad." And I was like, "Is Dad well enough to speak?" And he was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Let me talk to Dad." And I was like, "Listen, sir, I love you, but this is not gonna happen because my youngest brother, was 11.
Mhm.
Yeah, he was 11 years old when my mom died. And I was like, listen, you got kids to raise, sir. I cannot do this for you. Like, I knew,
Mhm.
knew. Because the siblings relied on me like I was, mom 2.0. And I was like, listen, y'all, I can't. I'm your sister and I love you and I raised them, but like, I'm not your mother. Um, so yeah, it's hard to like watch him deteriorate, but it's just a fact of life at this point. I have to kind of just talk to him when like I talk to him as often as I can. I'm not really good at keeping in touch. You know what I mean? I try to make an effort. And when I talk to him most of the time he's pretty like lucid.
Yeah.
I just try to be positive and not think about the worst. But
Mm.
it is sad, you know what I mean? He has I am glad that it hasn't manifested like Alzheimer's. Like, he hasn't forgotten anybody's names. For some reason, he can't seem to remember Mariah's name. He keeps calling her Meredith. Like, I correct him and I've explained to Mariah, like, he's not doing it to be disrespectful. Like, he legitimately has dementia. And she understands,
Mm. Yeah.
But I mean, it's not like a happy thing. Like, I laugh so I don't cry, but like, it is
Yeah,
sad.
I do exactly the same thing. I always laugh at the inappropriate things. So you're in good company here. If you're laughing at
I
something that you should be upset
I'm
about, it's all good.
listen, I'm the person that will laugh through my tears at funerals. It's embarrassing. Like, and my family is understanding, but thank God.
I got the giggles at my grandfather's funeral because my auntie, I'm not Catholic, like I was not Christian Catholic, and one of my aunties whacked me in the back, like fair in the middle of my back, to get up and take communion. I was in shock and I just stood up and started moving. And then my uncle turns around and goes, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I don't know." She belted me in the back. I'm like, this is all through gritted teeth while we're in the line,
Yeah,
because
of
everybody
course.
that
You're
wants to take
whispering. Yeah.
communion at a Catholic funeral, you get up and
Yeah.
take communion.
Yeah.
And so,
You do. It's
so I
church.
quickly sat. Yeah, I quickly sat down back. He goes, "Just sit down. Don't worry about the old hag," right? Because like that's just how my uncle rolls, right? So anyway, I quickly sat down next to my cousin, and my cousin went, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Well, I'm not taking communion. I'm not even christened. I can't take communion."
Right.
And and this is all like at a funeral, hush whispers through gritted teeth. And then I sat there and I started to giggle, and I had my head down. And I was laughing so much that my shoulders were moving. So it looked like I was sobbing, because my sister then said to me, she leans forward, she goes, "I know you're laughing and you're being disrespectful." And I'm like, I cannot help it.
So yeah, so at my
And
Opa's,
it triggered my mother, who was also sitting on the same pew.
she's
And then I
laughing.
looked and she was laughing.
At my Opa's funeral, somehow my stepdad and my mom, so I'm just gonna call my dad because he's my dad, but somehow my mom and my dad got separated. So my
Mm-hmm.
dad ended up sitting next to me at the funeral. And it was a military funeral. And
Mm-hmm.
my dad does not do well at military funerals. He's ex Navy SEAL. He's been to a lot of them. They really
Yeah.
upset him, right? So I knew that in order to get him through this funeral, because at that point my mom, her health started deteriorating after my opa died, because that was her dad, and she just didn't
Yeah.
really care about the world at that point, which I think is a big reason that she ended up passing away a year and a half after he did. But I knew that he was gonna grab my hand at some point, like during the funeral, and he is not a small man. Okay, and I was about probably I was maybe 100 pounds at the time. Okay, I'm about 120 now. So, like,
Mhm.
I was very small. He grabbed my hand and I'm crying, like, legitimately crying, because they're like, because I'm like, okay, I'm waiting for the rifles to go off because
Mhm.
they already brought, the flag up and given it to my step grandma and done all the shit.
Yeah.
And everybody in my family, I just need y'all to know we're from a very small town, so we all get buried in the same funeral home. Like all of like the same like funeral. Well, my opa was cremated, but like the funeral home, it's everybody is the same, and it's the funeral home that's right behind. My town is so small that the funeral home is right behind the high school, but it's just far enough away from the high school that it's illegal for them to have the guns on the property.
God. Yeah.
Yeah. So the rifles go off and he grabs my hand and he squeezed my hand so hard that I lost feeling in my fingers, but I couldn't move my hand. So I'm crying, like legitimately, like full body, like crying and also laughing because my hand hurts, but I'm also upset. And then I almost fell into the casket because my knees gave out, like when we had to walk past, like the procession. Because I was like, it's fine. I was like, it's okay. He's in the. It's not like I've never seen a dead person before. Like all of my, like except for one uncle who was in. He died in a car crash, and he got hit. He got hit by a semi truck, and he couldn't like we couldn't have an open casket, right? So every other funeral I've ever been to has been an open casket. Like you walk up, you view the body, you walk away. So I was like, okay, you have to walk up, view the body, walk away. So I walk up, and I said like goodbye, Opa, or something ridiculous. I don't know what I said. We all, like me and a couple of my siblings stood up and like gave speeches. Why I thought that was a good idea. I don't know. But I also had to read a speech for my best friend because she couldn't make it to the funeral. So that was a thing. Yeah. And we go to walk away and my mom is in front of me. I don't even know how my mom managed to get in front of me, but my mom is in front of me and my dad is behind me. And I stopped and my dad put some like pins on my opa's overalls. He always wore overalls. So he was, casket in overalls and tie-dye. That was the theme for the funeral. And somehow that triggered me and my knees gave out and I fell and almost fell into the cat. Like if my mom hadn't been standing right there and caught me, and then she was like, "Come on, sweetie, we gotta go." And my mom is not a very warm person, so like the fact that she said that, and I was like, "Okay." And then now it's something that we all laugh about. Geneva almost falling into the casket is a funny story we tell at Thanksgiving. It's very embarrassing. Because I was like, listen, y'all, I was grieving. Okay, I was in heavy stages of grief. And they were like, but you almost fell in the casket, though. Like, I understand. It's funny.
It's funny now. It wasn't at the time.
Oh, it was not. It was embarrassed. I was so embarrassed. I was like, I'm ready to go. I will just fly back and forth. I know 5 languages.
My grandfather was like this. He spoke 9 different languages. Arabic was one of them that he spoke. Egyptian, Italian. There was a whole heap. The list was long.
I don't know if he still can, but my stepdad used to be able to speak Hebrew. I don't know if he still can, like with the dementia. I don't really know how that's affected. I mean, he can speak German. Jesus. Honestly, he prefers to cuss people out in German because I can't understand what he's saying. So,
yeah, that's fair enough.
Then I'm like, it's time to go because there's gonna be a fight. Learning Korean and Japanese. My little sister is self-taught in Japanese, which is so annoying because she likes to watch like Japanese dramas with me. And I'll be like, okay, do you want to watch it like subbed or dubbed? And she's like, just subbed. But then she doesn't pay attention. Like she does other things. And I'm like sitting here and I'm like, my ADHD to work so that I can concentrate on what's happening because I have to be able to read and pay. You know what I mean? Like that's why I paint when I like listen to things because I mean I still have subtitles on even though I'm not really watching it. But like, and I'm just like, why are you not paying attention? She's like, oh, I understand what they're saying. Well, that's nice.
I don't.
Missed a few chats. Kind of went off into my own world. Cooking now. What are you cooking? Also, Meredith is proud of you. I think about our trauma speak. I think that's what she said.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Best quality is I'm kind of empathetic. My worst quality is I hold grudges and I never forget when someone has wronged me, even if it's the silliest of things.
I forgive everybody, but I never forget what you've done to me.
That part. Also, Mr. Winiwa thinks that it's funny because he's a Leo, right? And I'm a Scorpio. So I try to keep things amicable even if I'm pissed off at you, but I stopped doing that because he will hold a grudge, bro. And like you're not gonna be rude to me when I'm angry at you also, but like, I'm trying to be amicable. So I stopped being amicable and it upsets him because he'll be like, I know you're mad. And he'll be like, are you irritated with me about something? And I'll be like, yeah. And he'll be like, usually you're amicable, and I'm like, I'm amicably, whatever I'm trying, amicably, yeah, being amicable, that's no longer my brand, okay?
It's no longer my brand. We've had a brand change.
I personally am very empathetic. I am an empath, bro, and I'm telling you right now, it's a great quality and also an awful one.
Yeah. It's my daughter suffers from like she can't be when there's a lot of people in a room, she takes on a lot of stuff and I have to do a lot of blocking for her. And yeah, it's tough.
This is why actually being in large crowds is very draining for me because I will pick up on people's good energy and their bad energy, and sometimes the good energy will actually tire me out more because the bad energy usually,
when it's over the top energy, it's like, you know what, you just need to calm your farm.
Bro, that wedding that we went to in September, like I'm still recovering, and that was like a month ago, and I'm still just like, no thanks, like because everybody's so happy and overjoyed, and everybody was drunk, you know what I mean? So like everybody was like happy, and I was just like, wow, people, calm down. Thanks so much, Meredith. We love you, buddy. Yeah, Meredith is an OG booktube friend for me too. Actually, I thought Meredith didn't like me at first. This is how this happened. So I don't remember if it was sprints. It had to have been sprints. I think I needed somebody on sprints, and I had asked Brittany. I had asked like all the besties, right? I had asked Brittany, I had asked Rainey, and I had asked Kelsey because at the time, like they were the only people that sprinted with me, and none of them could sprint. So Brittany was like, "Why don't you ask Meredith? Her channel is Reading with Merv." And I was like, "I don't think she knows who I am." And she's like, "Oh, I'm sure she knows who you are." And I was like, "I don't think she likes me." And she was like, "What do you mean you don't think she likes you?" And I was like, "I don't know." I was like, "Just something tells me she doesn't like me." And she was like, "Would you just message her, bro?" So I messaged Meredith and I was like, hi. Brittany said to ask if you would do sprints with me because I don't have anyone to do sprints like on this day at this time. Like I don't really know what time that is for you. Like I don't know why I convinced myself that Meredith didn't like me, but I had convinced myself. And then she did like a trivia thing on her channel, and I felt bad because I was in Iowa during the trivia thing, and I didn't realize that I was going to be in Iowa during it. And so my sister had just had her baby. And so I would mute myself every time that the baby would start crying because and actually I thought that Mel from a book fiend named Mel, I think she likes me fine. But I had also done sprints with her during that time. This was like over like winter break last year, right? And the same thing. I had somehow booked all of this live shit that I was supposed to do over at my sister's house with her newborn baby. And so I was like not interacting as much as I normally would. And I text Brittany and I was like, these people are never gonna ask me to participate again. And she was like, what do you mean? And I was like, I didn't say anything because there was a baby crying in the background and I wasn't trying to like upset anybody. And she was like, I'm sure it's fine. But like I get really scared that people and then I'm like, well, they don't like me, so it's fine. But no,
but that comes from your childhood because I have the same. Yeah, it is from the trauma. Not being good enough.
Yeah, so I'm just like, well, they don't like. the amount of times that Brittany has suggested that I've messaged someone and my response is, well, I'll message them, but I don't think they like me. Like I've done that with literally, and she's like, how can they not like you if they don't know you, bro?
Brittany, the voice of reason.
Amy was the same way. She was like, well, message Amy. I was like, Amy doesn't know who I am. She was like, Amy definitely knows who you are. Because she had to like remind me that like Amy and I had been on sprints on Brittany's channel together. And I was like, okay, well, I was like, I just feel weird asking her because I don't think that she really likes me that much. And Brittany was like, what? She's like, she's like, people can't like you until they get to know you. And I was like,
that's exactly right. That's exactly right.
This is why
let's cover either. Like,
this is why Brittany is my best friend. She's like, shut the hell up and just message these people. But she says, you know, listen.
Well, I'm glad you reached out to me because see, we would have become an impasse because I wouldn't have reached out to you, you wouldn't have reached out to me, and we needed Brittany to come in and interject and go, "Will you two stop being stupid?"
She literally was like, because the first time that I joined sprints with you, it was because I had messaged Brittany and I was like, bro, I'm so bored, like I just want sprints, like so bored. And she's like, well, Nicole's doing sprints, and you had already added me to the Discord, but I hadn't participated in there at all. Like you had added me to the sprint channel, and I was like, I am not commenting on that. Absolutely not. And I was just like bitching to Brittany that I was bored, and she was like, did you tell, she's like, why don't you tell Nicole you'll be on sprints with her? And I was like, I don't think so. And she was like, if Nicole didn't want you on sprints with her, she wouldn't have added you to the Discord, bro. Like, just ask her. So I just like put it in the Discord and I was like, I could be on sprints with you. And now look at us.
Now you can't get rid of us.
Thursday nights. Now you're stuck with us. Listen, I would diamond paint. But here's the thing.
I've seen this pop up and I just started giggling.
I would not do a full dime painting. I would do like a paint gym. That's how I would do it. But my thing is, I think that when I do paint gyms, because I think I will do them, I want to use them for like travel or like when I leave my house. I don't think it would be fun to do them like sitting in my house. I've decided, I think that my approach to finishes with that is like the whole pack has to be done.
Yeah.
Because they're like 4x4.
They're only this big, okay? They're like a coaster size.
I mean, they are like squares, but they're like pictures. You know what I mean? Like they're tiny. They take me like an hour to complete. Best quality is my perseverance through obstacles. My worst is I think of everyone before I think of myself. Yeah, me too. And I get yelled at for it, so that's great. Yeah. So here's my approach to this. I'm going to make a vlog. Like, there's going to be a month-long vlog of Ari opening each of the little paint things, whatever. But it's going to be in the membership only because it makes me uncomfortable to put her on the main channel. I know we did like her birthday unboxing last year, which is what made me uncomfortable. We did that, and then the longer it's still up, I think, but like the longer it was up, the more uncomfortable it made me, and I was like, I'm never doing this again on the main channel.
That's fair enough. She's not old enough to give consent.
Yeah, and Mr. Reading, when even I came to an agreement to not put her on the main channel anymore, like in sprints is like fine if she happens.
But she's only there for a couple of seconds and then she goes. She says hello and then she leaves.
To be like in a vlog or something, like she's in my Iowa vlog. Fine, she's in my reading like Jan vlog too. Like she's making coffee in that one. Not making coffee, she's the Keurig, but like. That's like fine, but he was like, maybe don't do designated Ari videos unless it's behind a paywall, which like, I agree. You know what I mean? So I will post it, but it's only going to be in the membership.
Yeah, well, that's the same as me. Like my girls are old enough to give consent now. My 17-year-old still doesn't like being on camera, but when she gets on camera, oh my god, you can't get her off. It's like push her on the face to get her out of the camera. But
what I will do for the main channel is I will, when I build it on the 30th, because I'll build it after she goes to bed on the 30th, so it's up on the 1st. I will like probably maybe I'll do like a time lapse of me putting it together, and then like I'll show it to y'all, and I'll show you each of the pieces like as she completes them or whatever. She just won't be in any of the clips.
Mm-hmm.
That I feel like
That's
that's the simplest way,
and rightly so,
yeah.
because she doesn't have the emotional maturity to consent to something like that being out in the world, and she should have the choice whether she wants to be on camera or not. You know, yeah. And that's why I've not, but like I had one person, like my daughters have been on the channel from time to time when they've got older, and they've said, yeah, it's fine because I'm just doing a brief clip or whatever the case may be. But one of my subscribers actually said she feels like she should be looking away when she's watching the behind the scenes content, because my kids have never been on the channel. I talk about them, all that sort of stuff, you know, give updates because everybody always asks me anyway, so I give updates and whatnot, but actually filming them, it is rare. But in the Patreon, they're there. Savannah's more inclined to get into it now because she's a crafter, so she's always with me, or she's doing something, and I say, is it all right if we film it, because it's content for people that know of you, and she's like, yeah, cool, no worries. Whereas I will
say my older kids, I mean, Austin, he's not my kid, but like Austin, he likes to show up with no shirt on and like walk into my lives. I'm like, I'm live, and he's like, oh my bad, whatever. He's 17, okay, he isn't weird. But I will say that my
17-year-olds, they're a creature unto themselves.
I will say that you like the internet. Well, okay, y'all have seen pictures of them, but they're not recent pictures, like old pictures from like adoption day. I share those because they're already on social media. But like if my older kids were here, you wouldn't see them. That's because their mom doesn't really want them on the internet, and that's fair. Ari doesn't know any better but to say their names, so their names have been said, but I don't say them. If that makes sense. So so unless you catch where Ari is like, my brother, blah blah blah, you don't know who she's, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. Is there a book genre you wish you read more of or wish you liked? I guess I can go first for this one unless you want to.
Oh, you can go first. Yep.
Okay, a genre I wish I read more of. I'm gonna say this year. I wish I read more fantasy this year. I read so much romance. I read so much romance and smut this year, y'all. It's embarrassing. We're not even gonna talk about it. Like, when I look at my story graph, the most read genre is romance. Now, I can guarantee that 90% of it is smut. Because that's just what I prefer. You know?
That's your brand, isn't it?
It is. According to Mr. Reading with Eva, that's my favorite genre. Yeah. So, yeah, romance is the most I've read by like a long shot. I've read 54 romance books. So 54 books out of 95 have been romance. Probably at least 26 of those books have also been smut. A genre that I wish I liked. Truthfully, I wish I liked sci-fi more. I'm just like, sci-fi is so hit and miss for me. Like The Martian. Was it The Martian?
Mm-hmm.
Or was it Project Hail Mary? I don't know which one of those I read. I think I read Project Hail Mary. Whatever.
I've read both of them.
I think wait, which one is the one? Okay.
Project Hail Mary was released last year.
Okay, here's the thing. I read one. This is the problem. Whichever one had the poop potatoes in it, he was like on the moon. That was The Martian. On the moon, right?
Yeah, that's The Martian.
The Martian. Okay, so I read The Martian, and then I started Project Hail Mary, but I couldn't make it past the first chapter because I smoke as a preventative for my migraines, and I had smoked and then decided to try to listen to Project Hail Mary, and in the first chapter, he describes what it feels like to have a catheter in and to like he accidentally rips it out, and I laughed so hard that I felt embarrassed because
I so knew where you were going with that because I read Project Hail Mary.
The way he described it, bro, like I couldn't. It's okay. It's on my 24 for 2024. I'm going to read it next year because I just need to be mature and just get past it. But I couldn't get past it. I couldn't get past it. But I do wish I liked sci-fi more because, like, other than those two books, like a lot of sci-fi, if it's not like a genre blend, like The Space Between Worlds is a sci-fi fantasy, and I like that book. But if it's not a genre, if it's just sci-fi, I don't care. Like Dune, no. I know everyone seems to like that book.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there on the sci-fi. It's got to have a lot of wit, or it's got to be a genre blend, maybe. But that's probably the one genre that I'm pretty much lacking in. So I just had a look at my story graph. This year I have read 50 mystery, 36 romance, and 36 historical. They are pretty much equal, and 27 fantasy and 28 thriller, and then comes in contemporary. So yeah, my top three genres are mystery, romance, and historical. So I'm still sticking to brand where I am fairly eclectic. I've got everything here. I've got crime, literary, classics, short stories, LGBTQ, a young adult. So I do actually have a science fiction on here. What was that book?
I will say my fantasy is still pretty high. I really did well this year compared to last year on my LGBTQIA plus. I'm proud of myself because last year I think I only read a few, like I maybe like less than 10.
Okay. So I would not have thought that the Atlas Paradox would fall under sci-fi. I would have thought that story graph is actually put that into sci-fi.
I don't know. I didn't read the Atlas Paradox. I need to read it.
Yeah. I love the Atlas.
The Atlas 6 is first, right?
Yeah, the Atlas 6 is first, and then I read the Atlas Paradox, and I'm like, and I think there's a third book.
That's what
Brittany's the second one was like, That's but for those playing at home for the Get a Clue Readathon, the Atlas Paradox is a white cover.
Maybe I'll read the Atlas 6 this month or in.
So November. I have read two. So taking that out because I don't think that falls under science fiction.
I thought it was dark academia.
Yeah, fantasy dark academia. That's what I thought it was. Well, that's apparently not. But anyway, the other ones that I'm taking that off. I've only read 4, according to Storygraph. Taking that one off, that leaves 3. 2 of which are Planet Barbarian, and the other one is Nnedi Okorafor. Is that how you pronounce her name?
Sure.
Yeah, I think that's how you pronounce it. Remote Control, which was weird. Like, it was out there. I closed that book. It was only a short book. It was only 4 hours and 7 minutes. And I closed my phone down and went, I'm not entirely sure what I just read then.
I will say I read a bit of everything in this. I have romance is my biggest genre, and then followed by contemporary, and then fantasy. I read more fantasy than I thought this year because I read 15 LGBTQIA plus books, which is very good because last year I read like 2.
I've only got 4 this year. Wicked and Wild Things, which is really good. The Atlas Paradox is on there as well. Crimes of Passion, which was a audiobook that I read in August, and then Cursed Bread, which I did not like that book. That was on the Women's Prize for Fiction, and it was if you go and watch the last blog of the Women's Prize for Fiction, I had a lot to say about Cursed Bread and how shit it really was.
So it looks like now I'm wondering what they're counting as romance because so I'm looking at this and I have romance, but I also have erotica in here. And it says I've read 8 erotica books. And the books that I would have considered to be put into the romance category, they're all smut, right? So I have Priest, I have Midnight
Yep.
Mass, I have That One Night, which is the prequel novella to Pucking Around. Then I have Pucking Around. Then I have Pucking Ever After Volume 1. Then I have Praise, Hush Little Baby, which was terrible. And then Your Dad Will Do. Those are all being called erotica. So, but I'm looking through my romance and I feel like so they put Priest in both erotica and romance.
Same.
But all of the Ice Planet Barbarians books, y'all put that just in romance. That's not erotica. It's definitely erotica.
That's definitely erotica. Someone's. What did you say a couple of sprints ago? You smut radar is broken. What was it? Yeah, because you can't gauge.
Their erotica radar is broken, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes I'm looking at and I'm like, okay, like I understand. Pucking Wild, which is the second book in the second full length novel in the Jacksonville Rays series. So it comes after Pucking Around, right? They only put that in romance. That is erotica, bro. Listen, they do things in the sauna that I didn't know you could do. In the sauna. Like, I knew you could do them. I just didn't think to do them in a sauna. You know what I'm saying? So, sure.
You read something and go, interesting take on that. Alrighty.
It's interesting that they put both of the Beast of the Briar books, which is Bonded by Thorns and I can't remember what the other one is. They put that only in romance. That is definitely erotica. Okay, I got punched in the face by our main female character watching 2 of our male characters get it on. Okay, I'm not complaining. It was a great scene. I'm just saying I wasn't expecting it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The rest of these, listen, Never, terrible book, and I wouldn't even call that a romance. It was. It's Colleen Hoover, so there you go. The rest
should have started with that, Colleen Hoover. Yeah, okay. Moving on.
Yeah, see, the Vicious Lost Boys, I feel like if we're gonna say that something's erotica, those are erotica. Okay. In the 3rd book, they are doing it while they're flying. In the air.
Yeah, that's erotica.
Don't ask me how they
like if they're doing it or they're bending someone over or anything like that, and there's descriptive.
Yeah, there are no sayings.
Erotica. It's you're reading a dirty book.
Hooked was violence and erotica.
Yeah.
I
don't know what this actually says about us as humans.
So was Cross. Cross was violence and erotica. Also, y'all learn a lot about me right now. And my
well, I'm laughing because I've read a lot of these books as well. So
listen, now I want to know what they're branding as contemporary. See, they put the kiss quotient as contemporary. Sure, there's a lot of smut in that book. See, they put priest. They put priest in contemporary too.
Did they? Oh, they did too.
Yeah, I don't feel like priest was contemporary, but all right.
Okay.
Well, what is contemporary? Is that
who runs this? We need to talk to these people. Like, you got it all wrong.
Like,
but isn't Storygraph taken off what you as the reader put, like when you check things and whatnot?
I don't think so because I don't do all that. So what I do is I just search for the book. I find
no. I mean, isn't it reader based? Like when with everybody, and they take what other people have done. I don't do that either. I do reviews, but
like my version of Magnolia Parks was a user added. Like it'll say user added. So some of these are added by them. But I mean, is contemporary just like a blanket term for like takes place in today's world? Like, is that all that means?
I think so.
Because I mean, then I suppose all of these that they're naming are technically contemporary.
Yeah, because like I'm just looking at mine, and I've got like people like Jacqueline Crook's on there, Holly Ringland, Sally Hepworth, Andrew O'Hagan, Nora Roberts. This is all in contemporary. Laura Blakely, Alice Hoffman, Danielle Steele. So I'm guessing what they're classing, as you said, it's set in today's, and that's contemporary.
All right. I'm not trying to be funny. Anybody read The Writing Retreat other than me?
No, I haven't read it.
Because this shit is saying it's LGBTQIA. I do not remember that. But also, The Writing Retreat was not very good. I only gave it 3 stars, so that might be why I don't know.
So how many books have you read off your shelf? So being your Kindle shelf, audio, or physical?
Oh God, I don't know. Let me tell you. So I've read a total of 95 books, right?
Mm-hmm.
So are we so as a Kindle shelf, are we counting books that I got off of Kindle Unlimited as being on my Kindle shelf?
Well, see, I don't know if you can see this or not, but I see the tags that I do. Like, so I've got tags there. The biggest one there is off my shelf. That's my physical shelf. So I add my own tags, so I know at the end of the year what I've taken off my Kindle Unlimited, off my shelf, and audio shelf. So they're my 4 shelves that I have that I put on there. And then I also have ones where, like, books that I read during the Amazing Readathon, books that I've borrowed from people, and just all these little things that I put just for my own nerdiness of knowledge.
So here's what I usually do. What I do is, if they are off of my physical shelf, because I'm going to be real, I'm going to change this for next year because I would like to keep track of books that I'm reading that are on my Kindle shelf as well.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, if I own the book. So, like, if I know for a fact that I bought it either physically or on my Kindle, then I mark it as an owned book. So, according to my Storygraph, 25 of the books that I've read this year are owned books. Now, looking through this list, I clearly prioritized marking ones that I bought physically or owned as audiobooks. Because to me, if I only own it as an audiobook, then it's technically like a physical shelf book, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Some of these, like Crescent City, House of Earth and Blood, which is the first one, I own in more than one format. So, like, I own it physically. I own it. Well, actually, this one I own in all of the formats because why not? But if I went through the 95 books that I've read this year and I actually marked the ones that are owned, there would be more.
Because, so, like, I don't necessarily click that tab on Storygraph. I use the tags instead, so I know which shelf it's coming off. Because if you say that you've owned it, then that's across all of them. So what I did, instead of doing that, I actually just had the tags off my physical shelf, Kindle Unlimited, audio shelf, and Kindle. So
how do you do this? I'm confused.
When you come onto Storygraph and you go onto the book that you're picking, you pick your editions. There's a little that it tells you there. It'll tell you whether it's fiction, non-fiction, sci-fi, fantasy, whatever. If you click on that little tab, it'll drop down and you can add that, and then you can update it. So I've read 100 and oh, hang on, we just went to a different page. I don't know what's going on there. It's just I've read 163 books. I haven't updated for today.
You mean like right here?
Yeah. So where it's got up the top, you've got your little let me see if I can bring it up. Go into that.
It's like it says like fiction, fantasy, romance, adventurous, dark, medium pace. It has like a tag.
And then there's a little pencil. Click on that pencil.
Okay.
And then type in, and then you type in what you want it to do, and then hit update, and it'll save that tag for you.
Well, that's fun.
You get what I'm putting down now, right?
I'm gonna go update this in the next one.
So so I've read 163 books, and then you've got, when you get to your stats, if you scroll all the way down, it'll come to tags. You'll have a section that says tags.
Yeah.
And then they're all the tags that I've used, right? So books that I've borrowed from Neroli, new to my bookshelf, all that sort of stuff, right? So
I love tags. That's fun.
87 are physical books that I've read off, but I've also included if I found an audio on the library app, it's still come off my physical shelf, but I've listened to it or I've immersive read because I mostly immersive read. And then my Kindle Unlimited, I wanted to do that one because I didn't think I was getting value for money for it and I was going to scrap it, but I actually have read 28 books this year off it. My audio shelf, I've only done 18, which I have no physical book here or a Kindle book for. And my Kindle shelf, I have only read 13 this year. And most of them were Women's Prize for Fiction because I couldn't get them in the physical copy. So, yeah.
Oh, this has changed my life. Because here's the thing. That's the one thing about Goodreads, really the only thing about Goodreads that I kind of missed was being able to shelf books, right? Because like on Goodreads, like what I want is an app like Storygraph that takes the shelving capability of Goodreads.
Goodreads, yeah.
Yeah. Because
the tag system is the way around that. That now gives you.
Now I'm about to go through because I do want to shoot a video of like all the books I read this year. Am I going to hit 115? I don't know. I don't even know necessarily. I mean, I probably will hit 100. I don't have 5 left, like to get to 100.
Yeah.
I foresee myself hitting 115 simply because of the Clue readathon. But I'm like at peace with not hitting it.
Yeah. It's just a number. Like as long as you've enjoyed what you've read this year, that's all that matters. So
I burnt out. Like and I knew like I was like because I actually did have a crisis for a minute where I was like, oh my God, I'm not gonna hit my goal. Like these people are gonna laugh at me, whatever. No one cares what my goal is. Except me.
You do know you can go in and change it and bring it back down to 100 to make it more realistic for yourself, right?
Which is true. And truthfully,
it's a personal goal.
If it gets to the point where I'm like, okay, girl, you're not going to hit 115, you know what I mean? Like if I get to the first week of December and I'm like, it's not happening, I probably will lower it back down.
And that's not just that. And just so we're clear, that is not cheating. It is your own personal goal. And if you want to reduce it back down so it doesn't make you anxious, then that is perfectly fine.
I know people in the book community that they give themselves a goal of 12 books, right? Which is one book a month. Or 52 books, which would be like a book a week. And that's the goal that they set, but then they blow it out of the water, right? They read like 150 books or whatever.
Well, I only set my goal this year for 100, and I did last year as well. And I've gone over it, but I strive for 100 because for me, 100 is a good amount. That's 2 books a week. I can do that. Even if they were physical, I can do that. Putting that into perspective, though, I am an empty nester. I have time. And I'm also a trad wife, so I am at home taking care of the house, doing all the things, and looking after my husband's well-being so he can earn the money to buy all this.
I think here, because this year I was like, well, I hit 100 and it was easy because like I hit 100 in like August or something last year.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, it was easy. So I'll just bump it up to 115. And a lot of people, including Brittany, and actually Mr. Reading with Eva too, was like, are you sure you want to up your goal, bro? Because like, maybe just keep your goal like at a realistic thing. And I was like, no, I can do it. Right. And I'm like, how stupid past me, bro. Because I think from now on, I will just set a yearly goal. 100 books is doable for me. Like, even with burnout or a shitty month or whatever.
Because that's only 2 books. That's 2 books a week. If you read 2 books a week, that's going to get you to over 100 anyway, because that's going to get you to 104. But 100 books, if you're an avid reader, 100 books is pretty easy to do. Because sometimes you might not read anything, but the next week you might read 3. And, this is not full-blown, Stephen King novels. We're talking everything from audiobooks right through to your novellas.
Right.
that might only be 20 pages or whatever. That's still like you're still reading.
Right. And I think for next year I'm just gonna set the goal of 100. If I hit more than 100, cool. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and I know
it's a bonus year, so
I definitely heard pressure of people that I don't necessarily like associate with anyway. So like I don't know why I was listening to them. But I definitely heard like people being like, well, I hit if you hit your goal of 100, then you should up it by whatever. And I like it's just a goal though. Like, because I mean, I do the same thing with like my YouTube, right? I'll say like, okay, my goal for this month is to get 10 more subscribers or whatever. Like I don't really set.
Yeah, you heard that, people get over there to subscribe.
Right. Like I don't really.
Well, last time I looked, I'm only 5 off 600, and I'm like, when did that happen?
Yeah, I'm at like 550, I think. And I was like, by the end of the year, I would like to get to 600. Like, that's my goal. Yeah. Like, whatever. But like, my goal for the whole year was to get to 500. I already did that. So I already hit my goal.
I'm done now. I've hit my goal. I'm out.
Next year, I might be like, okay, cool. Like, this year I hit 100 or 500. Next year, my goal for the whole year will be 1,000. But like if I don't hit it, like it's not that big of a deal. Like I would rather people be here that want to be here, not just
this is just going back to you saying that
she didn't listen.
And she likes us both very much. Oh, that's cool.
To be honest with you, my best friend in high school, who's still my best friend to this day, keep this in mind. She and I were in choir together, and at the time, because I didn't sing out and let people know that I was actually a first soprano, they put me in alto, right? So my choir teacher moved me like the first day after he heard me sing or whatever, but it put me directly across from my best friend, Phyllis. And she, at the time, I mean, we were seniors in high school, so like we dated shitty men, okay? She was dating this guy that he'd graduated the year before, but he wasn't like super older than us. He was like a year older than us. She was still dating him, and he was like actively like cheating on her, and like she was standing there and she was staring at me, but I don't think she was actually looking at me, but it seemed like she was looking at me, and she was like this. And I was like, this girl's gonna kick my ass. Like, what did I do? Like, I don't know.
Oh my God,
and, like, at one point, like, I caught her eye and I smiled at her, and she like smiled back, and then we were best friends from that day on. So clearly, I can't tell when people like me or don't.
I don't know. Like I think it was on Monday. I was talking about how I met my best friend that I'm still best friends with today. We're coming up to our 40th anniversary of being best friends. We met in a street fight. She ripped me off the back of a horse and smacked me in the face. There's a whole reason why she did it, because she'd been looking after this horse and it had colic. And I was with another friend and we were doubling. And this was unbeknownst to me. I had only just sort of moved to the area. And Michelle come out of nowhere around the corner, like irate, and whacked me in the face, like pulled me off by my ponytail, pulled me off the horse, and then like bitch slapped me on the thing. And I went down, come up, and smacked her one straight in the face and walked off. And then she proceeded to stalk me for 6 weeks until I was submitted and became her friend. And we've been lifelong friends since.
Wow. You're like, bitch, I don't want to be your friend.
Well, that's what I said to her. I'm like, when I finally caved and went, fine, I'll be your friend. I'm like, what do you want from me? After this happened in the street, like, everywhere I turned, this girl was there. I'm like, what the hell is going on?
You're like,
and then she was just, I asked her like 20 years later, I said to her, why the hell did you stalk the hell? What was that about? That is just some creepy ass behavior there, Michelle. Now, what was this about? Like, she's ADHD high manic as well. She hyperfixated on me. So she goes, you just have beautiful eyes and I just had to be your friend and I was just going to make you be my friend. I'm like, yeah, well, that worked. It took you 6 weeks though. She goes, yeah, you were stubborn. Other people gave in. You were stubborn.
You're like, you hit me in the face.
That's what I said to her. I said, you bitch slapped me, bitch. What are you doing? Like, how did you think that I was going to be your friend? Like, I don't. And she goes, you know what? And she didn't admit this until like, I think it was about 20, 25 years later, maybe. She said to me, we were having a conversation and someone asked how we met and all the rest of it. And that she was telling the story. And then she looked at me and I said to her, I said, I can't believe that I went down, come up and just smacked you. She goes, man, you hurt me so bad. Like, she goes, I was in so much pain and I was being so stubborn. And she had never admitted that to me. She always said to me, and you never hurt me. And then she turns around and, in a moment of weakness when we got older, and she's gone, you hurt me so bad. I'm like, good, because you hurt me too.
Right.
I don't punch to tickle.
I just want.
But apparently I was the only one that ever stood up to her, and that's why she had to be friends with me. Don't hit me. And because she blindsided me, like, and I had really long hair then, like it was down to it was bordering on like the middle of my back, and I'd always wear it up in a ponytail. So it was really easy for someone to just rip me off the back of a horse by just grabbing that and pulling me off. And I don't even know how I landed on my feet, but I did.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm just over here updating all my tags because this is the greatest thing I've ever seen.
Meredith says, I'm shy and worry. It makes sense.
People. It makes
people.
People,
yeah. Okay.
I don't want to talk to them, but it's more I'm just an anxious being.
Yeah. I just think people underneath it.
Ow! I just like tore my skin open with these tweezers.
Ow.
If anyone's wondering, Diamond Art Club tweezers are very sharp. So
yes, they are. They're extremely sharp.
I like cut myself. I'm okay.
Thanks, gone for a shower about 40 minutes ago, so possibly back by now.
Probably.
Yeah, the next one down back.
We still talk.
Welcome to the craziness that is Friday. Because it's Friday now for you.
Oh yeah, it's 3:40 in the morning.
Yeah, cool. We'll be here for a while. We're going to go to for a sprint though, because my daughter is about to go away for the weekend, and I'd like to say goodbye to her before she leaves. So we will go for a 45-minute sprint, and we'll be back for more of the chaos. See you soon. Well, hello. I filmed some more of shopping my shelf, and I have. Who knew that I had 26 white books on my shelf? So I'm going to have to go through them, and I'm going to see what has audio on my library app and all the rest of it. So the pile's there. I'll probably do that a little bit later tonight. Sit there and just mark which one, and then I'm just going to create a shelf on my bookshelf which will have all those ones on it. And then I was just looking at the book of the month and seeing what I have on my shelves. So yeah.
Oh shoot, I forgot that's a fucking prompt, isn't it?
What was that, sorry?
I forgot book of the month is a prompt, which is fine because I have a bunch of book of the month books that I haven't read.
Well, we can't get book of the month here in Australia, so but I have several of the books that are on that book of the month.
Yeah. They just have to have been featured, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think there's a list that you can go to, and it says all the books that. So you've got popular right now, October 23, what those books are, and then you can view all the months.
Yeah, you can go back literal years.
Yeah, and you can go back. So
yeah,
and that's what I was doing. I'm just going back and having a look because, I have a couple on my shelf, so I can pull them off and have them there and all the things. So yeah, how'd you go in that spring anyway?
Fine. I listened to a Wiccan chat. I just don't really feel like listening to a book right now. So I listened to a Wiccan chat, or part of a Wiccan chat, and time lapsing this diamond painting because I'm determined to finish this. So I only have 1.5 sections left. So I'm finishing this today, I think.
Cool. So not much to go then.
Yeah, I'm hoping. I mean, it's rounds. You know what I mean? So rounds work up very fast.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping to get it done. It's 4:30 now. I feel like I can get it done before Ari has to get up for school.
Yeah. What time should she get up for school?
6:45 usually, unless she comes down here earlier than that. You know what I mean? Which she's Ari, so anything's possible. But I don't let her if she comes down here, I send her I tell her okay, well you can go get dressed, but you need to stay upstairs.
Yeah.
Because she doesn't get to come downstairs and be down here until 6:45 because people in the house are sleeping. So
yeah, that's fair enough. So did you end up doing your tags and all that sort of stuff? Chris took a look at the books from this year, and top 3 categories are women's literature, poetry, and grief. I had no idea grief was its own genre.
Yeah, so I did a bunch of them. I didn't do all of them just because I got bored. I'm not gonna lie to you. But of the ones that I did do, hold on. Let me see. Of the ones that I did do, oh, that's not it. I went too far. 24 of them are Kindle Unlimited. 17 are Libby, 14 off my physical shelf, 12 off my Kindle shelf, 7 off my Audible, 5 off Scribd, and 2 off Hoopla.
Cool.
And some of the audiobooks, so some of the Libby, the Audible, and the some of the Libby, Audible, Scribd, and Hoopla also cross over into physical or Kindle shelf. Especially not so much the Audible, because usually with Audible, I mean there are exceptions like Divine Rivals, but some of them on Audible, I literally only bought on Audible. So Page Boy by Elliot Page, I only bought that one on Audible. It doesn't cross over to anything else. But my Libby my Hoopla and my Scribd, they both are either only audio or they cross over.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough. Yeah. Well, see, a lot of my physical books, because I immersive read, I class that as a physical book because I'm still putting eyeballs to it. I've just got an audio with it. And a lot of time I'll start the book where I'm just reading it. Then I'll switch over to audio and work, and then I'll finish the day by reading it immersively. And so I'll do the 3 different styles throughout the day. So if it is on my physical shelf and I have listened to it, then I still class that as a physical. Because I've taken it off my shelf and transferred it, because I've got 4 shelves that have my books that I've read in my lounge room, which are starting to really pile up. And then I've got 3 shelves that are to be read. So, yeah.
Yeah, I usually do the same thing if I actually own it physically.
Yeah.
I count it as a physical book.
Mm-hmm. Raleigh was saying that there's so many gems left over from the diamond painting, and I think I might make a few Christmas cards with the leftovers. That's a really good idea.
That's a good idea.
That's a really good idea. Remote control was weird, but I liked it. Yeah, I liked it, but I closed it and I'm just like, what the hell did I just read? Like, I enjoyed the story while I was in it. If you asked me to talk about it, I've got nothing.
She's not got nothing.
I've got nothing. I just it's like I don't even know how. Anyway, it is probably a book that I will revisit again, because I think on a second reading I would probably comprehend it a little bit more, because I'll pick up different things from it. But it didn't go over my head, but it was just really weird. Zoe is dropped in. Hello, just got home from work, currently reading Choosing Theo. Awesome. Is that an Australian thing? You get into a fight with someone and they stop to establish a friendship. It was in my best friend's case. Yeah, no, it's not a thing. Not that I'm aware of. But I do know, well, actually, maybe it is a thing. I don't know about the stalking part, but I do know people that have got into fights before and ended up being friends. But yeah,
I also know people that have done it, and I'm like, okay, but y'all literally beat the crap out of each other, and now you're friends.
Yeah. But see, you know where each other stands.
I mean, I guess, bro. I just don't know if I could be friends with somebody that bitch slap me. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if I'd be able to.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, I didn't want to be her friend, and so she stalked me until I submitted, basically. But in saying that, I would not change it, because, like, it's a hell of a story. And, like, we've had some fat times together. Like, we've got up to some mischief together. Thankfully, it was all in the 80s when there were no cameras around. So, we've had some really good wild times. Like, we hitchhiked and up and down the New South Wales coast, and we did all sorts of things, back when it was obviously never safe to do that. But, when people thought it was okay to do that, a lot of people don't do that these days.
It was, and that's just the thing, is like, it was never safe to do it. There was just a time when it felt safe to do it.
Yeah. We didn't know any better, like, both of us come from a traumatic background and all that sort of stuff. So we were like 16 and living out of home, and we were just, no parentals. We've just come out from, the full-on aggressive situation where you're domineered by parents and all that sort of stuff. So, like, you come out of it and you just go crazy. Like, for 12 months, I went back to school, because I left school. Like, I'm a high school dropout. And I went back to school to get my school certificate and all that sort of stuff through TAFE, which is like, it's like community college, I guess, sort of thing. And so a lot of apprenticeships get done through TAFE and all that sort of stuff here. And so and this is nothing to be proud of, but this is what our first year out of home consisted of. We both went back to school through TAFE, but we'd wake up at whatever time after lunch, and we'd go to the pub we'd get on the train to go to TAFE. We'd get off 2 stops away from where our TAFE was, meet up with some friends, go to the pub, be drinking underage, and whatnot, get half hammered and go to school, do our 3 or 4 hours of school that we had to do, have to leave 15 minutes early because to catch the train back to the pub.
Oh, Lord.
And then we'd stay there till midnight playing pool and dancing and all that sort of stuff, drink, and then get on the last train back to where we lived and, and then do our homework and all that sort of stuff. How we even passed, I do not know. But anyway, we did that for a year. And then we, hitchhiked, we lived together, we partied, we traveled, we done all the things. And we lost a lot of friends along the way to drugs and car accidents and all that sort of stuff, but we're still good friends today, and we know all of our skeletons, and there's some rattling there and whatnot, and things that we've done that we're not proud of and all that sort of stuff, but it's also made the people we are today. So it's a good friendship, and it's we can ring up and lose our proverbial shit on the phone and scream and yell and all the rest of it, and we've got each other's back, and vice versa. It's a good friendship. And yes, it was not the best way to meet someone, but it turned out for the best. And I'm pretty sure that I didn't end up with a black eye or anything. I ended up with a pretty sore cheek, but I didn't end up with black eyes or anything like that. And given where we come from, it's not surprising that's how we met. So, right. Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah. It is what it is. Stepped out to help a friend move some things, and I had written a nice little scene, and the power outage. Oh, no. No. That is a bummer. I'm sorry that happened. Zoe, hello, just had leftover pizza for dinner, reading Choosing Theo. I think I read that already, did I? Oh no, it's a second comment. That's okay. I thought, gee, I'm getting tired. I'm reading the same comments over and over again. How much longer will you be going for? I don't know. That's entirely up to Neva. I have no one here. I'm a Nigel no.
I'm going to take a shower in the next sprint, but that's literally just because that's my usual routine is to take a shower on this time anyway. But I literally have nothing to do until I have to put her on the bus at 7.
Yeah.
So, at 7:05, I will have to get off so I can go take her out to the bus because her bus gets here at 7:15. But otherwise, I'm just here. You know what I'm saying?
Same. But see, this is your normal hours anyway, because you're normally working the night shift. You're getting home around this time. You're usually sitting down doing cutting and
Yeah, and then I put her on the bus. I come inside. I wake up Austin, make sure he's up and ready to go to school and all that. And then he's 16, so he gets himself dressed. I'm not in there come on, buddy. I knock on the door and I'm like, are you awake? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, okay. That's how I wake up. And then I usually come back down here. I eat something. I diamond paint. I take I diamond paint for a little bit longer, and then at 9 a.m. I do my migraine prevention, and then I go to bed until 2.
Cool.
Yeah.
So we'll probably be here for a while, unless there's a power outage or something, or one of us disappear. But Neva actually has control of StreamYards as well. So if I disappear, because we do have storms blowing around at the moment, but it seems to be just blowing past us. It's really windy and all that sort of stuff. So it's not smoky today, which is good because we've had a lot of fires out west, where we used to live out at Geelong. Which is about an hour from where I live out west. They just got, because we used to live out there, we still get the evacuation notices to the phone number, and they just got told to leave. So, and that's quite scrubby out there. There's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of acres of scrubland out there. So, and it's so dry. Zara just picked up Dracula by Bram Stoker. I finally. It's really intriguing. I actually really like it. There's some issues with it, but for what it is, I like it. I think it's a good book.
I think
It's enjoyable. It's a good one to read in the spooky season. If you like that one, I suggest that you read Camilla. It's also a classic from that time. I actually preferred Camilla over. It's a female vampire in Camilla. I actually preferred that over Dracula. But it was I think it was actually written before. It was the OG of like vampire stories, if my memory serves me correctly. Meredith says, one of my best friends used to be my enemy. I say enemy because I was like 8 at the time. And that's what I called her. Yeah.
I'll just be out here making friends with enemies, bro. That is so funny.
Our 9-year-old enemy stories are always entertaining. Yeah, they are. It's still quite an amazing friend story. Yes, it is. Definitely is. We've had a lot of fun together. Got up to so much mischief. Michelle is great. Like, I could say, we should do this. And then she'd go and do it. And then I'd sit there and watch. So I don't know how much of a good friend I really was back then. But yeah. So yeah. It's all good. As I say. Whoops, Friday night brain. Yeah, that's okay. I thought I read it twice because, like, we have been on here for nearly 10 hours, so I thought I was reading it twice. But generally, I get better at the end of the day.
That does sometimes happen. You know, we'd be reading stuff twice, and we're like, okay, well, that's our sign to go.
But it wasn't me this time. Thanks. I literally have nothing to do but I'm on staycation. I like staycations because I have all my stuff here. I miss my stuff when I go away. Not necessarily enjoy going away and whatnot. I've still got a few things to do. I do have to cut some fabric tonight, ready for tomorrow. I'm doing a massive fabric dyeing session tomorrow because I have the house to myself. Told everybody to stay away. Told Savannah, don't come and visit. Go and visit your dad instead. I've got to take over the whole kitchen, and there's nothing worse when you've got fabric and everything all ready to dye, and you've got big pots and all that sort of stuff, and then people come in and go, oh, I want to make something to eat. And you look at it and go.
And you're like, where? Where do you plan to make something to eat?
I usually go.
Not right here, surely.
The takeaway kitchen's down the road. Off you go. So yeah, because I've got to have I've got it's cross stitch fabric that I'm dyeing, so I've got a whole heap of different counts, so I can't get it mixed up and all that sort of stuff. So I have all the stuff soaking in the solution to help it color fast and all that sort of stuff. And so yeah, that's my day. And then I've got to hang it all out on the clothesline, and then like I've got to rinse it, wash it, and all that sort of stuff, and then hang it out. And then bring it in and then iron it all, then package it all up. And I really don't need people interrupting me tomorrow. So that is pretty much a 12-hour day tomorrow.
Here's what I'm going to say about this kit. Okay, there's color blocking in this kit. Don't get me wrong. Like, I wouldn't even call this kit like confetti heavy because there's just too many of like one color. You know what I mean? Like in a
yeah.
Listen, Randall Spangler is my favorite artist, okay? But I'm just gonna say he really tricked me with that jack-o'-lantern kit, bro. He really tricked me. Because this thing is 44 colors. I'm so scared of this. It's not Randall Spangler, but the unicorn that I got, that's the one that Ari wants me to kit up next. So that's the one that I let her pick between that one, the other square, which is Harry Potter, and then the other Randall Spangler. Right? So I went on to Diamond Art Club because I was like, maybe that jack-o'-lantern kit was just like a fluke, right? Because I think that the jack-o'-lantern time kit, I think was like, I don't know, it's upstairs, but I think it was like 20 colors or something.
Yeah, it didn't have many colors in it.
And it was very color block heavy. Like, there were big blocks of color, and there wasn't a ton. Like, there was blending, like within the dragon, but there wasn't like a ton of blending. Like this has like a lot of like, this one has like 6 different browns that just like get mixed kind of like together, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, you tricked me with that kit because this is 44 colors, bro. And when I tell you, I was like, there's barely any 310, right? So this is my my 310. It wasn't much more full than this. And this 310 is used, but it's not used heavily. Like a lot of times when I see 310, I have like big chunks of 310, like multiple bags, right? Randall Spangler tricked me with that jack-o'-lantern kit, bro. Like, cause this sucker, like, what's taking me so long is that I have to, I have had to do this one like in the order that I have. So I organize my colors by symbol. So I do all my numbers and then all my letters, and then I line it up like arrows, dots, lines. Like I do it like that.
Yeah.
And the way I had to work through this kit is instead of like finding a symbol and just doing all of that symbol, I've had to go down the line in the order that I have these kitted up because otherwise I'm missing symbols.
So you're just, as you come to them, you're just doing them, and like yeah.
And I'm just following them the way that I have them kitted up in my container. Instead of like, because a lot of times what I do is I like hunt. Like I'll be like, oh, okay, A is what stands out to me. Then I'll do all the A's like that.
Yeah,
but
that's what I do.
With this kit, like I'm finding that kind of difficult to do. So listen, me and Randall Spangler, we're still buddies. I mean, but I will not.
So, I'm going to do a little bit of diamond painting because I haven't done any, and I want to finish this by the end of the month. But this is the one I'm doing because I'm crazy like doing big ones. So there's a few new people on here. So I'm going to do a section at the top there because that's peeling off. So I'll get that done. But I generally, I don't put the symbols on mine. I generally just, I just have them numbered. Because Diamond Art Club has a number that goes down the side of the thing, and so I just do the numbers, and that works for me. So I don't worry about symbols or anything like that. And I just sometimes I miss some of the symbols in the cluster that I'm doing. So I've got to go back to it and all that sort of stuff. But that's where those nail pencils come in handy because you just drop one into the lid. And you can just pick one up, and it's good to go. So,
and these
I'm just looking at your screen, and it looks like that you've got a hair going down it because I'm sitting so far back. It looks like it's the cord. I'm like, what is that on your screen?
Yes, my phone cord. That like these containers are, except for when I get to like the big containers like this.
Yeah.
But like the containers that are like this size. And then the smaller one, that's like this size, are really easy for me to just pop them open and just like, that way. So that's what I do.
I do that sometimes too. Mine are little tubes. I'm using a different system, so I'm using like little clear tubes that hold them, and so it's quite easy to just stick the nail art pencil in it, and because I don't have to I've already sharpened it, and then all I do is just run it between my index fingers and it puts it back into a point again, so I don't even have to sharpen it all the time. It's just when I end up running out of that and it gets flat again, then I'll have to sharpen it. So these are going to last me forever, because it came in a pack of 6, and this is half of one. Like I cut because it was huge, and I cut it in half, so I've got 2 out of 1.
That works.
So because they're just like the size of a small pencil, like when you like that's a decent size. You don't need it any bigger. So so that's what I did, and now I have 2. And but I think I will do some diamond painting now, which I haven't done today or yesterday or the day before. I don't think I did any either. And I haven't done any updates over on Instagram or anything because I'm almost finished this, so I'll just update it then. And so yeah. But I'm not like Neva. I don't have all the putties. I just have the standard issue putty. That's all I use. And because, you know, like a lot of them are overseas and stuff like that, and you have to sell your soul to get them if you're here in Australia. And they take a long time to get here and stuff like that. So and these pencils are really good. Like these ones I really like using for the AB drills. They just work better.
I will say, like, I mean, like, for my, you know, typical pen, not the pen that I use for ABEs, but like the Randa's Crafty Corner putty, like I don't really foresee, like I see other creators that are like, yeah, I try to buy from as many small shops as possible. Like people, I am a creature of habit. Okay, if I find something that works, I'm just gonna stick with it. Like I'm not trying to find. Like, I mean, I'll buy like new scents and stuff. I mean, obviously, like I said, like I have a Hermione's Cauldron on the way to me, is what it's called. But like if I find something that works, like I'm just gonna stick to it. Like I'm not out here trying to like. I don't know. Me personally, like I get it if like you like when you're a creator, like or whatever, and you want to like try new stuff. My thing is like I'm gonna try things until I find something that works, and then that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, see, I'm the same. Like, because I do so many crafts, like a quilter, cross stitcher, all the rest of it. There are so many bells and whistles that you can get for all these crafts. If I got every bell and whistle that was out there, oh my God, I'd need another house to store this stuff in.
Right, because see, I bought the patty wax for my single placer. I didn't buy the patty wax for my multi-placer. And honestly, for me personally, it doesn't work very well for either one. The super sticky is supposed to only be for your single placer. I have this little tiny like sampler that she sent me, and I've been using that, and that works fine, like for your single placer, but you're not supposed to use it for your multi-placer because it is very sticky. Like it's sticky that when I stick it to my to the edge of my canvas to get rid of the excess, my pen will stand straight up.
Oh my God, really?
Like that's how like so the super sticky is very sticky. I just in my brain, like if these glue dots work for me, I'm not gonna be able to justify $15 for a tin of super sticky. Especially if these glue dots, which I'm hoping they will, work as long as people are saying that they work for them. And these are people in like different climates, which is what makes me think that maybe the glue dots will work a bit better for me.
Well, that when you were saying the other day about the it being really hard, that's why I asked you, is it cold where you are? Because it may be. And you said that the creator of that is in Florida, right?
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure she made it like for her environment so that it won't melt.
Yeah, because there's certain waxes putties that I have here that have been gifted to me and whatnot. I can't use them in winter because it gets so cold here. And like I essentially have to sit there with it in my hand to get it to warm up, and then I can use it. But but then the problem is it's out in the environment in the placer, and it gets a little bit. How you going?
Yeah, and we keep our house relatively cool. And Randa's putty is soft. Like her putty, like even just straight out of the pack, is soft enough.
Yeah.
Like it's soft enough that I don't think in the wintertime that it's going to get super hard on me. But also in the summer, it's not going to melt. It's like that good in between consistency. And I'm just kind of like, okay, well, I'll stick with Randa's putty. the only thing I don't like about Randa's putty is it doesn't work well for ABs. It tries
Yeah.
to rip the coating off.
Yeah, and that's where these are great. Like I know that I can pick this up and just start using it and know that it's not going to pull that coating off the ABs.
Yeah, and so when these glue dots come, if they don't work well for ABs either, I'm gonna try those pencils and see if those work. I mean, I'm sure they will, but I'm gonna
see. I can't say anything about the glue dots because I have no idea.
Yeah, and I'm gonna test it because I definitely watched the creator of these glue dots.
Yeah.
She definitely used them with ABs and they worked fine. So I'm hoping that I get the same result,
Yeah.
I think it also really depends on how hard you press. And like I'm a pretty hard presser, okay? So
Same.
The fact that when I commented on Dragon Wing Diamonds, because she was, and I mean this was like I think this whipping chat was from like a week ago or 5 days ago or something. Like it was a very recent whipping chat. And I asked her if she liked I think I said loved, but whatever. I asked her if she liked the glue dots, and she said it's the only thing that she uses in her single placer because she's a hard presser, and they last her up to like a week.
Okay.
And then she just moves them around, which I know that people do that with like the regular glue dots too. Like you just like take your tweezer and you kind of like dig it out and then like flip it around and replace it in there so that you can use all sides of the. Which listen, for $6 you get like 12 on a sheet. Yeah, I ordered 36 of these things, like 36 on a sheet because I ordered 3 packs.
Actually, that's roll, right?
I actually ordered 6 packs because I ordered 3 in each scent because I was like, I need to get the $35 free shipping. Because like the standard shipping was $4.
That's a false economy there. But then if you like them, you don't have to buy for such a long time.
Right. And my thing is I'm like, okay, well, if I like these, then first of all, unless she comes out with like a seasonal scent, then I'm like, oh my God, I have to have this.
Yeah.
I have enough to last me, especially if I can move that sucker around. And that means that I could probably get like 2 weeks worth of use out of it. Which that would be great.
That's amazing.
I mean, if you can
are they expensive?
One side. Huh?
Are they expensive?
They're $6.
Okay.
$6 for $12. Right. So
yeah, and then we've got shipping on that, but still, that's a pretty good price.
Yeah, it's $6. I mean, for the putty, I think it's $8 for a thing of putty.
Yeah,
but I've been using this same thing of putty since I started diamond painting.
Yeah,
and I still have this much putty left.
Yeah,
and like honestly, I'm the person that like once my putty starts to get kind of stringy, like I change it. So like I probably change putty more than is actually necessary, and I still have this pack of putty because I ordered 2 of the vanilla spice scent because I really liked it. I mean, I hadn't smelled it before I ordered 2, but that's fine. So I have 2 of these, and then I have the Hermione's Cauldron coming. So I still have 3 things of putty if I run out of 1.
And you use the putty in your multiplacer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I tried using it in my single placer because somebody in the Diamonds and Washi group said that she uses Randa's putty in both, and I commend her. But absolutely not. It is first of all, it's way too stringy.
Yeah.
It works in the multiplacer, I think, because it's like thinner in the multiplacer. You know what I mean? Like, like you're picking up more than 1 drill. In the single placer, it like wants to stick to your drills, and I'm just no.
Yeah. I found that with some of them that it's really, really, really tacky, and it's not good. But in the multiplacer, it's great.
Yeah. You need it to be tacky for the multiplacer because otherwise it's not going to pick up multiple drills.
Well, that's it. And the good news is it's taken us 9 hours and 58 minutes. Well, it was 9 hours and 45 minutes to get to the end of the comments.
We did it, y'all. We did it.
If you want
to get there, but we did it.
We've still done a fair amount of sprints. I think we've done 6 sprints so far. So that's like
yeah.
That's one every 2 hours. It's not every 2 hours. But yeah, we've had some pretty good conversations today though. Nat, so and Thag was here for it. I don't think you were here last time when we got to the end of the comments last Friday. So yeah, so that's awesome. And on that note, we're going to go to a sprint because I need to go and have something to eat because we've got to that time again. I'm not dizzy though, but I am feeling a bit hungry. So I'm going to go and have something to eat, come back and do a little bit of diamond painting. We're probably going to do, and yeah, so we're going to do an hour sprint if that's okay with everybody. And and we will be back in an hour looking all fresh and well fed. And all that sort of stuff. So we'll see everybody in an hour. Happy sprinting, everyone. Hello, we are back. Neva is not. Neva is there. Yes, she is. Neva's not. She may have fallen asleep.
No, I'm here.
Cool. I just had to, in that hour, I had dinner. I harvest first time today from my garden because we put a homesteading garden in the backyard in the last couple of months and planted a whole heap of seedlings. And so I harvest some silver beet, and I had that with noodles, some chicken, and onion, and I made 2 eggs and beat them up and then sliced them really thin and mixed that through with some soy sauce and flavoring, and that was my dinner. And then while I was eating my dinner, I was talking to a couple of my friends on a Zoom call. So I pretty much spent the whole time stuffing my face and talking to friends. So no reading, no diamond painting, just lots of talking. So yeah. How'd you go?
I took a shower.
Awesome.
I yelled at Ari for being loud when people are trying to sleep in this house. Just because.
What time is it
there? Early as hell. It's like 6 o'clock.
Okay.
6:05, but she's been up since like 4:30.
Oh, is that because she can hear us, or?
No, for some reason she has been getting up at that time. I don't know what is going on because like it's still dark outside. But she can't sleep without her like nightlight projector.
Yep.
So she's not like sleeping in the dark, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But she will get up between like 4:30 and 5 and come downstairs and think that she's gonna like be loud and like talk and stuff. And I'm like, bro, people are sleeping. And also, like, you shouldn't even be awake. This is mommy's quiet time. This is my zen time. But yeah,
until today, then it's like just craziness talking to people on the internet.
I mean, that's fine. It's still zen. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's still zen.
Wow. So I took a shower. I filmed clips for this video on Friday or Saturday because I finished, tomorrow now. I finished my last book from Brittany. Yep. I only have like 20 minutes left or something. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to sit in this, I showered and then I like sat in the bathtub.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just finish this. Okay. So I finished that and then I filmed, I did not film vlog clips in the bathtub. That'd be weird. I filmed it out.
Do you think? That's a little bit too much of a collab.
And then I came in here and I watched Welcome to Plathville for the last like 3 minutes of the sprint.
Mm-hmm.
This show is bonkers, dude. Like wow. You do hear me talk about it a little bit, but I don't have like a ton of information because I couldn't remember anybody's names. Which is why in 2 weeks when I come back to talk about reality TV, I'll give you a break. You know, I'll do it every other week. When I come back to talk about it, I actually have like all of their names like saved in a note and like what order they're born in. Because I couldn't remember the mom and the dad's name, which like how hard is Kim and Barry?
Not very hard at all, but yeah, I can see why.
Like the only person I could remember what their name was like the third oldest daughter whose name is Lydia. I feel like I only remembered that because it reminded me of Beetlejuice.
Oh, yeah, okay. I was going to say, I can see, yeah, okay.
Like, it's fine. Yeah, and then I'm still fighting with this stupid vlog because it doesn't want to give me my...
This is the one that you've got the missing section, yeah?
Yeah, and like I have the clip, it just doesn't want to like upload to files. So I'm about to just put like in like a homemade slide from Canva, and be like, I talked about this. Just ignore the fact that, except that like there's like a big chunk missing where like I was talking about reality TV and then went into talking about like what I was like reading, watching. Well, I already talked about what I was watching clearly, but I was talking about like what I was reading and listening to.
Yep.
Yeah.
So just back to your podcast thing, are you going to start that up again, or?
So here's the thing. So hopefully my dad doesn't watch my channel. Well, he won't be up right now. He's in California. Okay, so here's the tea on it. Okay, so he called me like a couple of weeks ago. Well, actually, he didn't even call me. He didn't give me that courtesy. He texted me a couple weeks ago and said that my brother wanted to take over the podcast. And I was like, the podcast that was my idea, bro? Like, my feelings are hurt, okay? I know I'm like older and like an adult and shit, but like, no.
Yeah, but your feelings are just, it doesn't matter whether you're a little kid or you're a grown ass adult. You've still got feelings and you can still get hurt.
Yeah, so I literally texted back. It was like, so, like, you're taking me out of it or whatever? And he was like, no, I would never do that. Because, like, literally the podcast, which we started in 2018, it was my idea. Like, it wouldn't have even been, like, a thing if it hadn't been for me. Because he argued with me for, like, a year about doing it because he was like, well, I don't think that you understand what it takes to podcast, blah, blah, blah. My dad is not to be confused with my stepdad. Okay, they're two different people. So I texted him back, and I was upset, and plus like I had, of course, like he texted me like right after I had to go to my work meeting because we have mandatory manager meeting on Thursdays, and so that cuts into my sleep. So I'm grouchy. Okay, and I was like, I basically said like, do whatever the fuck you want is what I said. Then he called me.
That would have been my answer too, because I can see why your feelings have got hurt, for sure.
So he called me and he was like, well, if you want to bring the podcast back, then we need to do XYZ. And I was like, listen, I said that I would help pay for the podcast. I said the problem is that people don't give me numbers as to what I need to pay. I'm not just gonna try to blindly figure out like what my part of it is. Like, you have to tell me what the numbers are so that I can pay you that amount. I was like, but I said I'm probably not gonna be able to start paying you until after my birthday because I'm sorry, but he and I have the same birthday month. So like he's
on the 1st, isn't he?
Yeah, he's on the 1st. So he was like, okay, well, if you're wanting to bring it back, then I can do something else with your brother. And I was like, okay, well, here's the thing. I was like, regardless, like, I'm not going to agree to let my brother take over the podcast. That was my idea. Like, if anything, bro, like, I will do the podcast by myself.
But you can do podcasts on YouTube now. You don't need to go into like Spotify or anywhere like that to do it.
Yeah,
you can do it on
YouTube. The reason that he and I had to do it the way that we did is because like we're long distance or whatever. I originally wanted to do it like through YouTube, and he thinks that he knows everything, so he wanted to do it a different way, which I was like, fine, whatever, because it made it so that he had to have like all the large equipment on his end. I didn't really need to have any large equipment. But now he's saying like, oh, well, you're gonna have to change your mic, you're gonna have to change this, you're gonna have to change that, which like is fine. I was gonna upgrade all of those things anyway. Because what he doesn't know is that like I was planning on doing a podcast on my own anyway. I just have to figure out what the hell I want to talk about.
Yeah, I've often thought about doing a podcast, and then I'm like, but what the hell am I going to talk about? Like, I could talk about craft, I guess.
See, because so Mr. Reading with Eva, I always have to think when I say his name because he has an actual name, but I'm not allowed to say it on the internet. Okay, Nicole knows what it is, but I'm not allowed to say it on the internet.
Yeah,
which is fine.
I can say my partner's name on the internet because he's all over the internet.
That's for. I mean, Mr. Reading with Eva is also all over the internet, but he's not on the like. He has like TikTok and stuff, but he uses an alias. So like, yeah, which he has said before on here. So like, he uses the alias of Trey Deuce. So like, I'm allowed to call him that. I just think that it's stupid, so I don't call him that.
Fair enough. Tell us how you really feel, Eva.
Also, he insists on calling me either by my full name, like my full first name, or calling me G. So I'm not gonna call him Tratus. That's just stupid. And I've told him that to his face. So like, it's nothing that he's gonna hear later and be like, "Wow, I'm so offended." Like I've literally said that to his face. But he had the idea. He was like, maybe you should do like time lapse. He thinks that what I should do, because you can do like 10-minute, the hell, you can do 10-minute videos on TikTok now, I guess, or something.
Yeah.
He was like, you could cross post between TikTok and YouTube and do like one video a week where it's like a time lapse of me diamond painting. And then do like a true crime voiceover. So like pick a case and like talk about that case like in a voiceover.
Stitcherista. That's a mouthful to say. She does that.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm thinking about it.
She doesn't do a time lapse. She does a stitch with me and talks about true crime voiceover. Yeah. So she stitches and then does the voiceover.
Yeah. So I thought about doing
that. I don't know if she still does it, but yeah.
I thought about doing that because I do like talking about true crime, as we know. There was a point in time where I thought about doing a podcast about like my journey with like adoption, but like I don't know if I want to do that.
That's fairly personal.
And I tend to get really emotional when I talk about it, and so like I don't really want to cry on the internet. Because there was actually a point in time when the true crime podcast originally, I don't know, like went on hiatus. It never really ended. It just like went on hiatus. Where I was going to actually do a podcast where I talked to, like, I interviewed people, like I talked to different people. So like people that had, like, I would tell my story like in the first episode or whatever, and then it would be like interviewing people. I probably still have like the intro that I recorded for this podcast. But it was like a family podcast, so it was like interviewing people with different family dynamics. So like interviewing step parents, interviewing adopted parents, interviewing foster parents, like that kind of thing. And then that fell through. Yeah, so I don't know what I want to do, but I would like to do a podcast that's like just me.
Because then it'd probably be better where it's just you, because then it's only you that you have to rely on, and you don't have to get into the dynamics and the politics of people.
And let me tell you, listen, we have
family.
Here's the thing.
I have that sigh every now and again.
I'm just like, I don't know. With this, I don't know. Mr. Reading when even made like a good point. He was kind of like, it's interesting that he would like not really want to like meet me halfway with it, and then all of a sudden like wants to be like, well, your brother wants to take it over, which like I'm not mad at my brother, you know what I'm saying? Like it is what it is. Like I'm really like, my feelings around it are not at my brother. My feelings are at my dad, because like you really had the audacity to ask me to hand over something that was my idea, bro. Absolutely not. But yeah, and then he was like, well, we could make it into a family podcast. And I'm like, it wasn't a family podcast to begin with. But anyway, yeah, so I don't know if anybody has any ideas, or if anyone would want to like see something specific. Like I mean, there are such things as like variety podcasts, you know.
I was gonna say, couldn't you just do like a variety one? That was my next thought, was a variety one, because there's so much that you want to do. It sort of makes sense to do the variety, because
it could change every week or whatever.
Yeah, you could do something every week, something different.
So, I mean, if anyone has any thoughts, let me know, because honestly, I mean, I love books, like don't get me wrong, like we're still going to talk about books on this channel. Okay.
Yeah.
Books aren't going anywhere. But I just feel like I don't know. I know that like to have a niche, like it's like people say that it's like better for the algorithm or whatever to like have like a specific niche, but like I'm also just kind of like, okay, great, but also like people will watch whether you have a specific niche or not if they want to watch.
Well, my craft channel is a classic example. It's a multi-craft channel, right? And so I for a little while there, I sort of like, oh, no one's watching, you know, all the things that we do as humans. We self-judge and criticize and do all the things, you know, shit, you're not doing this, you're not doing that. You follow all the gurus that tell you to do this, that, and the other. At the end of the day, on my craft channel, I get like, my husband puts up a video and he gets like 2,000 or 3,000 views in the first 24 hours, right?
Wait.
And I'm like, and I just look at him and go, you suck. Like, I bust my ass to put a video out and all the rest of it. And he walks around talking shit about cars and he gets 2,000 views. But that's the nature of that niche, which is fine. But I look at my numbers and then I think to myself, oh my God, I put up a video that I put a lot of time into, well, you know, like a tutorial or whatever, and I only get maybe 300, 400 views over a 48-hour period. But then I took a step back and then had a look at my channel and the analytics. In a 48-hour period, I'm actually getting close to 2,000 views. So overall, my channel overall is getting a lot more views than what I'm getting per video. So therefore, I don't get hung up on the numbers now. I still tell my husband he sucks when he puts a video up and he rings me and goes, oh, I done 2,000 views. I'm like, you suck. I'm not talking to you anymore.
Right.
Don't talk to me. Yeah. I don't want to know.
I don't really get hung up on the number. I mean, I did, like, in the beginning, you know?
Yeah.
And then I was like, well, clearly, like, people that started their channel after I did, like, no one specific, just, like, people in general, right?
Yeah.
I'd be like, well, how are they growing theirs so quickly? And then I'm like, okay, bro, like, we all grow, like, I mean, there are people that have been on YouTube for 10 years that don't have more than a couple thousand subs, you know what I'm saying? So, like,
yeah.
For me, it's just, I mean, it would be cool, and I've said this on Sprints before, like, it would be cool to, like, make money doing this or whatever, but ultimately, like, I do it because it's fun for me.
Look, at the end of the day, you are not going to make, I'll just tell everybody now, you are not going to make that much money from ad revenue. Where you make your money is your merchandise, your sales outside. It is part of your business. It is a small part of your business where your community can connect with you. Okay. Yeah. Yes, there are people out there that make thousands of dollars. You know, they've also got millions of subscribers and stuff like that. Like, they've got the base there, but small YouTubers do not make money from off ads. It is elsewhere that you do it. If you build a community and you've got memberships and you get the super chats and you've got merchandise and you're building that business in the background, that's where you're going to make your money. Because I can tell you now, I have 30,106, I think 16 maybe, I don't know, subscribers on the craft channel. And I put out a few videos in the last month, and for that month I got paid $270 American. Okay. And I put hours and hours of time. So with my Patreon, though, I have made about $150 more than that, because I'm still building that. That's relatively new. But then the quilting side of it, because people know me from the quilting side, from the bag making side and all that, they find me through that. The magazine is another one that I have that brings in revenue and all that sort of stuff. So overall, over the month, from all those income streams, I've made enough to, you know, support myself, not to pay my mortgage, but to support myself in food and, you know, utilities and stuff like that. But, you know, but it's growing every month and it's getting bigger every month. So yeah, like, you have the potential to grow, and you also have the potential to have a viral video that will pay you X, Y, or Z. And of course, it is also different depending where you are in the globe, how much you get paid per 1,000 views. So I don't know how long you've got to stay on a video to get classed as a view. I've heard it's 30 seconds. I've heard it's a minute. Like, I've heard all different sorts of things. Just, you know, click on the video. If you need to walk away, but just leave it on. So
that's what I do. I'll just let that. I'll let it play on my computer or my iPad or whatever.
Yeah. But there's not much money in the ad revenue. It's pretty minuscule. I mean, you do have the potential to make money, It's not a dead end thing, but yeah, it's not as easy as people think to get a viral video when you've got, 4 billion people almost on the platform, like that's an exaggeration. I don't know what the exact number is of the people that use YouTube. But it's a huge number. So, and there's a huge number of creators as well. So yeah. It's a definitely a bit of a slog.
But I will say, like, if what you want out of YouTube is like community, bro, like,
yeah, it's a great place to build a community.
Yeah, like I wouldn't have like the friends and stuff that I have without you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, same. And it's the same over, like, it's here on BookTube. I've got friends that talk about books and stuff like that, and then there's the craft side of it. I've got friends from there. I've actually made some really good friends from YouTube that we've ended up being friends in real life because we've ended up at a retreat together, and we meet up every week and all that sort of stuff. So, like, yeah, there's lots of positives to it. But yeah, you've just got to keep working at it, basically. And eventually it comes, I guess. As long as I'm not going backwards, I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
So, but my husband still sucks because he does 2,000 views on one video.
Misha Rewan even got, it was like he was like, yeah, I'm just trying to get 1,000 subscribers on my TikTok. And I was like, for what? And he's like, so I can go live, bro. And like, I was like, I have been working on freaking Instagram now for like since 2020. So like 3 years. Like the book, I mean, I've archived a lot of the posts, like you can't find them, but like I was like, I've been working on building my Bookstagram since 2020, and I just hit 1,000 subscribers like a month ago. I was like, I hate you, bro.
I've had my Instagram on my craft channel since probably a year after Instagram became a thing, and I've only got 2,500 people on my craft channel. I don't actively put stuff up there anymore. So I'm
like, what is it about men that makes things grow? Because it's weird, No.
Thag says, I'm lost when it comes to diamond paintings, but I'm content to hear you or your sprint. Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it. And Thag says, here come the yawns. Enjoy your day or morning or evening in my case. Has anyone ever made you a diamond painting? No, not at all.
No.
No. I'm not sure why Raleigh was laughing, but it was obviously something. It's something that we said. And good morning, Brittany. Hello. You were here last night and you're here again this morning.
We've officially been on so long that Brittany got a full night's sleep.
That means Christina will pop in soon. So yeah, we've been on for 11 and a half hours.
It's fine.
It's been a while. I officially have the house to myself. And I haven't done it. I started doing some diamond painting, but my eyes are actually quite sore. So I'm just like, I've been doing a lot of, like, I did needlework earlier, and I've been doing a lot of fine stuff over the last couple of days. So I figured, no, I won't do that because I'll probably start putting stuff in the wrong place, and then her head will look a little bit weird. Because it's her head and her face. I'm like, it's probably not a good place to mess things up. The background, yeah, you can get away with it. On a face and an eyeball, not so much.
No, it needs a face and an eyeball needs to look how it's supposed to look. You know what I mean?
Yeah, true. So yeah,
if I place a couple of diamonds in the background, I can be like, yeah, I just used the wrong color. In a face, it might look a little funny.
It's gonna look questionable for sure. Alrighty, are you up for another sprint, or do you want to? Yep, you're good. All right. Because I've got to go to the loo, and I'm going to go and get my hoodie on, because like we've gone from 40-degree heat yesterday to 14 degrees today.
It's unbelievable, dude. Like, this is why, like, I literally say in my Whippet chat, I'm like, wow, these drills are so staticky. And then I'm like, because I have noticed that there are a few creators that like blame Diamond Art Club for their drills being staticky. And I'm like, I don't blame Diamond Art Club. My weather is off the chain. So.
Well, we've got bushfires. Well, they're probably under control now. But 2 days ago, we had bushfires that were out of control about 2-3 hours away from where I live, west. And yesterday, the wind changed direction. It was blowing this way, and it was really smoky, and the sun was what they call like blood red because of the fires and all that sort of stuff, all the smoke and everything going into the sky. And it was like, I think it was like 33 degrees at 4 o'clock on Monday afternoon. It was the same on Tuesday. And this is Celsius. So this is up like in the 90s, I guess, 80s, 90s.
That's like a high temperature.
Yeah. And so basically Monday was the same. Tuesday was the same. Wednesday, while I was filming and having to hold my camera to the air conditioner to cool it down, it was 39 degrees, and I do not normally sweat, and I was standing here with the air conditioning on and sweating, and it was so flipping hot. And then today I'm standing outside going, I need a jumper on. It's freezing. Like the wind's blowing. It's like, what is going on with this weather? It's just madness, absolute madness. All right, we are going to go for a 45-minute sprint.
Morning.
And I'm going to go get warm, and we will be back shortly. Happy reading, everybody. Happy morning coffee to those that have just woken up, and we'll see you soon.